Hello, boys and girls. Those of you watching on recording, those of you not watching on recording, those of you just getting involved, seeing the new patch. Let's go through. The Hits and Crits video is still ongoing, so I fully appreciate those of you still watching that and all that. I'm going to be joined by a bunch of people. We've already got Leon, Alex, and Bryce here with us today. We're going to be probably getting the likes of Tristan and maybe Mikkel and Robert later on. We've already got Isaac going to be joining us as well in a second. You can tell the graphic for already. So yeah, let's dive into it. I'm just going to unmute the board. We've got a lot of stuff to go through. I've not really looked. I'm semi-aware of a few things. But this is all pretty much raw reactions. So yeah, let's crack on.
2 attack dice if the NCU board is full.
Am I supposed to just pass all my NCUs when I play with this?
Is this my royal guard buff that I needed?
So I just unmuted the stream, and just the first thing Alex said was +2 attack dice when the tactics board is full. Literal first thing.
Nice.
Cool. All right. I mean, I'm just going to start with Lannisters because I've not gone through anything. Is everyone happy? I mean, Isaac's here, right? And Isaac plays Dirty Lannisters.
Well, he used to. I'm a former, but yeah, I mean, yeah, the answer is yes.
I guess you play Halo now, right? Which is not a game, so.
No, fuck the game. I haven't played that game in ages.
Right. So I'm going to start a timer. The timer is in the corner. It is 17 minutes for various reasons. It is 17 minutes per faction. We start off with the boys in red. Yeah. Cersei. Same points cost at 4. While influence enemy unit, that enemy may not be targeted by friendly orders or tactics cards. So like Rising Temps kind of. And controlling crowns or bags, any attachments in that unit lose all abilities. I mean, that's got to be pretty good, right?
This is insane, right? Like,
It seems reasonable. It seems reasonable. Again, like you look at the good Lannister bills at the moment. Obviously, those bills probably change. Fair enough. But again, like, is it better than Peter? No. Is it better than Varys? No. Is it decent? Yeah, I think it has play. And obviously, no one's ever going to fucking run Tywin ever again.
I can already tell you Varys has changed. So
we think
this is like Ariane, but
a bit more conditional.
Yeah, I think she looks decent. She's playable now.
No, this is like
better.
No, I think it's fine. Like this is a mixture of Aryan and like subjugation or something.
I mean, it also blocks tactics cards, so I think this is actually kind of insane.
this is
For 4
insane.
points?
This is like Barristan, right? This is
It's like
like
for 4 points, if let's say you only take the top part ever, right? The bottom, if Cersei
Yeah.
controls crowns or back, doesn't exist. I think this is a good NCU already. Can't be targeted by friendly orders or tactics cards. Yeah. This is straight up better than Barristan, in my opinion.
yeah.
It's definitely
I
better
mean,
than
it's a
Barristan.
little different because you can't target your own people, right? So you can't target your own unit. So it's a little different, but it's pretty similar.
Actually, this is...
Yeah, but you're going to play this on the unit you're attacking, and they can't play defensive card, and they can't use Sentinel on that unit. So
Yes, yeah.
okay,
Now-
It
you
does a
can't-
lot of there's a lot of overlap, but yeah, there's some cards that you can't block with that you could block with Barristan.
Yeah.
But like the fact that
Technically,
this doesn't even have to be removed, like this stays even if they use it. Like it's not a
Yeah, technically you can grieve the game by influencing your own unit and make your attachment lose all abilities.
Which I was going to say is actually really funny if your opponent does have any of the enemy attachment things. You technically could. I mean, most innate
Yeah.
abilities anyway.
Lannister Mirror.
Lannister Mirror counter.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't...
exactly.
Finally, the turncoat counter.
The turncoat counter we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
It used to be the turncoat counter was old regroup and reform, and now we've got this. Cool. I'm gonna just dive in to see what people in the chat are saying. So
Kind of overpowered. I revised my rating.
Overpowered.
yeah. This is strong. Yeah.
The tier list already. Yeah.
people are just mostly saying that we should have sent 7 minutes per faction because there's 7 gods. Because, you know, but we don't follow theme here. Follow stupid things.
We follow the lols. We follow the lols.
All right. I think that's playable. I mean, that's card recursion shit's gone, but that's very playable.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
I think it's really good.
I think it's
do the card
playable, and I wouldn't say more than that.
You can tell he's allowed.
I mean,
Pycelle...
this just turns off any defensive orders now. Like if you play against Lannisters, this can just immediately turn them off, right? Like,
yeah,
it makes them even worse. Yeah, than they already were.
This 17-minute thing is going out the window because we've spent 4 minutes on one NC. Maybe we should have done it a minute per point. So Pycelle,
17 minutes per card, because let's be realistic, that's what it's going to be.
It is going to be for 17 minutes. I know that, but look, I like to try and hold myself to these things, even though I've barely said anything.
Tywin quote underneath.
Pycelle, we've got to do Pycelle. Got to go through an order, right? You don't get to choose to jump.
Okay.
Begins the game with 3 order tokens. While influencing an enemy unit, that unit is treated having -1 rank. I don't think that is going to matter at all.
No.
When Pycelle influences an enemy unit, may remove 1 order token, and if you do, they become weakened. I think this is just like worse, right? It's just a worse Pycelle.
100%. It's objectively worse. Not by much, but obviously the ability to pass with Pycelle and still give a weaken out was one of the big things with Pycelle, that you could have an NCU that does something on the pass. Which you now lose, but he's still fine. He's still playable. But
I mean, I don't think so, because you influence them with Cersei instead, right? You can't influence same unit twice. So
you don't want to run double influence NCU with like something in third place. That seems pretty bad. And this is definitely the weaker of between Cersei and Pycelle. Not for me. I don't think. Plus, it doesn't help counter solos or Stag Knights or Kingsmen.
No, exactly. He's just worse, but it's fine.
Tyrion is.
I don't think he's just worse. I just think he's not good in comparison to Cersei.
Tyrion at 5 still gives the +1 hand size and all of the spiel about when you draw cards, you draw an additional and put 1 back. But now he has a once per game at the start of any round. You can look at your opponent's tactics.
That's cool.
I mean, compared to free counterplot, that's no.
Did you read the ability? You draw 1 additional card and
yeah, that was the same. He had that last patch, right? Or like the
no,
that was the attachment version had that, or the commander version had that. That was on Tyrion though before, on one of the versions.
No, but now with Tyrion you can draw up to 5 cards and then shuffle 1 deck. That's new and that is good. Yeah. But again, compared to a third counterplot, it's whatever.
Hang on, I thought he already did this, but you might actually be right. I genuinely think we gave him this ability. Did we give him something like this in CBA for one of his attachments or something?
I think it was playtest, something like that.
Was it playtest? Yeah, it might have been playtest. Yeah, it was playtest.
1 additional card.
Yeah, it was a playtest, wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, I like this ability, but I don't think I would pay 5 points for a card advantage NCU.
No.
It also, like, without card recursion, like, being able to, like, smooth your hand out as to what you want in a round is, like, fine, but I don't actually think that you're that bothered by that, if that makes sense, because you're not going to be able to recur any of them anyway, and there's nearly always a good chance most Lannister cards will get like C play in any given round. So like, I don't think it makes much difference. I don't know.
Yep. Next.
Yeah, Tywin. He's no longer 6 points. He's 5 points. Must be broken. Once per game, when an enemy combat unit activates, which is a terrible trigger, you may target that unit. If you do, it becomes panic, weakened, and vulnerable. Then it suffers 3 hits or 1 panic test. I mean,
that's not worth 5 points, I think.
I think this is still fine.
No, Mickey, no.
No. So hear me out. I think this is fine in a world like if solos end up coming back as being a thing. Like, if you have to worry about any of this stuff, because, you can't, like, it's an unavoidable trigger, right? Like, it's still relatively easy use to kill or shut down those kinds of things. But that is the only reason.
But just so I make sure that I'm reading this right, the enemy chooses if they suffer 3 hits or the panic test, right?
No, it would be you as the active player. Yeah, or as the controlling player.
If it's you, then I think it's playable.
Yeah.
Just because again, it still has the kind of thing of you have 1 wound left, I just kill you, which kind of was the Tywin thing anyway. Obviously, it's not nearly as big because it used to be, you have 7 wounds left, now I just kill you. But now it's obviously 1 wound left.
It also doesn't get rid of the activation.
Shut down the abilities is the big loss.
Yeah.
And the big problem with Tywin, in my opinion, wasn't like the like 2 or 3 wounds he does on the hits. The problem is that he does it like at any point. Basically, it's the overwhelming tempo he generates, and this guy basically does nothing for that. He just
exactly. Tywin was a once per game figure out when you want to just turn the table on its head, and if you do that well, you win. If you mess it up, you lose. That's what Tywin was, and now Tywin is unplayable.
I think Cersei is straight up better than Tywin.
I think Cersei's more useful. I would agree. Like more versatile.
I mean, she doesn't do the same thing though. It doesn't.
No, but in terms of value for points, 100%. Like Tywin is now a bad 5-point NCU. Not the worst in the game, but he's just bad, and that's okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's just Lannisters are sad, but
Lannister Guardsman.
Kato, have you been following the reveals here? There's no way the Lannisters are sad this patch.
There's something coming there.
We'll see. I'll see everything in total, and then
Someone get Isaac a tissue. So we've got Guardsman coming up next with Lannister Steel as the new ability. Before rolling attack die, if this unit has equal or greater number of remaining ranks than the defender, you target them, it becomes panicked, and you gain +1 to hit. I think this is absolutely whatever. I think the panic token is actually useful. I don't really care about the +1 to hit. All fine. They're still a 4 move, relatively defensive infantry. But now they can actually attack people.
Yeah. It's a small buff, but it doesn't fix them in the ways that they were always bad. So they'll see play for fun, and I can see some combos. Obviously, like sticking Sparrow in them, but Sparrow was never that great anyway, so it's like whatever. But I can see play. I can see play, but they're still, like you said, still 4 point. Oh, so still 4 move, 5 point unit, which is irrelevant in the game.
This is okay, I would say. It's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a 5-point unit playable because it's been played at all. So that's fine.
Exactly. Nothing bad with that.
Mountain's Men. Mountain's Men have had their stupidly long attack keyword trigger ranks bullshit thing removed. They just have Vicious and Crit Blow now, rather than gaining this +1 to hit on enemies with fewer ranks. And the trade-off there is they just hit on 3s. So, like, they just incorporated all these abilities. They made the ranks things not 7/6/4, so a +1 dice on the second rank. But apart from that, this is pretty much exactly the same. It does exactly the same. I think this is not like an amazing unit. I don't think this buff really makes much difference. But it just means it's never shit, which it used to be fucking terrible when it was
exactly
behind.
I mean, it is the standard 6-point melee infantry joke. Obviously, normally the joke is 7, but this is still 6 points melee infantry. It's like whatever. It's like it's fine.
It's an anti-trash unit basically.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, I don't even think it's anti-trash. I just think generic 6 infantry. Crit blow / double keyword, 1 extra ability.
Okay, Joe. Now comes the fun.
Yeah. So this Kingsguard were in the reveal, so we don't go through these in any detail. But for those of you that remember the Kingsguard each have 2 model wounds now. So this is a 16 wound model or unit, and it can suffer a maximum of 2 wounds on the failed panic. Whenever you claim the crowns, you get that banner back if you are below 4 banners, and you have Counter Strike and Disrupt rather than just the Counter Strike. So you got the combo there, and you're still that 6-point unit. with 7 dice on 2 ranks, 7 dice on 1 rank on 2s, and 3+, 4+. Banners haven't changed. 16 wounds on Kingsguard. What do you think about that, Isaac?
I think that it's here's the thing, and people are going to skewer me for this, but I don't care.
No.
The unit itself is very strong. Absolutely, I'm not going to deny that. That's a decently strong unit, which is good. Fine. It is a 6-point melee infantry unit at 5 speed, which would force you to take Joffrey Commander.
Joffrey, I hate this argument. I hate this argument so much. Because it used to be that this unit was a total liability to your army, because if the enemy could turn off resilience, you just lost the game immediately. Now,
right, so
this unit is like
that's why we saw people winning tournaments with Joffrey in a different unit, right?
What do you mean? Sorry?
We never saw Joffrey Commander take, because you don't have to take Kingsguard with Joffrey. You can put Joffrey in crossbows if you want to. We never saw Joffrey win ever. The reason why Joffrey was bad isn't the Kingsguard. The Kingsguard were terrible, but that isn't why the unit was bad. Sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you finish. But
but like now you have this like Thanos unit that cannot die ever unless you let your monkey brain take over.
This unit is unkillable. You cannot melee fight it. Like, you're not fighting into Disrupt, Counter-Strike, 16 wounds, armor 3. Like, that's suicide.
Well, if you're Pav and you're Lance Cav and you run into the side, you're still going to do a massive chunk of damage.
2 Lance Cav charges on average doesn't kill this unit, by the way. Like, so...
Sure, but that's why...
The additional problem is, though, that I think Joffrey Commander is like severely underrated by people.
Oh.
He has the most insane melee attack card in the game. +2 dice and Sunring is very, very strong. His defensive card blocks 2 hits for Panicked Weaken token, which you can play on your Gregor attachment knights. They don't take the Weaken token, of course. And the third card is like completely terrible, right? His attachment is kind of mediocre, but I forgot the ability name. But performing a march of taking the crowns is not that bad. And
it's amazing. The unit itself is great. Also, the attachment.
I think this unit will never die into attacks, and my fear is that if you don't ever kill this unit into attacks, then you can just like run forward and like give no care about your life, basically, right? And usually the units that do that are like useless tanky units, right? Or I guess Brotherhood Kingsman.
They just have
this unit hits way too hard for the price cost and being
I completely understand what you're saying, and I get where you're coming from. And is the unit strong? Yes. But the issue I have, and again, like I'm not sitting here saying it's a terrible unit that's never going to be played. Of course it is, but it forces you to take Joffrey Commander, which I disagree, saying that he's underrated. I don't think he's very good. Yes, he has a good card, but again, it all revolves on melee attack, and melee is that's where the game's going. Everything is going towards a melee unga bunga. I hit you in the face. But if your opponent uses some brain cells and doesn't go unga bunga into the Kingsguard face, well, then you have a 6-point melee infantry unit that's not going to do anything. And if you have cavalry that's running around you, then they will just run around you. And if they do objectives, they'll do objectives. Again, where the game is going, it's obviously going towards a very aggressive direction. So maybe that isn't going to be doable. But if your opponent has a fast army that just doesn't let the Kingsguard charge, which, again, you can easily do because you'll be able to, because you're not running Tyrion, you have no tactics board control. Again, I mean Tyrion Commander. You have no tactics board control, so the opponent just blocks crowns and then you just cry, which is fine. But even if you do get in,
there's 2 zones that can move your unit.
yeah, but then it's a singular move, and then you've you've now committed. You now can't reposition.
No,
enemies, right?
the issue with this unit is that you can take bad charges because you cannot die. It's impossible to kill this unit.
But then just don't kill them. Like this is literally the whole.
Just get charged in the face with my 9 dice on 2 Script Blow Thundering.
Well, yeah, it's 9 as if you get Joffrey's 1 card and you don't roll a 1 on the charge. But otherwise, it's just 7 dice.
You need to reroll.
It's not 7 dice. Remember, he's got the banners that refresh, which give crit blow and sundering.
Yeah, and charge rerolls, by the way. You're not rolling a 1 on the charge.
Yeah.
And even if you do, it does not matter, right? Like you're hitting on 2s. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not sitting here saying that it's a bad unit. It is a decent unit. I'll absolutely give it that. But again, for me, it just doesn't excite me because, again, good players will play around it in the same way. Like every single argument we're making here, you can apply the same things to Champions of the Stag. It's the exact same thing.
Well, it wasn't, right? Because Champions of the
First
Stag.
of all, what the fuck? No.
There were 8 points.
They're 8 points, and they don't.
Yeah, they're also a cavalry unit.
Yeah, but they were 8 points.
They hit six on fucking 3s with nothing, with Crit Blow, I guess. But
the major difference here is it commands the attention of an 8-point unit at 6 points.
Okay, this I can get behind. I still will die on the hill that again, like
Keijo, you can take this unit together with a crossbow unit and 2 units of Knights of Castle Rock, and this is your 3 4-point NCUs, obviously, right? So you basically have a strong range unit, and then
your weakest unit in that list is a unit of crossbows.
Yeah.
And I think if you told me that the weakest unit in your crossbows is Lannister player, probably in a wet puddle somewhere.
Okay, no, I get what you're saying. Again, I think the argument is still. I mean, what you were saying earlier, Leon, like Lannisters are not unhappy. I think that this combo is patently worse than Tyrion double crossbows Tywin. Patently worse. Is it still decent? Sure. I'm happy to say it probably is. I'm still not convinced, but I think it could be decent. But I think Lannisters are worse.
We'll see. We did run over the 17-minute timer, as Walker in the Waste point out.
So we have to restart it.
So we have to skip over, so we don't review any of the other Lannister stuff. No other Lannister changes. We'll do this quickly. Lannister Port City Watch. We obviously saw these on the reveals as well. They got Sentinel. They got Lannister Port Spears, Watchful Eye. I think this is like fine for 6. But you're never taking Lannister Port City Watch over Kingsguard if you've got the option. And I still don't know if you're taking we see no crossbow changes, so I still don't know if you're taking Lannister Port City Watch over crossbowmen. So
or red cloaks,
or even over red cloaks, yeah.
Or over Clegane Mountain. How about that?
I think with Sentinel you might take these guys instead.
Yeah. I mean, Sentinel is good. Yeah.
Sentinel's a good kid.
I have to say I like the honor guard change here.
Yeah, so we'll go straight on to the honor guard. So they gain 1 thing and then +1 per condition token as usual. Vicious Sundering rerolls. Can't be targeted by friendly tactics cards, or can't be targeted by friendly orders. So they don't just switch off all of the defensive tech in the world anymore. I think this is splitting it between 2 abilities, and then tactics cards or orders. I think is actually a good thing, giving players the opportunity to express different skills against different types of opponent. So knowing what your opponent can and can't do, and what's actually in their lists and how their lists work. I think this is actually a good change without necessarily making them de facto worse. I think it solves the problem of just going, well, fuck you, you don't get Counter-Strike Disrupt or Horrific Visage anymore, which I thought was stupid.
So I agree with what you're saying. I will put a caveat there, just for people to think about. I'm not going to say one way or the other, but I do think, I think Honor Guard was silly. I don't think they were crazy, but I thought they were very silly. I think doubling down, Lannisters have now lost all the ability to shut off defensive abilities. Between Tywin and Honor Guard, it's now all gone, which is fine.
So the assumption here is that anyone else had that opportunity anyway.
No, I'm saying that was what Lannisters had.
Sure.
That was Lannister's thing, and if you take that away from Lannisters, you take a lot away from Lannisters, which again is fine. I'm not going to sit here and say that Lannisters needed to keep that. I probably do believe that, but I'm not going to say that. But again, I'll just put the caveat on that. I think this Castle Rock Honor Guard change, I like the change. I didn't really like Honor Guard to begin with. Not because I didn't think they were bad, obviously, which I didn't like the playstyle. Lannisters don't lead into a Unga Bunga smash your face playstyle, and that's all that Honor Guard were. And it turns them down, which I think is a completely fine thing to do. But again, with Tywin being neutered by the balls, and then these guys getting a small clip as well, I think Lannisters, like I said, I think Lannisters are worse off than they are before.
I think a lot of I think they're better. I think a lot of the stuff you wanted to turn off was on attachments anyway, and now you get that with Cersei as well, right?
Yeah.
So you might not even want the Honor Guard anymore. You might not even need them because Cersei will already block orders cards and turn off attachments.
No, I get what you're saying. The problem is that's never how Lannisters played. How Lannisters got that big hit is they would start of a turn, start of a round, go, cool, screw you, I'm going to charge, I'm going to do this. If you have to play Cersei first, you lose 90% of the tempo Tywin gives you. You're not wrong. Like, you're not, in terms of objective, verifiable power, that's still the case. But in terms of the full tempo swing that Tywin had, which was what Lannisters relied on, that's now gone.
Should a control faction have a stupidly high tempo swing moment? Or should they just be controlled?
Well, then you have to buff their control, like we said, because their control was worse than control.
I mean,
Cersei is the buff to look.
Yeah.
Cersei is insane.
Like, just having a faction that relies on this ridiculously high tempo turn from a control faction, what I've always said about the Tywin Knights of Castle Rock turncoat moment, it's not control. You're not expressing any control. You just have this ridiculous alpha strike moment, and if it works, you win, and if it doesn't work, you're fucked. Like, and that's a tempo faction, not a control faction. I've always thought, and I think everyone would agree, that design space was just unhelpful.
That's one way to word it, but in principle, I don't disagree with you. But again, we can't simultaneously go, oh, you can't do control and this, and then now that we get rid of that, well, then we have to acknowledge the fact that the control isn't actually that good.
Well, that's why they got buffed with Cersei, right, and other things.
I think Cersei will be an auto-include in every Lannister list. Yeah. This is an auto-include NCU play.
I disagree. I take Peter and Varys over her every time.
I mean, you're delusional. You're full of delusional. Imagine you could take Varys and Sammy for 4 points in your list, and then you also get an extra kicker on top of that.
You don't have to remove it.
This Cersei is auto-include in every faction.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, this is like an S tier NCU now, I think. Like,
no, I think she's an A tier. I think she's good. But again, like, that's just not how. Okay, so can't be targeted by friendly orders or tactics cards on an influence, which means does literally nothing for the start of round swing, which is the most important part of the entire round in every single game. And if you control bags or horses, and bags or crowns, which means you have to choose to take the bags or crowns, which you're not going to do early in the round, which means you're only going to have that ability be procced towards the end of the round, because you're not going to take crowns as your first activation, which means your opponent will have if they have an incredibly important attachment, like if it's anything start and order related, they're always going to get that off. If it's anything to do with combat, they're probably going to get that off unless you get the ability to do it. I think you do have ways around it. Again, I'm not saying that she's bad, but I really don't think that's great.
I think the attachment thing. The attachment thing's like the cherry on top. I think a lot of times what you want to do with this is your first NCU activation. Like, if you're first in the round, or if you go first in the round, you're activating Cersei and taking swords. And like you're unless this attachment thing is like incredibly important, and it will be sometimes. Sometimes you will really want to turn off the attachment, but most time you just want to turn off them being able to target themselves with orders, and like their defensive tactics cards and stuff.
Just imagine how many problems this shit solves. Sentinel solved. Like imagine all skirmishers. Like, you destroy this unit completely by the influence.
Yeah, I mean Sentinel, Shield Wall, any type of like movement, diversion tactics type things.
Card, what is that?
Any defensive
cards. Again, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. But Lannisters already have the ability to take a turncoat for free, which does all of that without you having to spend an NCU, and you can do it if you're start of the turn, start of the round, charging with knights instead of touching the tactics board because you need to. A nice shot, for example. Again, I'm not sitting here saying she's bad. I'm saying that she doesn't solve a problem that Lannisters had. And...
No, but the bigger difference, I would argue, is that you can now put this on another unit while you still do that.
Sure. Yeah, which again, I'm not sitting here saying that that's bad. I just don't think that she's that crazy. I think she's good. You probably take her in most lists, but I think Peter and Varys are better.
In an attachment meta, we've seen Arianne games for people. So I think that is understated, perhaps. Season 6. And
yeah, and again, for everyone, I mean, for everyone here in the room and for everyone watching as well, like full disclosure here, Mickey, our invitational game, was that the latest season?
Yeah, season 6.
So I've played 3 games of the season, all of which were at that tournament. Like I've played barely anything of the last patch, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But
and it was still double crossbows, right? The only thing you know how to play. And by the way, Doug in the chat, big man Doug, does say the man just wants to play double crossbows and take away all of the enemy's fun. So,
yes, good man.
That is what you do. So.
Fact check through.
We'll move on to gold cloaks because we'll get through these at some rate. It looks like oppressive peacekeeping changed. Everything else being the same. While you control crowns, enemies in short range suffer -1 to morale test rolls, and each time they are targeted by a friendly tactics card or order, after resolving that card or target them, they become weakened. I like this idea that they're moving down this like realms of like tactics cards and orders being where Lannisters are shutting the game down in. I think that moving the control, like we just talked with Cersei, in this direction is much better than just a flat blanket, you have no abilities. I think this is much better, much more refined, much cooler. But if you're turning these off or switching them off or making so units can't be targeted by this, then this effect doesn't really do anything because they can't use them in the first place or can't be targeted by them. And also, we all love targeting, and this ability and this unit introducing more targeting like mechanics.
Nah, that's a bad excuse.
It is a bad excuse, but
like you're playing this unit already sometimes in high sparrow lists, I think.
Yeah. That's not changing. You're not putting this in more lists. I think this just
the best use for this is basically to stop the opponent from playing their attack cards when they attack you, right? So it basically makes you more tanky on a list that was already trying to out-survive you because you can't kill it.
I mean, like Mickey said, it's fine. Like it's gotten a small buff to the one thing the unit actually does, and that thing wasn't really that good to begin with, and it wasn't impactful from a gameplay perspective. So it's now better. But like you said, if you had a game plan where you really wanted the -1 morale, can't imagine why you would spend 5 points for that, but whatever. If you were to do that, it's now better. If you're
this
not
unit was already in people already included it in their high sparrow competitive lists, Keijo.
What's okay? I know this is a caveat. We'll make it very quick. What exactly is that quote unquote high sparrow competitive list?
Pyro's high sparrow, maybe Warrior Sons.
You're gonna think we're stupid because we're gonna name you all the dumb things that used to be terrible. But if you actually played this list this season, or like played against it, you would notice how annoying it is to play against this list. They basically run forward onto the objective and never die. This is this list.
Yeah. And High Sparrow, Barristan, Selmy attachment. Did they run Robert Strong attachment as well?
No, I think, yeah.
Jesus, what's the game turned into? in my absence. That's so dumb.
Stand still the game.
Standstill simulator.
Like pyros, cast your rock on a guard, that kind of stuff.
That really doesn't sound strong, but I'll take your word for it if it is. But that's weird. But anyway, it's a buff. It's not a meaningful buff in any direction. I think we all agree with that. If you were taking it, you still take it. If you weren't taking it, you still don't take it.
I agree there.
Are there commander changes or no?
No attachment or commanders.
Only units and NCUs this patch.
And that is the end of Lannisters that we totally did in 17 minutes. Right?
Absolutely.
17 minutes.
So I'm gonna start again, and let's do Starks. Maybe we reset this. Should we go for something like 25? I think 25 should be
25 minutes. Next faction is going to be 30 minutes.
Starks. Okie dokie. Bravery in the face of death. So this is the Eddard Stark 6-pointer. You can spend an order token to re-roll. When you pass, you can spend an order token to restore 1+1 wound for each. Has 3 tokens. I mean,
so -1 token, -1 healing. Ouch.
This hurts.
Yeah,
I still think this is probably playable, but I don't know. If Rob Tully Cavalier exists,
let's see Paul Allen's Tully Cav.
If Rob double Tully Cav exists, you still play this NCU.
Yeah.
But if Rob double Tully Cav doesn't see play, I don't know if you play this.
No.
Right, Rob 5. While influencing a friendly unit, if your opponent does not control crowns, this unit gains +1 to hit, and its melee attacks gain Sundering. While influencing an enemy unit, if their owner does not control crowns, that enemy's attacker suffers -1 to hit, and they become vulnerable.
What?
Why?
Wait, 5 points. I didn't say it was 5 points. Jesus. Oh, for 4 points, don't be. What? 5 points, really?
+1 to hit and Sundering. That sounds like it's already like every second Stark card or ability.
No, so that's completely unique. So Starks have never ever had a ++ to hit mechanic or gaining Sundering. So this is actually really game breaking. This is crazy.
Do you take Rob as a 3rd NCU just so you can put him on the crowns to block all the crown type effects that exist in the game, and to give this, I don't know, like Kingsmen -1 to hit and vulnerable just to make them really sad? And if you use Rob for anything else, you're using him wrong.
I mean, I think this NCU is bad if it was 4 points and you don't have the crowns controlling restriction. Like, what in the fuck is this? It's so bad.
Could you do this? Could you do this with something like a Roderick, like -1 to hit Howland Reed type? Like, I'm just gonna be a pain in the ass to kill.
No, it's a 5-point NCU. No.
Well, people are running double pyros, so anything's possible.
Marwin says they beheaded Ned in the books and felt the need to behead him in season 7. His heart breaks. I mean, they've beheaded Rob here, Marwin. I don't know about this. Ramsey said rip Rob. Yeah.
Also, I'm playing Rob as commander. I can't even take him as my NCU.
And you can't. And his restriction of your army cannot contain Eddard Stark is still there. So, like, you're not running this in Eddard lists immediately. You're not running this over 5-point Eddard, who's like actually good. So yeah, I don't know. Roderick 4. Okay, so anytime he claims a zone, every time he claims a zone, you make them vulnerable and get rerolls with 3 tokens, three melee attack rerolls. So he only used to give the vulnerable out on swords, right?
Yeah, I mean that's not bad. And I think he also only had 2 tokens.
Yeah. I think he's better. He's playable. Like, I think he's fine.
He's playable, yeah.
Gamma Gordy says that the Rob NCU could give -1 to hit on ranged attacks.
Yeah, that's kind of the one use case that I was kind of thinking of when I saw that. Like that, it makes crossbows quite sad, that card. But
I mean, it's not worth 5 points. I think that's
exactly
it. I'm not even sure if it's 4 points worth it to pick this.
It needs to be 4 points, and the bounce restriction needs to be gone.
I mean, to be fair, if it was 4 points, it would probably be on about the same level as Cersei, to be fair. I'm kidding.
Nice rage bait.
Pitchforks.
Yeah, put the pitchforks down.
Right. So, House Summer Berserkers and Starksworn Swords, these were all shown in the kind of reveals. They're both units that are both better. I really don't like the Starksworn Sword at any cost, like going to 8 dice on 5-point units. I just don't think that that's a good design space for us to be in when they've got crit blow. I don't even think this is that strong. I just think I just don't want to be in this game. Like, and Berserkers gaining crit blow and panic on the charge. Like, this has been tilted to death, I think. This unit's obviously better. It's whatever. It'll just mash. They just mash things in melee. Yeah. They're either going to be very good or not good enough because melee's not good. Right. Stark Outriders gain the Scout Terrain order, so you get re-rolling charge dice and ignoring terrain penalties. Oh no.
What's a terrain penalty?
What is a terrain penalty? They didn't copy that. That's from the playtest, and they've not copied that over. Unless...
I love it. I guess we know what it means, but...
Well, what does it mean? Is horrific visage a terrain penalty, thus meaning... No.
Is impossible a terrain penalty?
Is impossible a terrain penalty? Because if these are terrain penalties, you would not get affected by this during like horrific visage and stuff like that.
Is the board ending a terrain penalty? I'm not sure. Can you move out of that? No. I mean, I guess we know what it means.
Well, we do, but like...
But Steam on terms, that's the problem.
Well, the problem is for some of us, we're going to have to community FAQ this, because while we know what that means, like, in a wider sense, most people reading the card might not know. Because we already get questions like so this is probably going to have to be FAQ'd.
Yeah.
Hitting on 3s as well.
Yeah.
Not a bad unit anymore, I think.
Playable.
Yeah.
Like 6-point cav unit. It's defensively the same as 5-point units. Stark, but it's got the 3+ to hit with a couple of keywords. I think this is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
What you want from a 6-point cav unit.
Yep, some utility.
I mean, the 6, they get mark target and -1 to hit. And -1 speed, right?
Yeah. This looks better. This looks arguably...
Have we checked Crown and Scouts yet? Or are
we're not on to Baratheons.
Yeah. I'm not reading Baratheon yet.
No, I don't know. But I would say that this unit is now like equivalent or even better than Crownland Scouts are. And Crownland Scouts are like playable. So like I think this is fine. Great Axes, they gain They gained Prey on Fear, right?
And
they gained 1 dice on
1 dice on max rank.
And the 2nd rank. Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's look at Bowman. Like, I think this is fine, but
maybe the Starks have a unit that can now do with 3 attacks threaten a Kingsguard unit.
Don't worry. Stark Bowmen have 6 armor still, because the armor that they are wearing is not considered armor. It is just a jerkin. This has always bothered me. They've got the suppressive volley rule, which is the enemy in long range. They gain vulnerable and they can't be targeted by enemy tactics cards for the turn, which again was from playtest, I think. And they've got precision. with the ignoring line of sight thing. This is okay.
Yeah, they're fine.
I thought we said that
Aggressive volley is a good combo piece for other charges, I guess.
Yeah, I think the volley ability is very good.
You don't even use it on your own attack. You just like set up stuff.
Yeah, and you're setting up the vulnerable as well, right? So
yeah.
And then you're blocking all orders
like,
and types cards.
And then you run in with Tully Cav.
Tully Cav changed.
Yep.
They
Rally Banner gun.
Lost Rally Banner and gained Stubborn Tenacity, which doubles down with the Stubborn Tenacity on the Winterfell Guardian, right? So
Yes.
You're doubling keyword, means probably not taking Winterfell Guardian anymore, and no Rally Banner is like huge.
I think this is bad design. Like, why are we giving them like an ability that doubles with one of two attachments they have?
I think
maybe the idea was to not make it that they were.
It's forgot they forgot that the CBA actually changed this to Stubborn Tenacity because we gave the character attachment Rally Banner, and that makes sense.
I think that's like there are stuff like we obviously did as CBA for this. I think they're gonna. I think he's probably gonna do something similar.
Yeah, but then why the fuck are we not changing the attachment in the same patch? Like,
not in scope, Leon.
Yeah.
It's not in scope. Yeah.
Or maybe they were thinking in a way of we don't want double Tully Cav anymore, so we only allow the name print and Tully attachment. So you're wasting an attachment point if you are. Maybe they just want a double Tully Cav gun.
Yeah.
I'm not sure double Tully Cav is gone, to be honest.
We'll get through.
I think it might be. I think they are the insane healing. There were no double Tully Cav lists besides Rob, I think.
The She-Bears.
Yeah.
They got the change as well. I think these are okay.
Yeah.
But I think I've got a bit of a debate with myself. Would you consider running She-Bears in like the sustain list, knowing that you can remove tokens and gain healing from them as well? Is there a way you can build this into? Yeah.
I mean, maybe this. I'm not haven't thought this through, but like maybe if you have like you have still assault orders, right? So this attack can be triggered multiple times. You can play maybe the Print and Tully melee commander with set for charge. Like if this unit attacks multiple times, like that's an insane value for the battlefield, basically.
I also think as the opponent of this unit, you never want to weaken this unit, right? Because at the very least, this unit takes the weakened off itself, so cannot be weakened effectively.
I like this unit a lot just because it's not I'm a melee unit that's gonna hit you and that's my role, or like, Starks or Swords or House Amber Berserkers. They are in a way the same unit. They cost different points, have different abilities, but in the end they're like, I have some keywords and I'm gonna hit you, and some stuff will happen, and they have a different concept on that, and that itself I find very intriguing.
Wait, can Stark do that? I thought that's the only thing they were allowed to do.
Rip.
Classic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sold. Like, obviously, Outriders got better. Bowmen are better. These two units are better. Like, there's been some changes up here. I don't really know where Starks are looking at a list right now. I can't envisage a list right now with Starks.
So do we think that's just fair to say that the biggest teeth that Stark had has been clipped, and everything else got slightly better, which is probably everything you could ask for from a balance patch? I know there's me being uncharacteristically positive, but...
Yeah, but I mean, that's it, right? And that's what we also wanted to see. We wanted the broken Rob list to be gone, or the Tulikav unkillable stuff gone, and we wanted Stark to have some other options because some of the units were very shit. I have to say, where the fuck is Mormon Bruiser buff?
Yeah,
this is the worst unit in the game, and they are not touched. What the fuck is this?
There's a couple of things here. So I've got this screen, the tier list we did last night for Starks, because we've got some more time now. We moved it to 25 minutes. Not KJ talking about Lannisters.
Wow, it's all my fault.
Guardian also not touched.
So we saw Winterfell Guardian come down. Do you know what's actually super interesting? Realised here, Eddard's Honor Guard didn't get
didn't change.
Stark Sworn Sword at any cost upgrade, right?
Yeah.
Let's just check the CMON website to see if they were included there. We're gonna have a look. Because they've put the individual files out, for those of you wondering. The full set of individual files for Season 7 is out. But obviously, various things didn't change. Yeah. Eddard's Honor Guard just don't have the at any cost ability.
That's really funny.
This must be an oversight. Like, this is classic CMON.
It feels odd.
Speaking of odd, I just want to ask this question. Am I the only person who noticed the quoting, again, we don't have to go back to Lannisters, but the quote text on the Tywin NCU card?
Yeah, it's probably because this guy copied it into some field. This is generated by Excel spreadsheet, and some quotation mark got copied from somewhere.
I mean, multiple of them are wrong, right? Tyrion's is also wrong. Tyrion's, this is like Muri.
Oh my god, it is. Jesus Christ, how hard is that to get right? Evidently very. Oh my lord.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Winterfell Guards, Mormont Bruisers weren't made better. We saw 2 units. Well, actually, 4 of what we would consider weak units were made better. One of our Overshadows was made better. Our situationals, we had Starks on Swords made better. And like Tully Cavalier maybe coming down because of the loss of Rally Banner. I'm not sure if... I think they've probably made... I don't think they've made Starks significantly better.
No, Starks
it's probably net worse, but I mean, so far of the two factions, both of the factions got net worse. So if that happens to all the factions and the games in the same places with different lists, which...
I don't think Lannister got net worse.
Well, of course you'd say that, but no.
I think Tywin was made. That was the only nerf.
Okay, no. But to be fair, you have been saying for all this time that Tywin, and we both agreed with this, that Tywin was the thing keeping Lannisters up. So if Tywin gets...
Okay, so historically it was true, as we've seen in Season 6. Like, you didn't need Tywin. Like,
some people played without Tywin.
Yeah.
They played this High Sparrow list without Tywin.
Yeah.
And High Sparrow was by far the most popular commander this season in Lannisters. So
that boggles my mind. Jesus Christ! Do I need to come back?
No. So I think the problem being is that it was just an easier thing to do. Like I think what you're saying about the Tywin bombs and all that, I do actually think that the top level of that is better. Like at a high end, I think that is a better strategy and a more strategy in a lot of ways because you have a lot of ways of pushing it. But if you're talking like second tier competitive, slightly lower down. The High Sparrow stuff is just so reliable because people do not have the tools to deal with it or won't try and work around it. Like
this is fair. No, that's a very fair way to word it. That's a fair way to word it.
Whereas you know full well those Tyrion lists and those kind of things, you were always controlling within a knife edge. And if you're good at that and you could do that, you could actually comfortably win games. But why do that when you can?
No, this is very fun.
Grant is here and says, "Is that Isaac?" Yes, it is Grant. We've got all of the people coming out of the woodwork today. And yes, Marwin, that was my phone. Chanel did indeed say that if I don't like the start changes, that's exactly what Chanel just texted me. All right then. That's Lannister. That's Stark's done. Sorry, because we ended up talking about Lannisters. We've got 5 minutes left, so that means we only need 20 minutes for the next faction, right?
Yep.
That works for me.
It's free folk.
A 5-minute interruption with Lannisters. Love it.
Sorry, I set the timer for 25 hours to talk about free folk. Everyone happy with that, yeah?
I mean, that's probably a thing that's going to happen anyway.
I think we're going to need longer, to be honest, with free folk. So, Darla getting changed. Yeah, way, woo. Crowns. You take the crowns, an enemy becomes weakened. Darla no longer has to replace the token removal for the hit from bags. And the letters thing to discard one card from the 2 top is still there. I think this is obviously an improvement, and like I thought she was okay before. She's better now. I would consider taking Darla more often if it means I don't have to take away the only way of removing tokens from units. Yeah, I think that's good. No one else has got any opinions.
Yeah. I mean, the letter zone is like the fact that you still draw cards.
Oh yes, yeah.
Like, yeah, the letter zone.
The letters is actually really good now.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, the fact that you don't. Okay, that's actually right. That's decent. That's decent.
And you don't put it back on top of the deck; you shuffle it into the.
Yeah.
Which could be good or bad. Because I mean, if you're picking out 2 cards, ideally one's going to be a lot better than the other, which means you'd probably usually want to put the other one back on top. Sure. So I think that's neither here nor there.
I mean, discarding one, like my stance, discarding one card from an opponent's tactics deck is literally worthless. It's completely worthless. This only matters if your opponent is actually decked, if they have no cards left in deck.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just have to imagine the card that you discarded as being on the bottom of their deck.
Yeah.
Discarding cards is...
I get what you're saying. I actually agree to an extent, but the caveat I'll say is, like, you're playing against Lannisters, just the easy example. You're playing against Lannisters, they've played one counterplot. If you then draw the 2 cards and then you know that the other now you know counterplot is gone. It's more if one card has been played and you discard the other, that gives you an unbelievable amount of information. Again, I still don't think she's crazy, but I think that's still quite strong in a good way.
I think it's pretty decent, yeah. And then I have to see the.
I think
like.
So I guess
I mean it's for free on top, right?
Yes,
why I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, that's so the difference is
the problem before
every other time it was opportunity cost. It cost you more than just the 4-point NCU to do this effect, and other NCUs we've seen with this similar effect, it costs to do this by like replacing a zone or something, right? Like this effect is not great, but if it's basically free, then it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice bonus. Like you can't say that it's not a bonus. It is. Yeah, although in theory, it's a possibility that you actually stack your opponent's deck to be better, but that's incredibly unlikely. Like if you draw 2 of the quest cards, discard one of them, and then shuffle the other quest card to the bottom of the deck, you've done your opponent a favor. But outside that fringe, it's probably good.
Steer. While influencing an infantry or cavalry unit, that unit's melee attacks gain sundering and is treated as having 1 extra rank for attack die. Hilarious.
Build your own screamer unit, Mickey.
I know, right? My own screamer unit. Although I still don't roll enough dice because it's +1 rank, not even +1 dice. While influencing a friendly monster unit, you may re-roll charge distance die and enemies successfully charged become weakened. Thank fuck. We obviously in CBA we designed Steer around more diving into more of the monster style NCU's support. thank fuck this actually does something for monsters now. And we have an NCU that actually wants to synergize a little bit with monsters. Like, I think this is cool. I don't even know if this is actually that good. The monster thing might be, because monsters might be broken. But I think this is, like, a good change.
Yep.
Giants we've already seen.
Mm.
KJ, Giants at 8 wounds. How do you feel about that?
Giants 8 wounds.
That's not the only change.
And they also can only suffer a maximum of 1 from failed panic tests.
Oh,
that's still not the only change.
Yep, they also roll 4 dice base and roll an additional die for every one of your remaining ranks. They also have crit blow and vicious, and you do not roll defense dice. Notice they do change from the cannot be blocked. So shield wall now works against giants.
Yep.
Which is
this seems good.
A 7-point unit that charges you with 7 dice and has 16 wounds.
This is so busted.
Yeah, that's
also taking the bags is twice as effective on this unit. So,
that seems really good.
It gets better.
You're not killing this without precision, right?
No.
This
not
is
easily.
The problem.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
We'll talk about giants as one group, I think, because they're all changing. Yeah. So we see Mag obviously getting the change rule as well, going to 8, also moving to a 3+3+ defensive profile, and he still makes his attack on death. I actually think this change for Mag, the biggest impact here is not the wounds element, although I do think that's a part of it. The bigger change here is that defensive stat line coming to 3+3+. This guy is fucking hard as nails.
That is
you're not killing this guy.
You are not killing this.
He's not done.
So he loses value from he never gets to do his fury attack from dying.
Never dies. Never makes the attack. Ramza in chat says, yeah, it's a 10-foot tall fucking giant. It should kill everything. Which, to be fair, he has a point. But I think thematic and gameplay...
It will do it.
Yeah. Marwin says they missed the opportunity to call the giant special rule large and inch. Love a bit of memeing. 1-1 goes to 9 points and is now less defensive than Mag, which for a time he was more defensive. 3+4+, but this is wild, by the way. I think this is absolutely wild what they've done here. So he also has the 8 wounds. He also has the whole 1 panic damage, even though I don't think he'll ever kill this with panic. When charging, the defender becomes weakened, and roll 1 extra attack die for each wound 1/1 has suffered to a maximum of +3. And after he's completed an attack, he restores a wound.
Yeah.
What is Melvin smoking?
You're not attacking this.
This guy's fucking
you're
nuts.
Not attacking it.
I mean, you're not playing this in your list because it's 9 points.
I really hate to keep on stabbing and making this joke, but can we all just please agree that these guys obviously destroy Kingsguard? And Kingsguard being 1 unit in 1 list with a specific commander is not nearly as big of a problem as this is, where you have 5 of them, or 4 or 3 or whatever you do with your list.
Sure.
Small caveat, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, right, is the old mag list, you used to make your mag list, and then you'd have points left over at the end. Usually 1 if you included 1/1, which is why you never put 1/1 in your list. Because if you took a normal savage or a spear thrower, you could then afford like a 2-point Shadow Cat or like Mansense attachment if you didn't have Mance 5. Like you could deviate more, whereas yeah, sure is a point more, and that will make list building a bit harder. But like you basically had that point in Free Folk anyway.
Yeah.
So like I don't think it matters that this has gone to 9. And I think that this is fucking ludicrous at 9.
Yeah.
Like I just think I don't know how you kill this.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean,
that's
can you
really
get to 9
wild.
activations with?
I think you probably can. We'll have to see, because there are people in chat saying his Season 7 Commander discount card is missing. Maybe they don't give Mag Commander a discount anymore?
I have to say this is probably randomly forgot.
It's probably more likely that they randomly forgot, yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe that's the way to balance it out.
Yeah, Varamir's is still in there. But Mags, although Mags was, I don't think ever added to Season 6 files either, actually. It was a... Nothing. Maybe it has gone.
Yeah, maybe that will get cleared up. And I mean, I could see it. I mean, the Savage Giant easily pulls its weight at 7, so...
There we go.
I mean, losing 4 points from that list is kind of rough, though.
It is. You're playing a real, 7 activation. And if these are 7 activation lists, then maybe this is a lot less of a problem. I say less of a problem. I still think these guys are nuts. If they're not running 9 activations,
60 wounds itself is really hard to get through.
Yeah. But if you think of it as they're not running 9 activation lists anymore, then they're not going to be able to leverage positional and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it's pleasant, but it might actually be a little bit more palatable. Well, I
think again we then have the distinction between the top tier and the more middle tier of the actual competitive play, because if everyone is just running around in most of the games playing 7x, then 9 or 8 doesn't matter. It'll still have the same effect.
Yeah.
But like you say, if it does go down, so far we've seen 3 of the 5 million factions so far, and this obviously seems to be by far the biggest blow up. If this is the only one that is the outlier, well, if that's the biggest thing you need to do to win, well, then people will change over to, I think, having more, having more 8-act lists. And then if it is 8 on 8, then, like you say, less of a problem. But oppressive for the people running 7.
Did you read the memo yet?
No, but we have to do... I want to do Giant Spear Throwers next.
Yeah.
The Giant Spear Throwers, again, the giant rule, the 3 dice on 3s. And then if the defender is cavalry, monster, or war machines, it deals 2 hits for each success with Vicious and Sundering. And they still have the do not roll defense dice on the range attack with the infinite range.
Yeah.
I hate this.
I mean, it feels bad, but at least it's not the
Scorpion thing.
At least it's not the Scorpion they showed.
I don't like this. This is not what we want. This infinite range thing, which they clearly learned from Scorpions, and we saw Michael Chanel make that change. I don't know why he's left this bit of that in.
That's really dumb. That's really, really dumb.
Not a fan. Oh well. Right, let's go through. Chariots are up next.
This is what?
This is extremely strong.
This is
4 points unit with a range attack, 6 dice on 3.
What?
Yeah. Why does this unit have a ranged attack? Why is it 4 points and has 4 dice on 3s?
That's better than Trappers.
3 auto hits. What?
Yeah.
It also can only take a maximum of 2 from Failing Panic, which is an unneeded change.
Jesus Christ.
I guess the point they're trying to make is this doesn't synergize with anything in Free Folk like base deck or something, or they were not very good so they needed to buff them. I mean, I don't understand why this is a thing. This is beyond me.
Yeah, you just drive this chariot out of line of sight of the opponent and then you shoot him with swords, right? That's the...
I think we're back, boys. I'm still playing Varamir Commander by the looks of it and just running a couple of these again.
I was going to say, Jesus, 3 points.
You see a couple, it's 4.
So annoyingly, I adapted mine to have Champions of Bone on the back, not Trappers. Now I need to get another box of chariots to put Trappers on. Because I'm currently doing a Harmer chariot for my second one. So... yeah, I've never fielded a fully painted base chariot. Fuck that noise. All right. Don't think that's great for the game. So war mammoths. Okay, there's 1,000,001 rules on this mammoth rule. Right, okay.
And they're all crazy. I love it.
8 wounds. Cannot control objectives. Once during this unit's activation, before selecting its action, it may shift 5 inches directly forward. Okay, so the nerfed cav move randomly. When charging, this unit ignores all terrain penalties. Cool. This unit can only suffer a maximum of 2 wounds from failing panic tests. And each time this unit fails a panic test, target all units within 2 inches. They each suffer D3 wounds.
That's like your own units as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is like this mammoth is going crazy.
And then Rampage. Dude, what the fuck? Rampage. Defenders do not roll defensive die. And this attack gains +1 attack die for each of this wound on the unit has suffered.
Itself, by the way.
To a maximum of +3.
Targets itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would hurt itself.
With the panic thing, yeah.
Yeah, actually it would.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it does.
You crammed this off the
rules,
rip?
man. We can't write rules.
This would hurt itself, yes.
Imagine playing against Lannister, they crown zap you, and then they play subjugation, and then you die. And
take half your army in deployment with it.
I take it back, Lannister's OP as long as the opponent runs mammoths. I mean, the funny thing is, I could actually see that mammoths actually would be a hilarious tech against the enemy's giants. You just chuck a fucking and you will now always take 6-inch charges over a corpse pile and hope you fail and just lol.
And snipe the giants with the auto wounds.
Yeah, that is funny.
You know, you won't take 6-inch charges because a 6-inch charge wouldn't put you in 2 inches of the enemy. You would take any 3-inch charge though.
Yes, right. but you could also, I mean, again, this is really being memey, but if you had an auto charge, you could actually just pivot so that your charge is significantly longer, so it's actually like a 50-50. And then if you fail it, you end up like in range of 1, 2, or whatever.
Sure, yeah. I think you'd just rather charge though.
Honestly, I would rather attack them.
I'm talking pure memes, but
also, dude, this guy just shifts 5 inches forward. Like,
yeah, that's.
Yeah,
So
wow.
Is this the worst unit in the game?
It's the weirdest unit.
This is fine.
I mean, it's a mammoth. It has to do some crazy stuff, right?
Yeah. Time to whip a couple
and again,
of paint.
we're asking the question: Can we move through palisades?
Palisade is a terrain penalty, right? I think it might be. Well, it's not in an FAQ, and there isn't an FAQ so far, so we're going to need that ruling relatively soon. Good job, community FAQ, he says.
Ignores terrain penalties. That's just the dumbest thing.
Oh god, I before I even read this, I see Frozen Shore Hunters, and I see Harpoon have a block of text larger than my dissertation. So, after completing this attack, target defender, they become weakened. Okay, that's the same. Ranged only. Then, this unit may shift 2 inches directly backwards. If the defender is unengaged and suffered any wounds from this attack, you may then force them to shift up to 2 inches towards this unit in a direction determined by the attack arc. Fucking incredible.
What?
You are literally grabbing a guy and yanking them over. I fucking love this.
I love it as well.
But it's
funny.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I am dragging you through stakes every fucking day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Stay away from stakes. Yeah.
That is really funny.
What the fuck is this?
This is a funny ability.
So
yeah.
This you have to realize this is a funny ability. Did you know why?
Coordination tactics is kind of
Coordination tactics. You can share this to share this to Spearwives
No.
before they do charging volley, meaning you can shift an enemy out of a charge block.
Okay, that's crazy. It's not crazy, but that's good.
I mean, it's funny.
I mean, it's
funny as well.
Shifting enemies out of charge blocks is kind of difficult, I think.
It's quite difficult because it would have to be
in the right line arc as well.
Because it shifts them forward if they're in the front.
You have to be in the flank,
you need
then
to
you
shift
shift
them in the
back
rear.
into their front and shift them sideways so their front is unblocked now.
Yeah.
If you can pull it off,
the
you
math here
deserve it.
never works out. Yeah. The angles here never work out.
No, it wouldn't work, would it? It wouldn't. It can't work.
Yeah, because you have to pull them in the
line
No,
arc.
because if you, let's say their front is blocked, right, and you stand in their flank, if you angle, so you shift backwards and they shift sideways still, and after those shifts you're in their front and their front is now unblocked, right? But it's
so here the thing here is you're right. So you can be in the front and they're charge blocked in the front. Then when you shift back 2 and the enemy shifts up to forward 2, you might have crossed that flank arc, so now you're charging the flank. Because the harpoon shifting 2, where it does say forward if attacked from the front. So you can actually shift back 4 inches with this ability between the attack shift 2 and then shift 2 back 4 after the attack, right? So you could actually uncharge block yourself. That's not actually that hard. Yeah, okay, that's silly. Big sills.
It's funny though. And
it is funny.
I don't think it's good. So
Bear Riders. The time has been absolutely going off, Kaz.
Wait, we've been talking for 25 hours already?
Yeah, 25 hours already. It's been 25 hours. Mark target on the bears, and they have, after rolling attack die, if the defender has any condition tokens on them, this unit may re-roll any attack die, and it has 7 attack dice on 2nd rank of the melee profile.
7. What?
It's also movement 5.
Yeah, and it doesn't have charging volley anymore. So
it doesn't have charging volley.
When are you ever using this range attack?
When you're charge blocked.
Well, the coordination takes to pull your
opponent. You can't. They're cavalry.
You can't, it's cavalry unit.
Yeah. Oh shit.
They made this actually do probably less damage.
Yeah.
Off its combo. But it's better at the melee stuff, like significantly better in the
melee.
Yeah.
7/7. Yeah.
It also doesn't synergize with Steer's quest card that gives out vulnerable tokens on every attack. This is actually strictly worse then as well. It synergizes less with that ability. Yeah. There's still no cav support really, so I'm not convinced.
Big melee unit. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's just a big scary melee unit. Fine. Might see play.
I don't think it's good.
Harmer's Vanguard, planned approach, attack repo, cav. We saw these before. They got buffed to movement 6 and with change in the planned approach ability and attack repo. I think this is a tech piece. I still don't think this. Again, there's no synergy.
You can change, right?
There's just no synergy with this.
I mean, it's still the rest of the faction in the game would die for this. It's a 6-point cav, or it's a 6-move cav for 5 points. But it doesn't really solve anything in free folk.
Well, especially it's also 7. It's 7 morale and 6 armor. Dude, it dies to a swift breed. Like you're not running Zorse Riders. Zorse Riders die too easily.
Charge on this unit, right? This is like nice with your big dumb melee unit like Silenceman.
Yes.
But you don't have a big dumb melee unit, or like you don't play this playstyle.
No, exactly. It doesn't look like it's great in pre-folk, but I mean, again, attack repo and 6 move cav for 5 points. Objectively, you would take that Lannister every time if you could. I think most factions would, but for pre-folk, it's irrelevant. Faction design.
Although I'm not sure you would take this in Lannister as well, because you have other ways of shutting down abilities, I guess.
I'm more looking at attack repo, but again, you'd probably take Tyrion Commander. Well, you should take Tyrion Commander anyway, but maybe now less so.
Palmer's Bannerman, which you can share, like because this isn't this doesn't even unlock an attachment slot. Like it plays away from what season gave us.
Yeah.
And it has no deck synergy specifically with free. Yeah. Whatever. I might play it a bit, but I'm not sold. Neutrals. Sorry, voice is going. Jaqen up first. I'm going to leave you guys to do this while I quickly go and grab a drink. Jaqen, is he good or bad?
I think he's interesting. I don't know if it's good.
Though.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Because now he can copy anyone, right? And he can gain their ability. So I'm sure there's tons of different uses for this. I don't know if it'll be good.
For example, you can copy Valda Frey and make your opponent's cat completely useless.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Valda Frey. Yeah. But like, what NCU abilities exist that are not influence abilities that you want to copy and then spend another order token to use it?
Well, they might not be order token abilities, right?
Yeah, it should be like passive abilities.
Yeah.
Right?
What passive abilities do you want to take? This one, it's not an influence. It's not a once per game, and it's a passive ability. Yeah, I don't know.
This is basically another. I mean, you could do that as a second Peter, which I could actually see play for. Because this is like it's a little bit extra Peter. You could copy.
No, I'm sorry, but you're spending two
of your 3
tokens.
tokens.
You're spending 2 tokens to get Peter's switches on once, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you basically just have Peter with an extra token, and you can do it 2 times in the same round if you want. Again, I'm not saying that's the best use case, but I could see play for it. I mean, Thursday, obviously, I could see that being quite fun.
Yeah, she's an influence though, right?
Yeah, we're trying to find non-influence.
Or like just like what is like with Bell or something.
I mean, you could copy influences before, right? We're like considering the cases of which abilities do you want to copy that are not influences that you couldn't do before. And like, I don't think you're ever copying something like Varys or Eddard Stark, I guess.
I don't either. But I think you
like
could
spend 2 order tokens to get the ability once.
I think the really interesting ones like
Arya
might be Arya. Arya and like
Arya you would definitely do.
Yeah, Arya, especially like imagine playing into the Stark and you have a list like tech to play into Starks. And the
question is, do you play this as Stark?
To get another Arya.
To get another Arya token.
You might, yeah.
It's like, I think take Arya for 1 token. That's already pretty good, right? You can you can have an NCU with 1 Arya token and 1-time copy enemy influence
Caitlyn,
NCU, right?
Or Caitlyn, yeah. 1-time copy Caitlyn as well.
I like it.
I don't know.
I think that's really interesting.
Interesting.
I worry about neutral NCUs because of like the game, right? We've seen neutral NCUs just dominate the game before, and it's just like the design space of specifically neutral NCUs is always very difficult. But I don't think that this is crazy stupid.
You can even copy the enemy Jaqen.
Wait, we're missing a big one. I think being able to copy replacements use is really good, and you can be Lady Val, right? So like every time you play against free folk. Oh, is that what you said, Alex? My bad. Yeah.
You could copy Lady Val. You could copy like Mance. You could copy
5-point Eddard. Well, that's an influence. Oh, yeah, we're talking about influences again. But yeah.
Well, even just 5-point Eddard though, because you don't get the once per game, but you still get the effects that.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
but
fact
these were things
that
you could already
usually Jaqen used to be shit because you had to play your own influence NCU with him, and you
Yes.
don't generally want to play 2 influence NCUs. Now, you can copy anything.
Yeah.
And I feel like
I don't.
it becomes a lot easier to justify him in your list, right?
Yeah. I think especially. Oh, go ahead, Mickey.
I was gonna say the only thing I don't like is I don't like the idea of like a double Mel or something, which you could already do, like, but not because I think those things are good, but those are just very oppressive, right? They're very like if you have bad morale, you're now
double Othel.
Yeah, double Othel is a good example, like which you can do.
Yeah.
And that's like I don't like that stuff. But like doubling other stuff, like fine. I think it's cool. I'm fine with it. But
I think what's going to be the most interesting is list building with him. If you're attacking against certain matchups, like we know, like 100%. If I'm trying to attack against free folk, every free folk like this list is going to have Lady Val. So this means my Jaqen is 3 times Lady Val. Like I get Lady Val 3 times. Or I think new Cersei is 100% auto include. So if I'm attacking against new Lannisters, it's like, well, actually, I don't need Barristan against Lannisters because now I have Cersei, which is Barristan, as Jaqen. So I'm getting a point cheaper. I only get him 3 rounds, but
I mean, you probably in your global list, you probably play Jaqen and Barristan, right?
Maybe. I don't know. We can talk when we get the targets, but I don't know what that third NCU is anymore. But yeah. Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I don't know if it will be good at 3 orders, but it's interesting.
I think 3 orders is enough because you probably don't care about him in round 1, and then.
I think if he was 4, we'd be having a problem. I think 2, he'd probably be shit. I think 3 is probably a sweet spot. My worry is something like an Othel, where is this just like Othel plus Jaqen just like fucking possible for certain units?
Imagine playing free folk and all your units already get half-halved by Othel, and then this guy plays 2 of them.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think 4 would be broken, but I don't know if 3 is enough. It's one of those places where like it feels, but I don't know, because like with 3, then you can only like if you did want to do a token thing, you can only do it once, which like I don't know might be enough, right? Like 1 Arya token is already incredible, isn't it? Like
yes.
So
I mean, the 3 Lady Vals is
also very good.
Bonkers.
Yeah, it's also very good. Yeah. So this is interesting.
Varys has gone to 5. No other changes.
Wait a second.
4 auto tokens.
Wait 1 second. What if you copy Vandermeer? Then you can replace the zone to get your order token back.
Wait.
You actually can.
I mean, you can, but for what, right? You pay 1 to get it.
So you don't. You don't, right? Because it copies for the round. You copy Wendermere, you take the zone to get the order token back, then you'll be on 3 again, and then you can use any of those 3 tokens to heal 2 or to shift and draw a card, right?
Yeah.
So you actually can just copy Wendy in that matchup, knowing that you get to do all of this extra stuff, and he never wastes any tokens.
There's got to also be some crazy combos that we're not thinking of yet. Because like this lets you basically have any NCU in any faction. Like it's possible for you to have any NCU in any faction.
Yeah, but it's always going to be the thing where obviously it will depend on who you play against, which means you're not going to take it unless there's either one NCU which you're so scared to lose against you, it's an auto take, or you have a strategy built into your own list, which inherently is more difficult, and you're not guaranteed to get a situation where you're going to be able to use Jaqen against your own.
But there's usually, like, NCUs, what we know about the game is that there's nearly always a good NCU in a faction. And that NCU typically sees play 60-70% of the time. Or there's more than one and they get swapped around, right? Like,
I think this combination with Vandermeer is already pretty broken. Because the problem is Vandermeer usually is you have to spend 10 years to get a good stockpile of tokens. And this guy gets them for free instantly.
And he can use them. Oh, that's what you're saying before. He can burst use them actually as well. Yes. You can scoot across the field in the span of like 3 turns, 3 started turns. You can scoot 9 inches across the field. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, which is pretty insane.
Well, like we talked about, copy area to then just go bang bang.
But, like, I think area is play this guy with area and add out 5, for example.
Yeah.
You can even sacrifice Jaqen afterwards, right? Because you get all of the abilities.
No, because it's a once per game.
You can't use it once per game.
Right. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jaqen's really interesting.
I do like it. Like it makes me excited. Like
yeah. This is a skill expression NCU at least.
Let's go Varys. Varys at 5, same but gets 4 tokens. I mean, we've seen Varys at 4 with 4 tokens. We've seen Varys at 4 with 3 tokens. We've seen Varys at 5 with 4 tokens. We've seen Varys at 5 with 3 tokens when he was back old Varys. Like, I feel like that Varys just needs his points changed every update, and that in itself is like new. I don't think you're running 5-point Varys.
I think you might in some lists, but I like that he is not in every fucking Martel list anymore.
Like, just every list.
What change annoys me more than the Tywin change. It really does. That's just annoys me.
But I think it's fine because something like this was omnipresent for Varys has been omnipresent in the game for like the past 6 patches, and he comes in and out of popularity based on somewhat meta and based on somewhat like his exact wording or the exact like changes to it. But he has been in and out. He's the top rated NCU in the game, top rated component in the rankings, although rankings are inflationary, they're not ELO. Like, he's 100 points clear of Tully Cav. Like, he's just been omnipresent, along with a bit to some extent Baelish, on and off.
Yeah.
For so long. Like, I don't think playing a patch where Varys is bad in my eyes. Like,
I agree. I think
it's not a problematic change. I just find it unfortunate. I think Varys was Varys rewarded skill in a very big way because you very often saw people running Varys and just completely wasting him, and then you had people who could utilize Varys very well. And I don't think this change makes the game better.
I don't think it rewards skill when you play against Martel and you have to take the swords and you get the 3 hits tax for that. When you play factions with like 5+ defense or like 6+ defense on units.
Well, that was always within your control anyway, and it happened 3 times a game. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was strong.
It was annoying that like every time you played against Martel, you played against this fucker. Like, let me take the swords, man. and this measuring can on the horse. I think the horse is like the more problematic token from him.
Funny enough, I think he might be played in Martels a lot. If I read a little bit over the Martel files, and I'm not seeing a good passing NCU there. So
yeah, but at least you're paying 5 points then.
Yeah, I mean that's the price, I guess.
It's like I don't like neutral NCUs that exist in so many lists. Like, I think neutral NCUs should be niche. And Varys for a very long time was just way too good. And
yeah, I think 5 point. Okay, I'm skipping ahead of it a little bit because I can see the next thing in the line. I think 5 point Varys is like completely dead to this next guy, right?
Yeah, we'll go to Varys. We'll go to Walder Frey for 5. Influence while influencing a friendly unit, gains +1 move and pivot at the start of its activation. And while influencing an enemy combat unit, -1 move and may not pivot at the end of a maneuver or march.
That is busted.
Also,
that is game breaking busted.
Somewhat helpful. I can kind of give this hot off the press, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I imagine it's just an error. Mag's commander card discount is getting added back in. It was missed. Is getting added back in.
Rip.
Yeah, I mean this is insanely overpowered in my opinion.
What, Walder? Yeah.
Yes.
You can literally only go forward when you're influenced. There's no other.
Yeah.
Well, no, you can pivot and then walk backwards and then do nothing for the rest of your turn.
Yeah, this is very problematic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacken and Walder.
Oh, true. You could even have 2 of them. Yeah.
Yep.
In neutrals, you could. Yeah. I don't think you do this in other factions as much. I think you would do this in neutrals.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't like this. Is so strong.
This is
like,
where you have to
insane.
play your own Walder to counter the enemy Walder after you have a dogshit pivot. You can activate and then
just
pivot yourself.
Damn, this is
countered.
Hello.
Oh, it's Tristan here.
I'm here.
I mean, maybe it's not game breaking, but like still.
I didn't produce any graphics for. But
that's how I came to as well too.
Right. The this Walder thing. I was thinking about would a Walder and a Walder cancel each other out, or like how do you make it not pivot at the end of a maneuver march and then gain a pivot in a movement march at the end of an action? But obviously they're not the same thing.
Yeah,
but I was just trying to think if there's anything that you would. No, I don't.
I mean, how do you play cavalry with this shit?
Yeah.
You play them. Yeah. You play them like war mammoths. You just shift forward like everyone else.
Pretty much, yeah.
I think this is actually probably too good, but I think for 5 points this might be okay. As in, like,
I agree. It's very good. It's very strong, but I'm not convinced it's going to be game breaking. Is it going to be an auto include? Probably. And if that's your definition of game breaking, then fair enough. But
I'll tell you what this does do. Is this does shut down people like just charge blocking on every move.
Yeah, fuck tactical gameplay, man. Just run forward.
Just run forward.
Thanks, Michael.
Also makes that skirmisher keyword look pretty good. To be honest, though, the friendly influence, the enemy influence thing is going to be useful, but the friendly influence thing
isn't even bad.
Perfectly good.
It's like if you play an infantry list, you're kind of happy about that.
Yeah, you like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the enemy influence that feels problematic.
Can get 7 speed and charge in any direction. Yeah, sure. But man.
Yeah, but I mean, +1 move influence or -1 move influence NCU. I know a little bit about that because I play a faction where I've run that for years. They're pretty good. The fact it comes with bonuses now that aren't basically irrelevant, although the terrain thing is relevant, but the 1 or 2 disorderly charge thing happened like once in my entire life, and I thought it was hilarious. This is probably very yeah. I think you copy this with Jacken.
You might,
I think you could.
I think you could. I think a case to be made of whether you double down or you go him and Peter as a second pick. I think Peter's still great, and honestly, I think Varys is still playable.
I will I will say, of course, this is really good on cavalry because being able to pivot before you do your cav move, really. Anyway.
Yeah. It's also like
it doesn't block
also
the pivot
think about
before the maneuver, Mickey. It's only at the end, so you can like walk
No. I meant friendly pivot.
And then
I was memeing. I meant giving your friendly cavalry unit a pivot before it did its cav move.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
That's a good one.
Of course, next update they're getting rid of all cav moves and everything is just a war mammoth shift forward. So this actually suddenly becomes amazing.
And they forget to change order in that patch.
I'm gonna interrupt. I just realized something. Technically, your own Walder on a cavalry would undo the enemy's Walder, wouldn't it? Because if you do your cav move first, you do a cav move with +1, -1 move, then you're not allowed to pivot, and then you choose to pivot with your own Walder.
Yes, you could do that. Yeah.
No, because they reworded cavalry, right?
No, at the start of this unit's activation.
Oh no, that was only in the playtest. Oh my god! Oh no!
So you can counter enemy Walder on your cavalry by running friendly Walder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So everyone's going to run Walder.
Yes.
Great.
Damn it! I don't have a Walder.
Let's see what.
What am I talking about?
And then you play Lannister and you intrigue the enemy Walder. And now you win.
Yeah, eat shit. Eat absolute shit. Okay, that's funny. That's very funny.
Post makes a criminal comment, which I don't want to roast too hard because we don't like being viewers off. But Post, you say you can still pivot at the start of a maneuver. I don't think it's so busted. Pivoting at the end of a maneuver is like the reason you do a maneuver. Because you turn, face away from the enemy, to then move into their flank. You now can't turn to face their flank. Then moving into their flank was a complete waste of time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be fair, I get what what he's saying in the sense of obviously you can, if you're careful with how you pivot, if you're close to someone's flank, then you can just move a little bit and then make sure you see a tiny corner of the back end of their base in your arc so that you can still do it. But again, like that's fringe. It is still a very, very, very powerful ability. But yes, you can. It doesn't completely fuck you.
I get how weird Surging Forth is.
Yeah.
Like this makes Surging Forth really weird because if you want to actually be able to pivot, then you basically can't move at all. If you want to be facing the opposite direction at the end of the Surge Forth, then you basically can't move at all.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah. Surging Forth is very weird.
What do you mean? I overrun when I search for.
Fair enough.
I can enjoy it.
Also, we've
got 48 seconds to cover the rest of the units. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, speed run.
Right. Whistle stop. No. Hedge Knight's got the +1 base morale, and that was basically it. And +1 dice on last rank. Fine.
Rank.
Yep.
Great, good change. I'm glad that they're a bit better. Fine. Golden Company Swordsman, complete rework again. Golden Reputation. After an enemy completes a melee attack on this unit, if that enemy does not have more remaining ranks than this unit, target the enemy. It becomes panicked and vulnerable. It got moved to 3 up, 5 up defensively. Okay. Anyway, Golden Company War Elephants.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mickey. Yeah.
I going back
to
when
you're ever playing this ever. Yeah.
I don't know why you're playing. Is it better than it was? Maybe. Is this good? Not really.
Yeah, I don't know why you're ever playing this. Yeah.
At least it's a 7-point melee infantry unit with 3 up, 5 up, no keywords and all rolls. It's completely fine. It's lower quality than most other things. It's as simple as that.
I want neutrals to be bad, so yeah.
Golden Company War Elephant as the last neutral change now has 8 wounds and the 5-inch shift. It's missing it's got some weird formatting errors on the War Elephant, so that's obviously a headache.
And what?
I don't know why they've got formatting errors because right on the other one.
What's the formatting error?
Look, if you read the card, right, it's once during this unit's activation, comma, before new line, selecting its action.
Yeah.
So freaky extra thing got in there.
Did the limited rule for it get changed too? The specificity?
No, it was always one per.
No, the infantry unit. Did it always specify infantry unit or just Golden Company unit?
Golden Company, wasn't it? Because Golden Company.
And otherwise, this would be kind of stupid because the Golden Company war elephant includes itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was Golden Company. It had a special thing because it did say infantry, I think, but the Golden Company attachment conferred that benefit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm missing a little bit on the elephant, the rule that if it fails a panic test, then every unit.
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing.
Rage has to do something.
Yeah, this would be 10 times better with that mammoth ability. It'd be 10 times funnier.
It's the
But it gains
How about you play this unit with a rush of aggression and then you charge an infantry unit, 8 dice on 3s.
Didn't you already do that though?
Yeah. But it's I did do that in like back in season 2 or whenever.
You can't take this though because of the cost. And unless the attachment is different or what we suggest, you can't take this because of cost in non-neutrals.
That's true.
So the attachments,
you have to take
it with the attachment, right?
It says this unit is a Golden Company unit, which if it's an infantry unit would confirm that, sure. But like, I don't think you're ever running.
No, you're not.
No.
It costs you 7 points because you don't get the attachment reduction. You're not doing it. Oh well. Rip.
So.
Move on.
maybe neutrals, yeah.
Neutral.
Wait.
And by neutral, I mean Notes Watch. I don't know why I said neutral.
Hey, Mickey, can I ask you a favor?
Go on.
I need to leave. Can we do Targ? Can we skip out a line?
Oh, 20 minutes. You've got 20 minutes on Targ. We're skipping out of line purely for Bryce here. Bryce.
Hell yeah.
His does Lorak. He's got a lot.
Long, by the way.
It's going to take 20 minutes to read this goddamn card. All of these.
So we can do the unit, and in the meantime, Price can read the NCUs.
Yeah. Quickly, after he claims the zone, target enemy crowns. The enemy targeted by the zone also becomes vulnerable. All other friendly units in short range restore 1 wound or remove a condition token. We're taking bags. If you place the condition token on enemy, target another enemy unit. It gains another token, same type with letters, and then passive and dying. You may draw a tactics card, then discard the hand cycle. Okay. Are you taking this? It's better than it was. Are you taking it? Probably not.
No.
Probably not. No.
Cool.
I mean,
that was good.
We don't know how good Miri will be. I haven't read this all yet.
Yeah, not good apparently.
Very
bad.
I'm taking neutral NCUs. I'm not taking this one.
Yeah.
Illyrio begins with 3 order tokens. You may only use Illyrio's influence by removing an order token from him. It's just incredibly odd wording, but okay. When Illyrio influences a friendly unit, choose one of the following. It restores 2 wounds. While he's influencing a unit, it gains melee attacks using their highest attack die value and gains Sundering. Or target 1 unit in short range of this unit becomes panicked and weak. I hate this because I really feel like, as a competitive player, it wouldn't bother me, but I really feel that this is the kind of thing where like tracking what you've used it for is going to become like a pain in the arse, right? Like, did I track it for like the wounds, or did I do the tokens, or did I
mean,
get
the wounds will just happen.
The Sundering is the only thing that's
only one you would put the card down for. Yeah,
but the point is if I use it as like first NCU heal, and then it's now the end of the round, am I going to remember what I used it?
And on top of that as well, you obviously still have to place the card down. Because
you have to place the card, yeah.
Yeah, but one, because if you don't, and especially we're talking about newer players here as well, you know, if you don't put the card down, then you're probably going to forget that you influence, and then you might influence again, which, you know, obviously is. But
I don't
you have to do it, and then it's going to have the float.
I don't think that's really an issue. Like
it's not an issue for competitive play, but I think for more casual play, this is going to be a nightmare.
Wait, funny question.
I think it's going to be fine.
Ariane already does this the same.
Yeah,
you need to remember. Like,
this is fine. It's whatever. You're always. I don't know. You're always either healing or. I don't think you're ever. I don't feel like you're rarely using the second effect. I think. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because if you're using it for the wounds or the panicked and weakened, it's point and click. It's done. You've done it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but funny question. If Jack and Hagar copies this guy, it takes him 2 order tokens to use his influence then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah, I don't think I'm playing this guy, to be honest.
No.
I don't know. I think Targs are gonna have a big token problem. So like maybe for the token things, but I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Each time Miri claims a zone, you may choose one. Remove a condition token from a friendly unit and place it on Miri's card. Okay. Or remove one condition token from Miri's card and place it on one engaged enemy combat. That engaged keyword, holy shit, that's bad.
It's so bad.
Once per game, when Miri claims a zone, you may target one friendly combat unit. If you do, attach one previously destroyed friendly non-combat attachment. Jesus, so many like prefixes to that unit, replacing one as usual but ignoring the attachment limits. So the once per game is unchanged over the zone replace, right? Used to be able to do.
It's not a replace anymore.
It's not a zone replace.
Yeah. So it just happens. But other than that, then, yeah,
you get the condition. I don't think the condition token thing is like complete trash.
It's
that engaged thing though.
It's dog shit. I think. Like I think this is unplayable.
I don't because you can take this with Drogo. And
at least you're taking the conditions off, right?
Yes.
Basically, like Caitlyn.
It's at least removal.
It's at least removal, and you can put like you could still use this with like Assault Orders Drogo or like a swords attack with something that's engaged to put a token of your choice down on the enemy based on what you've been removing.
It has to be the token you removed, yeah.
No, a token you've removed.
Yeah, it has to be a token you've removed, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So you if you remove both panic and vulnerable or like a weakened token, like you will get the choice of which one you put down, right?
I mean, you're not removing weakened tokens, that's for sure.
Yeah, you don't get weakened. Yeah,
wait,
I don't.
This is actually funny. Will the opponent in round 1 take letters and make your non-weakenable unit weakened so you don't?
So you can't marry something? Yes, yeah. I think so. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It feels bad.
It feels bad compared to where she was. She was basically.
I just like.
She also doesn't heal anymore.
The engaged is so bad.
Yeah, it is. Engaged keyword is just trash. It always has been.
Because like. If you're thinking of the classic Drogo list stuff, anytime you're taking swords, like you're probably taking anytime you're taking swords, you're doing it like the very top of the round, right? Which means you want to be playing your influence into you, which means you want to be playing Barristan down. So you don't want to be taking Mary and playing down like using Mary to get like an extra token on. You probably just skip out on the panic token, Warcry for the vulnerable. And then hopefully you're 2-tapping the unit anyway. Or if not, on the 3rd attack, hopefully you don't need a token anyway then.
Yep.
So like I don't think it works.
I think there's a reasonable assumption that if you're not playing Miri, Illyrio takes her spot.
That's originally what I said as well. That Illyrio could take her spot, but that was before I read neutrals. And I don't know, maybe you save a point. I think we'll get there. I think you might actually save a point if you're still running the classic Drogo list and take Walder Frey.
Yeah.
Wait, but Walder is 5 points, so
that's why you got to save a point.
Yeah,
and I think I think you might
like
save
Illyrio actually. I think it's some nice grindy ability. It might enable the infantry targs that got buffed anyway.
I don't know. I find it a little weird that they said they were changing the NCUs that were like overcomplicated. And then like I feel like all these NCUs, or at least 3 of these 4 NCUs, got like more complicated.
Yeah. That is something though, with the Unsullied though, or at least with the Swords Masters, they can become weakened. They just can't be expended. But with Miri, you can remove that weakened and place it somewhere else.
And they didn't even change the Blood Riders to have that same like type of thing going on.
Well, they're not a unit, so they don't get changed.
Well, no, the Blood Rider unit. I mean, I'm talking about the unit itself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that because we haven't got through.
Yeah. Sorry, I read
the Pirate Pre. We saw in the reveals, like whatever. We just don't think this is very good.
I think he's dog shit.
Yeah. I think the argument we posited is
everything.
He is better than he was. He's better than he was, but like he's just and less interesting, and still not good enough.
I actually think he's worse than he was. I think I prefer the old one.
I think if the replace like the normal replace lets you choose which card to discard rather than just be the normal House of the Undying.
I just don't think it matters.
Can we stop with this cards discarding stuff? Like the important part is the knowledge of the hand, and replacing a useless zone that nobody cares about is like not useful because you're this is not a pressing issue in the round. If you can replace like horses or bags, then this is actually useful.
All right, gentlemen, I will be back in about half an hour after dinner, but it has been an absolute pleasure, and like I said, I'll be back shortly.
Asia will be back after a short ad break. Hey, there's no ads. Right, so Jorah has a lot of words as well. He's given maximum of 1 wound from failing panic test, which
nice. Wow,
good. And the point
it is good, but like I'm glad that that's happened. But
3 wounds.
I don't care. Screamers have lost a vulnerable token.
I mean, like, wait, it actually is interesting.
I think this is interesting.
Right? That is
it's good.
But the Jorah thing.
Going on a point is interesting.
Yeah, Tywin doesn't exist anymore, right?
Tywin doesn't exist.
Tywin can do 3 hits to him still on his activation.
Yeah, I mean, Tywin.
Nobody's picking Tywin.
I agree. Nobody's picking him.
And Varys is decreased in play rate. Those 2 things going mean that this 1 panic wound.
I think the double awful list is like problem, right?
Yeah, the double awful is the thing that I'm looking at, which just eats Jorah alive. So it doesn't matter.
That's true.
The problem is before, if Jorah failed his panic check, he'd die, right? That would be a thing. Whereas now he's not going to die. But you were only ever making Jorah do a panic check because you were basically like shooting for them, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays it takes away a very unlikely event from happening. I don't think that makes any difference.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think it's the 1 point cheaper that's like actually the important thing.
Yeah, 3 points is big. It was pretty good. For reference, he used to be 3 points many years ago. And yeah, I think moving to 3 points makes more sense. In line with a lot of the other solos we've seen previously, when they all got moved to 4 and things. Anyway, Screamers, no vulnerable.
Yeah, this change really worries me. With the increase in tankiness that we're seeing kind of across the board in a lot of units, losing the vulnerable. I don't know how in Targs you get that vulnerable back unless you're running the martial training attachment and you're not running a Blood Rider. I don't know where you're getting the vulnerable from. I think okay though. Much better. I think it would have been much better if they had, since we're seeing this tankiness increase, it seems like across factions, if they had left the Furious Charge and taken away the Sundering off the unit.
We haven't seen that much tankiness increase except in the 7 point. Remember that.
Sure.
Maybe the 6 point bracket with a double amount of wounds.
Sure, okay, but like, yeah,
it seems like a lot of good things are going to be on like 3-up, 4-ups. Yeah. So like, I think these guys actually.
I agree that you can get Sundering, but you can't get the vulnerable.
Yeah, because like we have this card in our deck called Fire and Blood, right? That like is actually pretty useless on Screamers, and it could have been useful if they took away the Sundering and gave you the vulnerable instead.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out there, right? Is it a bad thing that Screamers are weaker? And by that I mean Screamers have been punching well above their weight in terms of quality sometime. Do I think Targs need something in compensation for this change? 100%. Do I think it's a problem that this unit lost this on its own? Not necessarily. I wonder, the question I've got is where the worry would stem. Have they been compensated for this elsewhere? And it doesn't look like it from the NCUs. Yes.
Right? I think both the Unsullied units are very, very decent now. I would say the Swordmasters are.
They're very grindy, right?
And the Pikemen are at least very decent. And Brazen Beasts are 6 move unit, 5 5 costs with hitting on 3s.
Through the history of the game, and maybe we'll finally see it change, through the history of Song since Targs first came out and were absolutely dog tier, all the way through till Season 6, Targ infantry lists have just never been that great. Never been the way to play the faction, really. Even with Relentless, with the old Relentless 3-pointer, they were just worse at it than Night's Watch ever were. And Drogo was still just good, and you played Drogo with a couple of those attachments in. So
you played the Drogo 8 activation,
yeah,
and only played Relentless as a pass, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, is it a bad thing that Drogo maybe gets worse for one time since 2021?
I don't
maybe
even
not.
think Drogo gets that much worse, right?
I don't even know if Drogo actually cares that much.
One furious charge on the screamers.
This makes other units that aren't Drogo worse. Is like the problem.
Well, it makes the screamer style worse, which was typically something that Drogo epitomized. The question whether or not, like, are you now going to run the infantry with the other commanders, meaning that the infantry actually have a place? Like, is this a terrible thing? I don't think it's a terrible thing on its own. That's what I'm saying. This unit is obviously worse, but like making cavalry worse seems to be
the
direction of the patch.
Maybe the best list is still Drogo.
I think it's still going to be the Drogo list, maybe.
Then,
it could well be. Yeah. It could well still be Drogo.
It might very much be the case.
And like that, and that's unfortunate, right?
Yeah, I will agree there.
But at least maybe it enables some different style of Targaryen that we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. Change is massive.
Did Hurricanes move from 6 armor back down to 5 again?
Yes, and they got an extra dice.
An extra dice, yeah. But the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure this is what Hurricanes used to do at 5 points.
I
think so.
Back when I was taking them in the Jorah 8, I think this is what they used to be. And then in Season 6, didn't they get made, or Season 5? Season 5, they got made worse. They had +1 armor and -1 attack die. I think this is just what they were back in like Season 4. I think. So, yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. I think these are great. I think Hurricanes are great. Like,
I think they're not great because the attachment patch and every 5-point unit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. No,
and you can't fight anything.
I think the difference is, sorry, when I say they're great, they are. The problem is not the unit. The unit is actually perfectly serviceable at 4 points. The problem is the circumstance makes them not very playable. Like, it was the same problem, again, the chariot thing with chariots getting a rage attack insane. I didn't think chariots were unplayable. I just think that the circumstances that the game currently is in makes chariots not playable, if that makes sense. But it's not because the chariot is weak. I've always said that with chariots patch, and I think Hurricanes were the same, in my opinion. This has got very similar output to Screamers. Very similar. Pikeman, set for charge, shield wall, unyielding, which, you know, most doesn't matter. Fine, I guess.
They're just the same with armor 3, yeah.
Armor 3, of course, yeah.
I think the problem is that the defensive orders are ass, right? Like, that's the problem. We've already seen 2 armies that have something that I think will be taken in almost every list that turns off defensive orders.
Yep. And from my perspective, Varamir's not changed, and neither's the Wolf Pack, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Like,
So I think the
stats of this unit are still good.
I used
to think I pop Mokoro and then I almost one-tap this unit, and then my second attack, okay, you get to block 1 hit from shield wall. Congrats. But now,
I mean, that's
you can tank up. I think you can tank up with this unit against a lot of stuff you couldn't do it before.
It's
maybe. I think we should just move on to the Swordmasters, because I think that they're just the better version. Like, I think you don't care. I think most time you don't care about set for charge, and most time shield wall's gonna get turned off. Like, that's what it feels like.
It is good for Grey Worm and Choirs, I can tell you that.
Yeah. I think Target Infantry might be decent now and playable with both these changes.
I think Swordmasters and Brazen Beasts are insane. I think these two units are insane.
Let's
I think
look at Brazen
else.
Yeah, I think this might enable like 8 activation tags with the Brazen Beasts alone.
Yeah, I think Brazen Beasts are absolutely cracked. What is this?
Pretty good, yeah.
Like, I'm already trying to build some lists with like double Brazen Beast, Chora, Veterans, and something.
Yeah.
The problem here is like range unit wise, you're still limited to Outriders, right? Which is still fine.
Yep.
But you need a range threat and
it's just the Outriders.
Yeah,
that's what you're taking. But like, I don't want to skip ahead, so we should talk about Swordmasters before Brazen Beasts.
We've done Swordmasters before because they came out in the pre-patch, right? But like they're good. 3-up armor, good. We talked about these in depth.
3-up armor, Counter Strike
privately, but these guys are
happy.
Great, I think.
Yeah. I think you're happy to trade
I don't understand
why for Counter Strike. Like
why this unit got buffed, basically.
I don't either.
So the bit I don't understand now is why are you taking pikemen over Masters often? I don't think you're taking pikemen often enough to worry about not taking sword.
I completely agree. I think if maybe
commander bunker.
Like maybe if you're wanting to commander bunker like Mother of Dragons, maybe, but like even then, she was just going to get countered.
Literally Grey Worm. You have to counter
already,
and you have to issue commands.
Maybe, but would you rather just not run Swordmasters so that if they ever do hit you and you do have to attack, you just get to muller them?
Or you just put them in something that's like 2 points cheaper, like Brazen Beast, and you have Sentinel as well.
Yeah.
And then you just never get attacked. So maybe if you want like this defensive bunker, but already I'm thinking of like, okay, when am I going to run dragons? And I know we haven't read the whole patch yet, but like if I run like the prime example to when I want to run dragons, if I want to put Mother Dragons in these, for example, is against Lannisters, right? As soon as Cersei goes down on Dany, then like now I can't play Dracarys anyway, and now all these orders are turned off. So immediately the one situation where I would want to run this is like, okay, well the one matchup that I'm teching the most for with dragons is just like, okay, well it already has the answer to this in 100% of its list. So it just feels bad. It's like, okay, these are like I might as well just put Dany in a 5-point unit because she's just gonna be turned off in that matchup anyway. Because you're never putting Cersei on the dragons because Fire Made Flesh doesn't target the dragons.
Yeah.
So you're always putting it on Dany's unit.
Okay. I just think Swordmasters are better.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
And then it's the Night's Watch problem. 2 units at the same points cost that do a similar kind of role. You just decide which one is better, and it ends up being better. Like Spearman.
They need to do different things, and they do different things, but maybe
it's not different.
I think I don't like
they don't do different things because the Unsullied Swordmasters are insanely tanky now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't like the armor change on the Swordmasters. I think they should have stayed the same armor, and then you have the pikemen who are like the tanky guys with orders and whatever, issue commands or something, and the Swordmasters are like the slapping unit and who are not that much tanky, but now you have Swordmasters that are tanky.
I still even think if you didn't give them +1 armor, I still think Swordmasters are probably better than pikemen.
Yeah.
There's just too much that turns off these orders. And then this unit is just a 7-point unit that has 3-up armor, 4-up, but like you just lose all your abilities.
Yeah, maybe. Like I haven't thought about how many more abilities are that turns off orders, but like with something like Cersei.
I mean Cersei and then the bowmen that are gonna be in Stark list, right? Like that's 2 already. That just completely shut this unit down. That I think will be in all Stark lists and all Lannister lists. I haven't seen all the other factions.
Right.
The Wolf and Free Folk is going to turn them off. Yeah.
Let's go. I think Brazen Beasts are pretty good. We've already kind of covered them.
These are cracked. Like they got like +1 unit or +1 attack die at the first 2 ranks.
And +1 to hit, right? Because they hit on 4s.
And +1 to hit. Yeah, and +1 to hit. So now you're
hit with 8
dice, 3+ crit blow. They love fire and blood, right? Like they can take everything from fire and blood. Like they have Sentinel on the card. They're 5 points. Like
this is
holy.
6 feet. This is
6 feet. This is a crazy unit. Yeah.
And it has defenders lose all abilities.
Yes.
Even in the mirror.
It counters the pikemen. Yeah, exactly. And you don't have to be on the side. You just have to be on the side to get both, right?
Okay.
Yeah, this unit's cracked. I already thought this unit was good though. I thought this unit was perfectly fine where it was.
Yep. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
getting +1 to hit and another dice, like I don't understand. Like I thought this unit was already a good 5-point unit. Oh yeah.
So list is ready. Love it.
All right.
Double praise beasts.
Pit fighters. Hooray! It doesn't kill itself anymore. So, target the defender. It gains 1 condition token, plus 1 additional condition token for each of the attacker's destroyed ranks. And then it has 6, 7, 8, so it's like a Berserker profile at 5 points.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Isn't this just worse than it used to be? Because now it doesn't kill itself, but it puts out less tokens. And it synergizes with killing itself, which it doesn't do.
Yeah. And like how I guess in Targs, new Illyrio gives you access to highest attack die. So you do have access to that.
And Sundering.
But but here's the thing. On lowest attack die, you're gonna get 8 dice, right? Which is the same you're gonna get on
6.
Oh, well, I mean on highest, you know what I mean? On highest attack die. In the best case scenario, you're getting 8 dice, which is like what the Brazen Beasts are giving you.
Yeah, but you're getting condition token. That's the...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you are getting the condition tokens, but you're not getting crit blow.
Yeah. And unyielding, this unit, if you've not got like hit-based stuff,
it's not bad. Yeah,
this unit is hard to kill on last rank.
Yeah.
Well, actually, other way to think about this: this unit's hard to kill on 2 ranks because you will kill probably a rank when you attack it, but you will never kill it with the panic check very often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Unyielding is good here.
Unless you're playing Lannister, then you can just charge them with your intimidating presence, play Hear Me Roar, fealty, and bye-bye.
Yeah, I just don't know what type of list is ever running this unit.
Did they have already a Brazen Beast problem? Why would you pick this over Brazen Beasts? What would be your reasoning?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know.
You could I mean, I can see them in a Barristan commander list where you need more token generation for whatever his cancel card is.
Comment problem.
Yeah, but how are these things ever?
And you get the auto block defense card. You get the Sundering +1 to morale test card. I think they fit decently into a Barristan commander card or commander list.
I can
8 activations at 5 points.
So I don't know if it works because part of the Targ infantry problem is if it isn't your big 7-point unit of Unsullied that you're running down the middle of the board. I don't know if Targs have a great way to get engaged, and they don't have enough health on the table to sustain hits like something like Free Folk, but then they also don't have any auto 6 charging cards in any of their decks and stuff. So I don't know how you get these guys engaged, really.
Swiftly, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can get them engaged by letting them get hit first, but you can never let them get double tapped or they're just dead, right? So they need to get hit once and then need to be able to activate an attack. But I don't know.
That's why you put Fueled by Slaughter in them, or actually you put Relentless in them, and then it doesn't matter that you don't activate because you get hit back.
Wait, okay, now we might be cooking. Now we're cooking. So I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Answer to everything.
But I don't know. It's just whenever I see the 2 units that are above this, I'm just I don't know where this unit ever fits.
I think in some kind of 8 activation infantry list, I think is where it fits probably.
Not sure.
Problem is you don't even want the order also blocks out card play for them. So getting high value with them is actually difficult. While with Swordmasters or Brazen Beasts, you can just play Fire and Blood on them to get the extra keywords.
Yeah.
The trigger of the order is basically
bad. Yes. Yeah. I don't know.
Targs, let's talk about what's missing. So Targ Drogo list probably just got Dreamers made worse, but with the kind of change to Swordmasters, it kind of got better in another way. Miri changing, you probably just replace with Jaqen. So I don't know if and Miri important, but like Jaqen change like so pretty cool. I don't know if this all got better or worse. I think Drogo probably just changed a bit, but dragons haven't changed.
I actually, and speaking of the Drogo list, I actually want to. What I'm thinking initially is you remove. Like, this might be crazy. I think you might remove the Screamers to save a point to take Walder Frey.
Yeah,
and the Screamers become Brazen Beast. The Screamers become Brazen Beast.
The Walder Frey on your unit, fucks you over, right? Like,
yes, it fucks you over so hard. But now in certain enemy lists, like that's gonna destroy them. Or like just having +1 movement and the pivot before activation is actually really good, right? Like, so I actually think you just ditch Screamers now, and take a Brazen Beast instead, and then you take, as memey as it sounds, I'm pretty sure you just take the Brazen Beast Captain guy to give you Furious Charge.
Well, we already prophesized that was pretty good in like certain matchups.
I think it's like the best thing to put in. Yeah. I think that's like the best attachment to put in.
I think Dragon's not changing. I think Dragon's going to have a real hard time against some of this elite unit stuff now. Guard Rangers Guard look really difficult for them
to
even get through.
Like completely fucked by the
Giants. Yeah.
Giants, yeah. They used to one-shot Giants, and now they just don't have or they could one-shot. Unlikely, but you always like mildly scared about it. Nowadays, they don't even don't hurt them.
It's not impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. They literally will do like nothing to Giants now. And I don't even know. Drogo's not doing much. I don't think Drogo's winning against Giants now either. Like, I think Drogo. I don't know how you can build. I think Drogo has the best chance, but actually no, I don't even know if that's true. Drogo or like a Marcelin Unsullied Swordmasters, like one of those two, I think probably have the best chance to beat Giants.
So I think both of those units can. Against like giants, like I'm not saying Drogo or Marcelin or anyone here. I think everybody has a problem potentially killing Mag. Like I don't think anybody's struggling. Like I think Savage Giant or Giant Spear Thrower you can maybe kill, but like you're not killing Mag and 1/1 with any degree of reliability. Like at all, because they're 3-up armor and like 3 to 4 morale is just hard, man.
Also, like I think Drogo struggles so much too against Giants with the Murray nerf, because putting that weaken out on the spear throwers was like important. Was really important.
Well, I think so that's why, I'm hoping that Spears be a bit of a change or edit, and it was missed.
Because like I think in general, like talking, if we want to talk about the Murray nerf, because now Drogo's list has like no way to actually put out weekends. Which is something that like Targs relied on defensively a lot to not get yourself like ranked.
But that's,
and now like that's gone.
But that's probably fine. Like again, like we're talking about a list that was also like it was omnipresent and it was the best thing into. Like,
oh, I agree.
It's okay that the best lists in the game are now worse. Like, I'm fine with that. The worry is the lists that changes that were very good. Like Varamir has seen no active nerfs, if not probably buffs. And like the nerf to Varamir could be that everything else in the game is better, but like I'm still sat here thinking very much that Varamir might be bonkers. Like,
I think he is, yeah.
You know,
we'll have to see how's
Varamir killing the all these tanky units.
Like, you don't try to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
because you never did, right? You never tried to before.
Yeah.
No, that's true, but
you just have chariots run around behind them and shoot them in the air.
Yeah, the chariots, man. This
is a problem.
I think this goes straight into the Michael Chanel sacked tier. Like,
we'll do the updated tier list for everything later on. I agree. Right, that's it in the Targs. So Bryce, you can fuck off.
I have to go. Thanks, guys, for skipping ahead for me. I'll listen to you guys' thoughts later. But yeah. See you guys.
Cheers for coming down, Bryce.
Yep.
Okie dokie. We did neutrals. We're on to Night's Watch. So, we have got Bowen. Claims a zone. Look at the top two. Place one on the hand and one on the bottom of the deck. Each time a unit has been destroyed, a Night's Watch unit destroyed, you can take a tactics card from that unit and place it in your hand. Awesome.
I think that's great. I think he sees way more play now. Absolutely.
I think he was fine before as well.
Honestly, I don't know if he sees more play.
Yeah, I think it's a mini buff, but it's like the quality of life change that a Night's Watch player might enjoy.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think he's actually better. I just think he feels good now.
It's a mental thing of like
this is only mental, right? How many of your units are dying per game? I usually try to keep it to a minimum. So actually, drawing 1 or 2 more cards per game is.
The funny thing is, it's not how many units you're dying. How many of your units are dying not from panic tests?
Yes, that as well.
Yeah.
So,
although technically you die. Wait, can you order the triggers?
No, you fail. You fail the test
first, and then...
because you take wounds after you've.
Yeah, but technically you could argue that failing wounds, failing is the trigger, right? And one trigger is taking wounds, and the other is removing the card. So you resolve the wounds first.
No, so failing is a trigger, but because you can add wounds at the back of the fail trigger because of like failty, technically I think the wound.
No, but that would still make sense in whatever I proposed. I agree. It's just like I don't know.
That might actually come up. I'm really annoyed by that because we've already got a CFAQ. Right, Crasta. Influences unit, remove addition token. While influencing a unit, that unit ignores rough and hindering and can be targeted by enemy tactics cards or enemy tactics board zone effects. I think that's really cool.
Yep.
Protect a unit, get fucked.
Tactics.
Yeah, I like
tactics zones and tactics cards. Fine, absolutely fine. Not too great.
I like it.
Protection. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, can go on both units, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
It works a little bit like Mance. You could shut down an enemy unit from getting swords flags.
And then you make them ignore rough and hindering.
Yeah, but
so you put on stakes instead, right? So
yeah, or you just don't care about that. You stop them healing from bags, like that's probably all you cared about.
Yeah.
Due to the roles of men, each time Jaws claims a zone, you may target 2 friendly Night's Watch combat units. You move a tactics card from one to the other. Once per game at the start of any turn, you may take one tactics card that was attached to a unit from your discard pile and attach it to a friendly Night's Watch. Okay, so like get Vow out of discard.
Again, this is fun. This is fun because you can do it with John.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was thinking
swap around the horse charge.
I was actually thinking the opposite, which is you can use get attacked from swords, play like a Watcher to respond, then activate Jaw, take bags to heal, placing the Watcher you played for the play effect as a Vow on a unit. And I think that that cycle of play, where you can play for the on-play effect to get it into your discard pile, to then be able to attach it out of sequence, I think is interesting, right? Because you're not tied to an activation trigger that you might want to use to attach a different card in your hand.
I mean, this is some tricky NCU, and I still struggle to see if you really take this over Donald or Aemon or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're still taking those two every time.
Yeah, but you're not.
Wait a second. We discussed the Jaqen plus
Jaqen Othelov. You see, well, that's one of the 2 lists, right?
Yeah, I think this is kind of the same problem with the Bowen and Marsh and Crasta.
Yeah.
Thing.
But you run it as a second list. You run Othel Jaqen is one of your lists, and then you run these kind of NCUs in the other, right?
Yeah. I think Crasta is probably it is kind of nice in this aggressive assault orrery kind of thing.
Otter Pike or something.
Yeah. But
niche question, because this was with old Jor. Can you still do the funny joke in Brothers in Arms is in my discard, and then I can use the once per game to attach it to a Night's Watch unit?
No, because you can't run Jock and Commander in
Night's Watch, yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, I forgot.
Problem solved.
We solved the problem by banning neutral commanders in every faction.
Right, that's right. I forgot.
Samuel, hand size limit up, 2 order tokens. Each time a friendly combat unit is performing an attack before rolling attack die, you may remove 1 order token from Samuel. If you do, target defender becomes vulnerable. That's a lot of text to give 2 vulnerables again. I just don't think this matters.
Fine. No.
Without knowing what the other changes are, this just isn't that important.
I mean, Night's Watch can get vulnerable tokens out pretty easily at the moment. But yeah, small buff, I guess.
Swarm Brothers, 4+5+, 7-point unit. They've got crit blow now, as well as Sundering.
How many units do we have to add crit blow Sundering to?
They also are 765.
Swarm Brothers.
They have 765 now.
Yeah, they're from 754.
They literally got the Darkstar Retinue buff.
Yeah.
Just the other way around.
Do you know what's crazy? For those people who have not been around long enough, when Swarm Brothers first came out, they were 876, I think, or it might have been 865. Way back in, this is 1.6. The first, obviously, first release, technically one. And they had crit blow Sundering. And they didn't have martial training, they just had crit blow Sundering, and that was it, I think, at 6 points. And John and 4 units of Swarm Brothers was basically meta Night's Watch. You just run Swarm Brothers across the field at people and blend them back in 1.4 was completely meta. Nowadays, we look at that on a 7-point unit with martial training, and yes, sure, it's not 8 dice on the attack, but like you look at this now and you're like, it's all right. Like, madness changed. But yeah. Fine. I mean,
interestingly enough, critical blow and pike aggression.
Yes.
It's also kind of.
This is dangerous.
The problem is still 7 points. So, like, we have to now look at all these 7-point units in relation to one another, because the whole problem of Night's Watch has been these all 7-point units. You just pick one or the other. You very rarely pick 2 of these often enough that matters.
I think the problem is a little bit solved because Swarm Brothers were like the ones you wanted to play in aggressive list. They were not so tanky. They didn't have any sustainabilities.
Yeah.
And
but what we're about to look at with veteran, right, is they see they've got the 4 up, 5 up defensive profile with a 5 move and a very similar attack profile. My worry is you're just going to pick veterans or Swarm Brothers, and very rarely will you find a spot for the other. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, that is a problem, but at least
is that good though that you're tailoring more so specifically for your commander now, like which commander?
But the argument I would have before is you were already doing that in season 6, but it just didn't matter because Spearmen were probably always the best option, right? If you move these in line with spears, that's fine. But if they're all just sitting at 7 points with a different selection of keywords and a couple of different abilities, they're all very much feel the same. It doesn't matter if you say what taste would you like. You still end up getting to a point where you decide one of them is.
I mean, the veterans are better again in the melee grind, and the Swarm Brothers are better in something like Cotter Pike, where you want to smash through something quickly.
Yeah.
So, life and honor to the watch. If this is veterans. Life and honor to the watch. If this unit fails a panic test, it only discards 1 attached Night's Watch tactics card instead of all, which was a direct ability we put on CBA veterans, right?
Yeah, I love it. I really like this ability on the veterans.
I think it makes sense. They've got 6 dice on the last attack die profile, which it almost looks like a mistake, but like if that is right, which I assume it is, fine.
Right.
Cool.
It would also make sense lore-wise if they are like veterans of the watch. They have enough battle experience to not be bothered by some of their brothers not making it to round 5.
It also has this weird ability, Veterans Prowess, which is enemies engaged with this unit suffer -1 to hit, and each this unit, which would be each this time, each time this unit is attacked with a melee attack. For each miss, the attacker suffers 1 hit.
It's just Counter-Strike and Disrupt combined into one thing.
Yeah, and they just didn't want to print 4 abilities on a unit.
Yep, I know this because there's not enough space with all these bars getting in between.
Yeah.
What I would say though, it's not Disrupt and it's not Counter-Strike.
So you can stack it. Yeah, true.
You can stack it with those type of effects. Now, Night's Watch, I don't believe have that in NCUs. Attachments, right? Off the top of my head, no.
Surely there has to be some way with chucking NCU to get this somewhere.
Maybe, yeah. Does Alistair not have something like that effect? No, he's got Iron Resolve, Stubborn, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no Disrupt in that watch.
I don't think so.
Some weird attachment I've never took, but yeah.
I think the Commander version.
Yeah. Decent change for the now even better unit, and I think they will see play for sure. I think the odds ones out might be the set for charge Spearman.
Because they didn't see.
Yeah. I think there's a glow up to the other 2 7 points. Maybe they are the odd ones out.
They have 3-up armor, right?
Yeah, I mean,
and unyielding. So they're still harder to kill than either of these.
Yeah. I mean, you might argue that in melee, the veterans might be harder to kill with Disrupt Counter-Strike because
they already had that.
Yeah, I know, but like, it might be harder to kill a unit in melee combat if you have to fight into Disrupt, and it might not lose the wows if it or the like you can put shield on it easily.
Yeah.
So, skirmisher rule for Ranger Hunters. They will be strong. They will be strong.
I fucking hate this.
Yeah, skirmisher is kind of
I get it, but like I just hate this. I hate this whole package. I hate this whole problem. Like, we've seen Ranger Hunters be a problem. I'm okay with them maybe not like coming back at 4+ to hit range attack is like skirmisher keyword might not be the end of the world. They still get torn apart, which we saw Ranger Hunters at 3+3+ with these exact same set of keywords, and they've got the decent attack dice on that second rank still. And we saw what they did to the game in like season 2 when it was Free Folk and these guys that just dominated the game. I don't like it when Ranger Hunters basically, not because they're even good against Free Folk, right? The reason I don't like Ranger Hunters good is those five armor units just get torn to fucking like Brazen Beasts just die to this, like, you know? So,
I mean, I'm happy for the 5-point, maybe slightly overbuffed melee Tark infantry unit that hits with 8 dice and crit blow on 3s to die to a 7-point unit that has a quick fire ability, like.
Yeah, but it's not just that unit, right? Like, if you've got anything above 5 points that's got 5 armor, like Darkstar Retinue, absolutely get shredded by this.
Yeah, can absolutely happen.
Yeah. It's always been a case, and I've never liked this unit particularly. The same way that Dothraki veterans have always been kind of dangerous. They shred glass cannons while they are glass cannons themselves. And like, basically the way you beat these things is by having this out of sequence damage, like traps, for example, or like effect type effects were always pretty good against them. And they tend to just lose to those effects. So they have this like proper salt and pepper type effect on the game. Whereas if you don't have those things, these guys are going to have quite a nice time around roughshod. If you have those things, these guys just fall.
Yeah. I mean, I guess for me it's okay if some units are good against some other type of units.
Yeah. Yeah. You're going to have things.
I mean,
I would like John
Hunters.
John Hunters to come back a bit. And like this, I think this Jaw Moment combo with him, like you put the charge card on Ghost, and then you activate Jaw Moment and take the charge card on the unit you want to charge with. Basically.
And then you got to charge into this Joffrey Kingsguard, do the Swift Strike, quickfire,
and then you
deal 4 wounds, take 4 wounds, and it was a great turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scorpions are 5 points, not 4. Error in the Broken Banners reveal video for this, which I was made aware of the other day. So yeah. 5 points. I think Scorpions are a little palatable with these changes.
Yes. I still think this unit is fucking stupid. Why is a 5-point ranged unit commanding such a big threat? Yeah, it's and then
in fairness,
because
it can only draw a line of sight from that narrow front dark now.
Yes.
It can't draw a line of sight from all around it.
Like the problem is activating and shooting infantry units with this is actually really good still, right? Mm-hmm. The damage potential is too high, I think. And I don't like units that have insane damage potential and then some obvious weakness like this narrow line of sight.
I mean, it's not even that, too. I mean, they can gain condition tokens now. They can't retreat. They can't, shift. They're stuck where they're at. And they keel over to a swift breeze. I think at 5 points, they're probably fine. I think they are...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're imbalanced.
I think they're scary if you let them be scary.
I don't think they're imbalanced. I think they're just not well designed.
Yeah. We'll see. Let's see what chat's saying. Lots of crabs in chat. Big up my crabmen. Thomas, resident Night's Watch player there. I hope we get an attachment with Counter-Strike or Disrupt next patch. Yeah, he wants that. People saying that Hunters might be whatever. Thomas thinks that Hunters are not great. Nothing comment on Scorpions though. Yeah, let's see. Let us see.
I do kind of agree that it feels like the game is at a point right now where unless you have Sundering and Crit Blow, you already are useless damage-wise, because everyone is running around with 3+ armor or like 16 wounds or something like that.
Yeah.
Or both.
So this Ranger Hunter unit does like absolutely nothing to like giants or to like Kingsguard or to the Unsullied.
I'm not sure, because the skirmish also always means pivot into March, and you can attach your Watcher, and that's like 414, and you're very easily out of line of sight.
Yeah. You just have to dance around.
Yeah. Then what?
Let's just move on.
You do damage because you get flank and rear bonuses.
Let's just move on because we've done Scorpions. I think Scorpions are like fine at 5. See, I still don't like it. Stone Thrower. So they're 6 points, which is the cheapest a Stone Thrower has been. Maximum of 2 wounds from failing panic tests. No killing these with randomly. No randomly killing this with Lannister Supremacy. Rock Volley is 1 dice hitting on 6+. I cannot, for the life of me, believe that an attack profile like that is ever going to be good. And apparently, Yeah, well, let's go through this. Ignores range and line of sight when targeting enemies, but may only target enemies within long range and line of sight of another friendly unit.
Okay.
So it needs to. They've got a long range thing on the rock volley, which needs to be hold. When attacking cavalry or infantry units, gains +1 to hit for each of the defender's remaining ranks. Defenders do not roll defense die. Each success generates +1 hit for each of the defender's remaining ranks beyond the first. So you shoot at a full health infantry unit. You have 1 dice,
on a 3,
and you will hit
30,
on 3.
66% chance to hit.
Yeah,
and
so
do
you'd
4
hit.
wounds plus vicious panic.
You would hit 3. You'd hit on a 3+, and then it would generate what +1 hit for each wheel on the rank. So it would be 2 extra hits. So that's 3 hits. Then a vicious panic.
It's bad.
Yeah. Go through it.
I mean, there are like I like the direction in general, right? That you cannot globally shoot in round 1 because deployment zones exist, and
again you can. Put
I mean, not really.
On this thing.
You just pick your outflank vanguard, and then, bro, it's
better. I think it's better than it was.
Yeah. I rather have this too weak than too strong.
The crazy thing about this, like, it can now target solos, but this is fucking useless against solos, right?
Yeah, it does.
Potentially 1 damage and a vicious panic check.
And a lot, and even then, so many solos now have that specific. Can only take 1 or 2 wounds max from failing panic.
And on top of that, also hello, I'm back. But also on top of that, you have it just does nothing against giants, which is funny.
You literally can't hurt them.
Giants is the one unit in the game that is impossible to take damage from this. You know, the biggest model in the game has the smallest likelihood, i.e., none, of being hit.
The thing is, though, like, stone throwers shouldn't be good. The stone throwers, like, even defensively, they're not even that effective defensively. This unit throws a bunch of rocks, not 1. Throws a basket of rocks like shrapnel at the enemy at a long way away, and still has the travel relative. It's like a big shotgun. Like that was the only way this would be effective against infantry.
They can catch those things now.
I'm fine with this. I think this is fine. I think this is probably the healthiest this thing's ever been.
Yeah,
I agree there.
Healthier than before. It's not. I don't think it's good because there's a 33.
It's not going to show up to it.
Like you're just gonna miss.
This is just gonna miss.
Yeah. It's not.
It's gonna miss.
You can't take this to like a local tournament and just win a tournament with this like it used to do.
Also,
sometimes.
Can we point out that if you're on 1 rank, this might not kill you. Even if it hits, it might not kill you.
Yeah.
I mean, defenders do not roll defense dice. Imagine you play a hardened unit or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is fine. This is good.
I like the idea that if you're hardened on 1 rank, that you're so hard that rocks don't hurt you. I think that.
So here's the thing though. How does just going back to Awful Commander, because he has the thing that gives you an extra die, right? If it's a builder unit,
it would do 2 hits.
Yeah.
So you get there is still something you can do with it. +1, and you get +1 to hit. So,
I mean, we're talking about using a commander card to make this do 1 extra potential damage to a hardened unit.
Sure.
This is so niche.
Yeah.
Conscripts down to 4 points. I think. I mean, they've been at 4 before, and we saw what happened there. I think this is probably fine.
Yeah.
I think they were bad. They were too bad at 5, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, they either if they were going to stay at 5, they needed to lose disorganized and like get an extra morale or something like that. But going back to 4s, I think also fine.
Thomas says double stone thrower list incoming. War machines, bit bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Stevenson, Says you don't think they'll see much play, which I agree.
What unit of yours is killing anything if you have 2 stone throwers in your army?
The stone throwers. They're killing your own sanity. Yeah, no, you don't run doubles. Conscripts are fine. Gonna move swiftly on to the Watch Marshal. Maximum panic 1 wound.
I think that's it. Oh, and they're 3 points. They're 3 points now.
3 points.
This universal.
Wait, there were 3 points before one.
Yeah. No, they were 4 points.
They were 4.
Yeah.
I'm fine with these going down to 3. Again, like attachment patch, like they don't work. They're super niche. 8 activations, generally speaking, we know is like not very great, and they lean into 8 activations. So like, fine.
Yeah, you can add it up with like conscript.
Look at
stuff,
the start of this unit's activation. It may perform 1 maneuver or retreat action. At the start of this unit's activation, it may perform 1 maneuver or retreat action.
Yeah, that's been listed as
twice.
that has already been listed as on the fix list. So, yeah,
Incredible.
All right.
Okay. Night's Watch
Right.
grows. What are we thinking?
Better. I think
Yeah, better than before. Like there are only buffs in it, right? So
Yeah. The only
nothing
like
to feel bad
true
about.
nerfs are going to be the Stone Thrower and Scorpion, which I think are healthy.
yeah.
I mean, I think the Scorpions
they got
are
different
better than
roles.
before, and I think Stone Throwers you didn't play before if you want to run a competitive list because you have some auto loss matchups with this.
Yeah. I think they're feeling much better. I think Night's Watch.
Should we do Baratheon then?
Yep.
And
I
for
think-
reference,
I think
fucking
my problem is basically by comparison. Like I think the Night's Watch they kind of do struggle with like hyper tanky units because they don't have anything to bust through basically.
Swarm Brothers.
Flow Thundering Martial Training.
You have
Yeah,
you have
rolls.
Swarm Brothers with a 3-point Wash Marshal now to give them an extra die. You have
And you've still got
either
your your Vanguard with cold hands in the flank and rear, like
Yeah.
which was pretty good against nearly anything.
I mean, I think that's magical thinking.
Correct. Got to think magically. The only way you can win with them. Right, we'll move on. We'll move on to Baratheon. Now, quick, before we actually just move on to Baratheons and actually start with them, who here actually likes Baratheons as a faction? Correct,
Boom.
That's it, nobody. So, fuck these guys. Right, let's go. Crescent, down to 4 points.
Insane.
You can destroy him at the start of round. Well, you use him at the start of round, and then he dies at the end of the round. With his once per game, basically. Loving Council can replace the crowns with letters. I thought Crescent at 5 was already playable, so Crescent at 4 seems pretty fucking good to me.
Yeah. This is like auto
That's
include.
wild.
This is auto include.
Yeah. Lucas in chat says angry face. I'm sorry, Lucas. You're a Baratheon player, so you have no soul, and look at the game.
More importantly, you have no skill.
Or you have no skill, yeah, because you play Baratheon. I joke. Baratheons have just eternally been not great. Right, Davos. 4 points,
Baratheon
4
is actually
tokens.
the best faction in the game. We just never know it because there are
That's
no
true.
good Baratheon players.
Each time a friendly unit charges, after rolling charge distance, say you remove a token, you can re-roll it. When it activates, you remove a token. If you do, enemies engaged with that unit may not use orders or be the target of friendly tactics. This is basically the same, right? But now 4 tokens instead of 3.
Yep, I think so.
I think so.
Yeah. So I thought Davos was already fine.
I mean, he was
I mean, I think he's not fine because you're missing a great attachment.
yeah, that's
Well,
the thing.
sure,
He
sure.
has a classic overshadowed problem by
Overshadowed. Yeah, I agree with that. I can get on board with shadowedness. But I still I never thought it was the NCU that was the problem, though, right? Like, the NCU, if you just got
No.
rid of the attachment, you would consider the NCU more often.
Yes.
It's just that the attachment exists. Eldon! 4 points. Once per game, when Eldon claims a zone, you may search your tactics deck for any one card and place it in your hand, then shuffle your deck. Each time he claims a zone, you can replace it with draw 3, shuffle 1.
I like it.
Sure.
Yeah, I think
Why
it's
not?
fine.
Gives,
I think
again, Renly was not breaking the game. Renly's side was never breaking the game, so
no.
this gives them more consistency for something
like-
that they want to do badly.
I really like Eldon here in Courtney, so the surprise
Yes.
strategy lock less of an issue. Because surprise strategy, obviously, very good card. Now you can go and get the card you want to use to then surprise strategy back. It was always just shit whenever you drew double surprise strategy in like an opener, and then you were just sat there with a card that repeats something with nothing to repeat.
Also, like you can, like in not even in the first ability, the second ability, if you have like double issue commands or something like that, you can fix your hand.
Yeah.
I like this a lot, and also it like you have to think a lot if you're playing against this. Like this guy can have any card he wants at a certain amount of time. That's especially when you play like Courtney with issue commands. That's like
it's similar. It's similar to what Tyrion's doing over in Lannister, right? With that control aspect, and I think that's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think fundamentally it doesn't change the game for your opponent, because your opponent should be playing assuming that you have the best cards anyway. But what it does is that it lets you actually play the best cards because you'll have them, which is it's the Tyrion thing.
Let's go to Marjorie. So Marjorie influence for 4. Marjorie's been through a few different variations. Interestingly, a little bit of a shout out. There's a guy who's just been joining the community. Those of you who've seen King in the North, his YouTube channel. There's a guy who kind of hangs around in that area as well, but he's been on the main Discord as well, called Mafty, who is doing a video on like lore and things. And one of the first things he was going to focus on was Marjorie Tyrell, bit of a but he's going to be doing some really looking at lore. But one of the things he wanted to do was look back at the history of a character within the game as well of Song. And Marjorie was, so we put together some data for it, like reminisced over cards and stuff. So it's interesting now that we see Marjorie changed. Whether or not he did that in his video, I don't know. But while influencing a friendly unit, each time that unit restores wounds, you may target one enemy unit engaged with. That enemy suffers 1 hit for each, maximum 3. It's an engaged keyword, and that immediately makes not good.
Yeah, it's win more.
Yeah. It's okay.
If your Rose Knights are engaged, you already won.
Yeah. But also at the same
Or
time,
if
like
your Rose Knights are engaged and you can use the healing mechanic.
But this is probably better than she was, which was like heal 1, and then if they're engaged, vulnerable token, right?
She pairs much better with Courtney NCU.
Yes.
Like I see a world where you can suicide in like your the High Garden Lance charge. They take some wounds. She's already influencing them, and then you can Courtney heal and deal more wounds, possibly.
Yep.
Doesn't seem very convincing to me.
I'm not sold on this being good.
It's a theoretical.
I'm not sold on Marjorie being particularly good, but I think it's something that you might play with a little bit, seeing where it sits. But yeah, I'm not. Baratheon Melisandre. Oh god, that is another. There's so many cards with so much text. Right. Influence. When Mel influences a friendly unit, it can suffer up to 2 wounds. It gains 1 of the following effects while she is influencing it, plus 1 effect for each wound it suffered. Okay, so you know before I said about tracking influences?
Oh my god.
Unit gains plus 2 to morale test rolls. The second one is vicious. Third one is before rolling attack die on a melee attack, target the defender becomes vulnerable. Fourth ability, when this unit activates, target enemy unit short range, panicked. I really don't like this. This is an admin heavy card. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we would forget these things as competitive players. I just think people are going to forget this, or they're going to admin it wrong. They're going to forget what they picked. Like they're going to forget to apply what they've picked. Like this is just a mess of like.
Also,
not for me and you necessarily, but for some players, this is going to be not played because it's difficult to use.
It reminds me of. Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say, it reminds me of, because back in the day, I got the chance to interview some creators of a different game, which will go unmentioned for obvious reasons. Otherwise, I'll get kicked out of the room. But it's Imperial Assault, obviously. We asked them what their design philosophy was, and they said what they do when they design a card is they ask themselves, how can I create the most interesting ability possible using the fewest words possible? This is the antithesis in every conceivable way. How do we create something that's the least interesting using as many words as humanly possible? It's like, and like you said, it's an admin nightmare, absolute nightmare.
Yeah. Wunderbar bei our Melisandre Codex.
Here's 15 different tokens. What are they for, Melisandre? Yeah, I don't know. Is this good?
I think, for 5 points to hurt yourself,
and not even it's not even on play tokens, right? It's like conditional tokens
later.
Yeah.
Okay, so Melisandre.
At 5 points, I don't think I'm picking her.
No.
She's healthier than her previous version, but her previous version at 5 points did something.
So
was it healthy? Maybe not.
Also, the melee attack vulnerable thing, just you can take Axel and do basically the same thing, right?
So, the other thing too is if you're not taking the wounds, this is essentially 5 points. Give +2 morale to something.
So I'm just gonna take this moment. We had NSB in the chat, Nicholas. We had NSB in the chat earlier from a long time ago player. He's just not been playing for the last year or even 2 years. He stopped by earlier. So it's great to see him. We've just had Suster drop into the chat. Again, someone who'd basically didn't play much Season 6 at all. Disappeared a little bit from the online scene. He's back saying, you already see tournament players arguing that I took this and not that with Melisandre. Which, I can see this happening. Like,
100%.
Like, so people just...
I recently spectated a game where one player did like 5 takebacks in a row. Of like, start of turn, I play this. Oh no, I take it back. I take meticulous planning to take back this card. No, I play, and it's confusing.
Ilya's got a great comment here. I saw paragraphs in this in our German law books that explain stuff in a more straightforward fashion. Yeah, I just yeah. And it's crazy to think that the effects here aren't even that good.
No, exactly.
The +2 to morale might be all right, but like,
let's move on.
Yeah, Shira.
5 points. No.
Once per round, if Shira has claimed a zone, and an enemy targets one of your engaged combat units with an NCU ability, zone effect, or tactics card. Oh dear God! After resolving that effect, you may target any enemies engaged with that unit. They become vulnerable and suffer 1 hit for each remaining rank in your unit.
Sure.
The first sentence has 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 commas.
Each of them reflecting a different trigger.
That is almost like how I type on Discord. Like,
yeah, I mean, engaged, so it's bad, right?
Yeah,
probably.
And you're max. You need to be targeted, which I mean, with the
you need to have claimed a zone. That's the first thing.
Yeah,
claim a zone, get targeted, and then deal 3 hits to an enemy engaged. Who cares?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's not good. Like you can have Crescent for this, right?
Yeah, well, like looking at like the 4 above, like between Stannis and Renly side, the 4 NCUs on the page above, plus Alistair, you will take and fill out your NCU suite
And we haven't like keep in mind we're still not forgetting about the neutral NCUs.
Yeah,
you're taking neutral NCUs.
Yeah, you are as well. Like Jacken is playable. We talk about Walder being playable. Like Varys is not complete dog tier. Worse, sure, but not dog tier. Like this is just like Shira is a good example of this is just complicated to play. Melisandre is a good example. Just complicated to play. Like, why do these things when things just achieve more reliable, easier results than less complicated?
Also, didn't Michael Chanel say specifically that he wanted NCUs to not feel like you're jumping through 10 hoops to get a minor effect?
Yeah, and and as we said, what, 8 commas in one sentence. That's like literally 8 hoops in one sentence. Never mind the ability. Like, yeah, I agree. Let's just move on. Baratheon Wardens gained hold the line.
They just the Master Warden doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, who cares? I'm never engaged with this unit when it activates. Never.
You know what the really funny thing is? We all said, and one of the things we talked about in CBA, and actually changes we talked about not relating to CBA, when we were talking about like which direction designs could you go, and we work around design direction. We actually said that could you incorporate the commander or the generic attachment of a unit into the unit itself as just a bait, like that just happens normally. And this is, we've literally see that happen here in the Wardens. And our immediate reaction is like, fine. Like, it's applying a just straight up buff of you get an attachment for completely free without using your attachment slot, like we were suggesting. And we're just like, cool, fine, whatever. Like,
yeah. Well, to be fair, that's mainly because the attachment is rubbish.
Well, the attachment's fine. Hold the line's great. It's just it doesn't matter on this unit.
You're playing 10 activation free folk, and you can copy it with coordination tactics. And
I think
the
hold,
Baratheons are playing.
I think hold the line is fine. It's just that
infantry.
Why you engage with Baratheon Wardens for a long time?
Has this ever happened to you? The Baratheon Wardens activate and they're engaged with you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, not Baratheon Wardens. Master Wardens have.
Maybe
Master Wardens have. I've never had Baratheon Wardens activate and do anything. I think since I've ever played the game.
Sounds right.
No, now they have an order to use. Deal with it.
Okay. They probably still
charge you at the end of the round, and then at the start of the next round they activate to use hold the line.
Your opponent resigns.
Most dangerous tempo turn.
Yeah.
It just doubles down on what they were already doing that nobody took them for anyway, of, hey, don't touch me. Let me sit on this point. And it's just doubled down on that. Hey, don't touch me. Let me sit on this point.
Sentinels.
Sentinels look much better.
Gaining go down fighting?
Well, look at their attack dice profile. They're 765.
754, right?
Yeah, they were 754.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah. Second rank and third rank better. I just don't think it doesn't really make them much different.
Yeah, I tend to agree. But I feel like sometimes you were kind of forced, or like if you wanted to build 8 activation lists, you might be forced into taking one Sentinel unit.
The problem I see here, direct, you're taking Sentinels, like
yes,
-1 speed, no aggressive out. Like the token doesn't really.
Also, you can put a Master Warden in them for hold the line, and it does more work in the
because you can Sentinel in.
Exactly.
Like 100%. Like I just don't see Sentinels. They're the same points cost. I'm not sold. And like you didn't even need to make Sentinels better. I still think Sentinels without these buffs better than War buffs.
Yeah.
Stag Knights we saw. I mean, just as a kind of summary on Stag Knights, if no one's read it, I think this unit's obviously better, but like,
I don't think it's good.
I don't think it's great. No.
I cancel your resilience for free. Thank you very much.
Yeah, This probably just gets blown up by 4+5+U.
I'm not so sure
minimum,
this is so bad, to be honest.
Right, but think of it like this. They have no keywords, and in round 2 they gain 1 keyword, right? A 7/7/7 on 3+ attack profile with 1 keyword is still worse than Unsullied Swordmasters on a 4+5+ defensive profile. Unsullied Swordmasters are a 3+4+ defensive profile. They always gain rerolls, they cannot be weakened, and they have precision as a keyword. Like, you are waiting till round 2 to get, which is like the first engagements, and you're still not as good as another 7-point unit in another faction. You're waiting till round 3 where you're kind of equivalent, and it's only in round 4 where you're probably, strictly speaking, better, because you'll get 3 keywords and the defensive buff to the same defensive. Like,
hear me out.
Go on.
Hear me out. This is me theorizing to the max of how you can get the most out of them, and it's Andrew Estermont Commander in them. You now have 4-point Crescent. No, just listen. Just let me cook. Let me cook. Okay. You have 4-point Crescent now. You have your 2-point Justin Massey for battle plan. You round 1, you're able to battle plan letters, crowns with Crescent. You are able to cycle through your deck fast enough to get Assault Orders, Rush of Aggression, and Hours of the Fury. Round 2, you go first, and this is the ideal. You get to go first round 2, and you press in to whatever zone, probably crowns or whatever. Assault Orders in. You don't get to lowest attack die value. Doesn't matter. You have Rush of Aggression for the auto 6. Gives you crit blow. Round 2, you get to pick Sundering or Vicious, and then you have immediate activation onto Swords for the next attack. You have Hours as the Fury to get whatever else you want, plus crit blow, whatever. You're deleting a unit before with like 2 NCU activations, and you still haven't even activated the Stag Knights yet.
Yeah, and your NCU is dead, and you're even behind on tempo still. So
you did all of that. You did all of that for me to say I charge with Sworn Brothers.
Whoa! Well, hey.
Listen.
I was again. It was. I cooked to kill something in round 2.
But I just don't let you march this unit within charge range in round 1 because it's an infantry unit.
I didn't think of that.
Oh,
God damn it!
I feel like we're jumping. Like, you know when Michael Shout said we shouldn't jump through hoops and do all this kind of thing. I feel like you just jumped through a circus full of hoops, and I'm just like, I charge with Swarm Bros, or I charge with Berserkers, or I charge with Darkstar Retinue.
But see, I'm emulating the ideal Baratheon player, because of course someone's gonna just march up in front of me, and of course we're just gonna duke it out.
That's cold-hearted. I love it.
Let's move on to Champions of the Stag. Right, Champions of the Stag still have 2 armor, and they've gone like back down to 5 morale. They were at 6, right, for a while. 6/5 on the attack die, still the 4 moves. Oh shit. They have crit blow, and before rolling attack die, if this unit began the turn engaged, target the defender, it becomes vulnerable, and it rolls 2 extra attack die. And it has punish cowardice. After an enemy engaged with this unit completes a retreat action, target the enemy, it becomes vulnerable. This is kind of like mapping over from the playtest a little bit as well. I don't like giving things plus dice, while I always think that's bad or like risky. But 8 dice, 7 dice, unless it's charging. It also doesn't get rerolls and get. I still don't think.
Yeah,
I think this unit isn't utter crap anymore. That's the
the punish cowardice. It's exactly an ability that Barras needed. Like they were so punished by just not being able to be engaged.
Yeah.
And I think on Stannis' side, you like putting in the Dragonstone Noble Sentinel attachment into these again. Like, I think you consider running these in a Stannis list again.
Yeah, this is a playable unit now.
It won't keel over and die and just do nothing.
What the fuck? I just read the next unit.
Oh
dear.
yeah, holy
I'm
shit!
afraid
Can we
of that
move
one.
to the next unit? Because the next unit I think is insane. I can't believe they did this.
What?
Lightbringers.
Lightbringers, yeah, Lightbringers
6
are
points.
insane.
Right. Okay.
This Lightbringers make me livid about what they did to Sand Skirmishers.
So 7/7/4. So they're buff
What?
on the second rank. If the
Yep.
defender fails their panic test, they suffer +1 wound for each enemy Relore unit. Oh, so it's just IP.
Yep,
Basically, 'cause
At
it's a good
least.
at least.
If this unit destroys the defender before they're removed, target all enemies in. Okay. After completing the attack, you may target one friendly Relore. What?
What the hell?
These
is
things are
this?
What the
fucking
fuck?
insane.
Yeah.
6 points, by the way. 6 points, by the way.
Like you can target yourself. It's not even it's not even another. It's
Oh my
one
lord!
friendly. This is like so
The splash
disgustingly
panic was always
overpowered.
just like a cool thing. You didn't care about it. That was never the reason you ran that
I
unit
have
ever.
always
Like,
been a Baratheon main. Ha.
So Mickey,
What you want.
are Skyreach Bowmen still the best bow unit in the game?
well, I haven't seen Skyreach Bowman yet, but I'm going to assume not.
It didn't change. They did not
So-
change.
The destroyed. I think we should probably remove that destroy the defender element for the purposes of evaluating it, even though I think it's important and that is pretty useful. I think from evaluating its perspective, like,
I mean, you're playing double Lightbringers.
Yeah. yeah, but like,
What the fuck?
but that ability, when it happens, you probably already won the game regardless of the vulnerable tokens anyway. It's
yes,
like-
yes.
whatever. But the +1 wound for each unit in, not even just
Yeah.
like.
Each
Mel doesn't
Relore,
confer
yeah.
Relore though. Mel doesn't confer Relore anymore.
No, but you're gonna run double Lightbringers.
Yeah. But that's probably all you're running, and it's unlikely both are in long range
I'd
of the
have-
same unit.
Well, let's hold on. Maybe Faithful here are insane.
You might run Faithful. You might run Stannis OTK makes his unit Relore, right?
Yes, Queen's.
You run Stannis OTK
Queensmen are
Kingsmen
Relore.
and still do the whole thing with Stannis
Yeah.
OTK Kingsmen and shoot into combat.
Yep.
But the healing 2 is just nuts. Like the healing 2 is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
is
healing
mid-
two on
like-
every time we shoot on
And
it.
you get Crescent in this list as well.
Wild.
Like
Well, you were already
you had a
running
hard time
Davos.
playing double Lightbringers 8 activations because you can't take Crescent in that list.
No, you
Um,
can.
Now you can.
No, think. I
You
just
don't.
Davos attachment supply aid, and you just heal back the wounds you use to heal something else,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get rerolls as well.
Yeah.
and you
Like,
get yeah. Jeez.
This unit
Christ.
is
This is
so
like
disgusting.
Bonkers.
Yeah, if I ever hear anyone complain about crossbows again, I'm gonna shove this card in their face.
No, so
That is-
I used to think that Crossbows Lightbringers was an interesting matchup, and I thought it was like 50-50. I think Lightbringers specifically were good into crossbows, but there was a little bit more synergy with crossbows in like the short range if you got rolls and stuff. Like crossbow,
and Tywin.
I mean, even
Yeah, and
assuming
Tywin,
5+
like-
morale, the Lightbringers already did more damage than the crossbows.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
But GC, like there was a whole thing of like whoever got the first shot off typically won the trade off. This unit's just straight up better than any other 6.
Yeah, I mean, you can run this Brian Farring guy in them. Then
Which
you
is
reroll
what
your
Lucas was
defense,
already
and you-
doing.
You win, even if you get shot first, right? You can just have the other unit shoot and restore
Can we-
the wounds back. Then the unit that got shot shoots. You heal yourself. This unit like wins every shootout easily
Yeah.
without effort.
Can we
So
just
it's-
point out?
You don't even need skill. Like you just need Davos and this price sharing attachment,
Yeah.
and you just juggle some heals back and forth.
Can I just point out that this, like, we've seen in this same master list that Stark Bowman got, right?
Yeah.
This
Yep.
ruins Stark Bowman. Like it's not
Yeah.
even close.
No, it's the sheer
did
inability
this-
to balance is just It's annoying, and if you're being very pessimistic, which I have a tendency to guess, you can't help but wonder if this is just, they saw the pictures of they sent the pictures of, oh, this is all the boxes we have in the warehouse. Do you think it's just all the fucking boxes they haven't yet sold? They just go, yeah, let's crank that up to 11, or do you think that they are just this bad at balancing? Because I'm not sure which one.
Well, surely, no, Lightbringers were good. People were already buying Lightbringers. Lightbringers were not sitting on shelves going unbought.
I agree, but maybe they just printed too many and they just happened to have a few left and they're like, okay, fuck it, let's go. This
you see, the Lightbringers, they have -50 rating on stats. That means they are a terrible unit and need to be buffed.
This is questionable. This is like, we talk about giants being like a bit of a problem potentially, and some other bits of design maybe like this is good, or like putting our rational head on like this seems a bit strange or this seems very strong, etc. But like, we've generally agreed that everything changed so far should probably have been changed. There are a couple of things missing, but everything should have been changed, probably should have been changed. And then we come across this and we're like, what? Like,
did not need a change.
Like, it's genuinely like taking Lannister crossbows and giving them a 7th die and 3+ armor. And even that, I don't think would be as stupid as...
It's better than that. Like, it's better than that, and that's how crazy it is.
Exactly.
It's the equivalent of saying, we're going to make Tywin 5 points, and he's going to read, kill your opponent. Kill a unit. Exactly. Just kill a unit.
Gets 2 order
once
tokens
per game. Kill a unit.
Tywin gets 2 order tokens and can do his ability twice.
Right, let's move on to Faithful. Because this might actually matter. This unit begins the game with 1 faith token. Each time it passes a morale test or an enemy in long range is destroyed, it gains a faith token.
Oh god!
It may have a maximum of 3 tokens at any time. Interesting that these can only have a maximum of 3, whereas none of the other faith changed.
Do you recognize something about that faith ability here?
Yeah, it's the wrong image, which was listed on the CMON changes that they're going to fix.
Oh, because it's the
Faith of the Seven, not the Flaming Heart.
Yeah, not the
So, Sword of Faith, Vicious. Before rolling attack die, this unit may expend 1 faith token. If they do, target the defender. They become panicked and vulnerable. Okay, so 2 tokens. It's devastating impact with a faith token. Okay.
Yeah.
After rolling attack die, this unit may expend 1 faith token to re-roll any attack die. Okay, cool. After completing its attack, this unit will spend 1 faith token, restore 2 wounds, plus 1 wound for each of this unit's destroyed ranks. So, reverse Fueled by Slaughter?
Reverse Fueled by Slaughter.
It's a 5+4+, so it does kind of die to hits. Like, morale
hits on 3.
Safe.
Well, with Varys gone, hits aren't a thing anymore in the same way.
So, I was running this unit with Ramsay 2-point Fueled by Slaughter back in the day, and I don't think it was amazing, but I thought R'hllor Faithful with Fueled by Slaughter were actually big meme, good fun to enjoy.
Yeah.
I think this is probably...
I think so, and then they're going to be healed up
good
by the
enough.
Lightbringers as well.
Yeah, so it's the Lightbringer sustain, right? They're going to be able to get attacked and not worry too much, because the dice decay at 2nd rank is like 7 down to 6 is like whatever. Like, I don't know if you're still running this though, because you're running double Lightbringer. You're running probably Kingsmen, based on the fact that I've not seen them and they might have changed, like they have. You're probably running double Lightbringer Kingsmen, and like you'll probably go down the route of like Lucas's thing, where you run 2 NCU.
No, you can't. That's not allowed.
They're not allowed in competitive. So what? You're running OTK, which we just think is probably good, very good. You're running 3.
You could run.
I'll put 3 4-pointers in, because you can put like Axel in for some token play. You can put Alistair in. You can put Crescent in. Or even Patchface. Roll.
Peter is even good with this.
Dakin.
Yeah.
Oh, something else to consider. Axel 1-point attachment also gives the R'hllor affiliation.
Yeah, the attachment. Yeah.
You can take a 5-point unit, a 7-point unit, 2 Lightbringers, and a Dragonstone Noble, then you're at 8 activations.
I think you can legitimately play triple Lightbringer into 5-point units. Probably the Sentinel ones.
I think you could easily do double Lightbringer, double Kingsman with 1 True King and
I don't think you would though. I don't think you'd run double. This is a 7 activation list that just like it can kind of keep itself going, but it's not I mean, like it is just 2 range units.
I mean, you can put in a champion of the stack as well. You have the points for that.
Yeah.
Running a 7 is actually quite hard because you got 4. I've just got it here, so it's a 4/4/4. You got Kingsman Stannis, which we assume is like probably the way to go. Double Lightbringer. Yeah. So now you're at 31 points spent. So you've got 9 points to 2 units, which you can do with Dragonstone Noble 5-pointer. But like, I don't know if this is necessary.
Yeah.
Like, is this better than like just better 7 points? Like a 7 activation. Like you could run.
You could run. Instead you do 4/4/5 Walder.
Yeah.
And then you run your 8-point Stag Knights with the free attachment for the Sentinel, and Walder gives it the extra movement.
Yes, and it also gives it can also shut down.
Yes.
So I think you run Kingsman, Lightbringer camps with Dragonstone. Give I'm gonna say Axel, Alistair, Walder for the purposes of this, but like could be anything. You've got 1 attachment point on you. Yeah, probably not.
Not really, no.
I've got Bryn Farron and Davos. Dragonstone.
Yeah, I mean you could replace Brian Faring for Justin Massey if you wanted to
card draw.
And
threaten.
And the weekend token.
Terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
This looks scary as fuck.
That's scary.
Baratheon's finally scary.
Well, the thing is, Stannis' side was already decent.
When they released the Thornwatch, I joked about how Baratheon wasn't going to get strong just by getting 1 strong ranged unit or like 1 overpowered ranged unit.
Famous last words.
Because you didn't think they'd buff. You didn't think they'd buff the unit that was already good.
That we're going to buff. Yeah.
Lightbringers of all range units.
All range units, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Thornwatch, we saw the changes. Again, I don't like this skirmisher Overwatch. 7 points, not 6. The world sky is not falling. I mean, this unit's pretty good.
Yeah.
Riders of Highgarden, though.
The fuck?
Gained swift retreat. And,
what?
And they're automatically at 3+ to hit rather than getting the +1 to hit on charge.
What?
I can't wait. I can't wait to see the Martel lances. Clueless.
Nothing changed.
Clueless.
This is wild.
It's good. They have no cavalry attachment that they can put in it.
No. This is a one-off.
Yeah, and you're pushing it because they have no 2-point attachments.
Can you run this in 8-act? I don't think you care about 8-act Renly side as much anymore. Because Thornwatch is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baratheon are all about archers.
Yeah.
And healing.
Yeah, I'd say the shooting playing field has certainly equalized quite a bit.
I would say raised. Like, I think it's been raised. Like Golden Company crossbowmen don't look good compared to Lightbringers.
No.
Yeah, no
Not at
shit.
No.
Good thing I'm playing an infantry faction. I like playing infantry against ranged units.
All right. Next.
Halberdiers.
Halberdiers got advance the line. Target friendly unit in long range. It performs a 2-inch directly forward. Bit like ringing the bells thing.
And they went down to 4 movement.
But they went down to 4 movement.
They went down to 4 movement. They
terrible.
lost their 5 move.
This is terrible.
That's horrific.
Start of round.
Holy shit! Advance line is a start of round.
Yeah, you're just gonna shift your Lightbringers into shooting range.
No, you're not. Oh, it's directly forward. Yeah, you're gonna shift them directly. Does that make a difference though? Because if you were first player, you were probably already in range, right?
This is purely, hey, you want to bring your wardens and make sure they can get to the objective in Game of Thrones round 1. That's what that shit reads to me
I think this unit was already not
It was good. I mean,
I don't think it was any good. I think it was kind of
fine.
mediocre at best.
Yeah.
And this feels like a nerf, to be honest.
I don't think it's a nerf.
Force speed?
Force speed is...
Yeah.
It is bad, without any doubt, but you're hitting on 3s and you... In the when does the movement speed matter most? It's in the first 2 rounds, I believe.
Were they hitting on 4s before?
Yeah, they used to hit on 4s.
Yeah.
Okay. So
right. They hit on 3s now.
Yeah.
But I just don't think it matters.
Not impressive. Yeah, no.
This gives you basically 2 more movement in the first 2 rounds when you use this on whatever yourself to get yourself.
I mean, guys, are you picking this or another Lightbringer unit?
Yeah,
I think I'm taking the Lightbringer.
So,
I mean, but
the other thing to remember though, Alex, just to kind of diffuse you a little bit, is that taunt is better when positioned well early, and being slower means taunt is not positioned.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I'm just saying that is not a nerf in my book with the shift 2 and the hitting on 3s.
Yeah, I didn't notice they hit on 3s. Like I thought they still hit on 4s. It's
side grade is the old phrase, right?
Side grade, yeah. I don't think they are much better. Like, I already think this unit is
I
like.
agree with that.
Rainbow Guard got the same thing that Kingsguard got, and they kept Relicry, no other changes, which is what I thought was going to happen.
Because Renly's a better commander than Joffrey.
Renly is a better commander. Joffrey has a higher power possible, I think, than Renly. Renly's unit, I think, actually might be better. I think Relicry might be Counter-Strike Disrupt, although killing Counter-Strike Disrupt.
You will see this Rainbow Guard with double Thorn Watch a lot.
Yes, I agree.
And that is like already a bonkers list to start with.
Do you think you run Rainbow Guard double Thorn Watch Riders of Highgarden?
No.
Or do you think you just run champs?
You need some unit to play overconfidence on, right?
Maybe you
don't you run overconfidence on the skirmishes?
I mean, you can play Stag Knights with Courtney, I guess.
Yeah, and then auto 6 charge with them.
That's your overconfidence unit.
Honestly, I might even prefer Rose Knights though.
Yeah,
Stag Knights fucking suck.
Running Eldon.
But yeah.
Say you running. And let's say you're running Elena still, because I think.
Yeah. Are you outside of Oberyn Commander?
Holy!
Is anything able to kill Rainbow Guard? With the healing that they have in faction, is anything ever going to be able to kill that unit?
And even Oberyn, like, do you want to use your poison on a 16 wound unit that costs 6 points? Or I don't even know.
Yeah.
Maybe you are forced to do that, but
oh no! So I hate this. I think you run Elena, right?
Yeah.
Do you run Jack and Elena? Because you can then Elena twice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but I'm not.
Cancel the water.
Right. That's 13 points used on NCUs. Okay. Right. Just because you're going to run Eldon, I think. I think Eldon with the cycling is pretty. You've got Rainbow Guard, Renly King in the south, and you've got Thornwatch, and you're running fucking Season 6 Martels in Baratheons.
and you can't even counter that shit, right? Like you cannot. Like I was thinking, like okay, maybe I can outflank, but this does not work. They just turn around and shoot you, right?
But this might not even be good. But this is quite literally like 4 7-point units and 3 NCUs type thing that Oberyn was doing and Armanella was doing, right? Like it's exactly the same format. It's single unit spam pretty much.
Yeah. Like the sad part
I
is,
think having no melee units is like
You've got Kingsguard, dude. That your Rainbow Guard. That is your melee unit. Also, I think you massively underestimate how good Thornwatch are. Like in melee, still 7 dice on 4s is not terrible.
No.
Yeah, but I will never play overconfidence.
You will,
them, right?
On your Rainbow Guard.
Maybe if the enemy cavalry tries to
charge your Thornwatch,
then you
then
you do it. Then you shoot. But if they use you would rather use Overwatch, right? If they trigger that.
Yeah, but you can do either. If they step within range of the Rainbow Guard because they're like, oh, that unit doesn't have Overwatch, then you overconfidence them. And if they step in range of the Thornwatch, you fucking shoot them.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey,
I don't know.
Yeah, triple Thornwatch
is hard sell, honestly. I think double Thornwatch is good.
Yeah, but it was my first assumption that like 2 of them. This is a spammable unit, but
with the you can't run that Brienne if you're running Rainbow Guard, but you can put 3 pikeman captains into all 3 of the Thornwatches and just give them +1 to their morale and +1 attack die from boldness and courage
for each of them. And they're all 8/7/7s with Overwatch. So if you get near one, the other 2 have a chance of shooting at you. And you can't go around them because they just turn and shoot you.
Yeah, and they can if you deploy them right, they can cover basically the whole length of the battlefield.
So ironically, after all that, I don't think you would run Riders of Highgarden that much.
Yeah, I don't think you're running Riders of Highgarden that often.
Yeah,
I think it does honestly make me a little bit sad. That it does feel like the shooting crown has very, very firmly left the crossbows. The Lannister ones, obviously. Obviously, it's Lightbringers. That's obviously
they lost it before to Skyridge Bowman, in my opinion. But yeah,
Skyridge Bowman were pretty.
Yeah, not anymore. They're not the best anymore.
No, yeah, that is true. They were better. I forgot about them. I forgot they existed.
We've done Targ, so let's go over to Greyjoys. We have our resident Greyjoy player here, Keijo. So how
rude.
Who's the best player? He's the best Greyjoy player here, right? No, Leon Balon. Obviously, bringing back a unit is still a thing with this Balon. We see it change to long range of a friendly deployment edge, and it comes in without pillage tokens. And if it hadn't activated, it's unactivated. If it was activated. So the change was basically you just don't get the flank.
And 6 points.
And what the fuck are you talking about? And you need to replace the zone.
Oh yes, sorry.
Huge difference because Intrigue and Subterfuge now counters him completely.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
So already this guy is useless to Lannister and Free Folk. And I think he's just bad now. I will say it. I think he's bad. I think you can't do the tempo. Wait until the end of round. Pass with Balon, and then have assault orders ready to go. Unless, I guess, you pass with all your NCUs beforehand.
Yeah.
Paying 6 points is already I feel like the better thing to do is to take a 4-point NCU and upgrade one of your 4-point units to a 6-point unit.
Yeah.
Ruffy McTuffy.
Balon is dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
I still think that in a list pair, Balon will make a list pair. because I think
some lists for sure.
Because I think that this ability is still like fine, right? But you're right. I think there are matchups where you're just not gonna. You want something that's more tempo based against some factions. You want something that's not going to get shut down by the likes of a Mance or Intrigue and so. So if he goes down to being once in the list pair, and we had a long conversation last night prior to the patch about like what is even the second Greyjoy list, right? Like how do you build the second Greyjoy list kind of thing. I'm not saying that this change is going to mean that both lists change. I think regardless of what was going to happen, something was going to have to change in the
both
list.
Lists will change.
But
you're not going to play the same Victorian list with this.
No, you're not. No, you're not. But more to the point I was trying to make was like, I think you're now going to see two actually different lists, rather than what we thought is competitively, where it's probably just two versions of Vic, or Vic and some bad I won't die list that's actually not. So
my worry is kind of, I think Vic is already pretty difficult to pilot against double range lists.
Let's see the rest of the units and see if you've got any option. I agree. I'm going to throw it out there. You're going to hate me. Is the answer, or are we finally going to see the outflank attachment see play purely as a solution to range?
The outflank would work against the newly.
It's not, because you have Thorn Watch with skirmish.
Thorn Watch, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm aware of that.
No, Mickey's suggesting to outflank directly next to the palisade, but that doesn't even work, because if your opponent has a brain cell, he places the palisade in such a way that you can't immediately kill it with your first activation. And then you need to walk to the palisade anyways, which I can do with my 6-speed units already.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take the Overwatch shot.
But it's actually not to put them to destroy the palisade, but you put them behind the palisade to stop a unit just charge blocking on them, and it buys you space, right? My point was more along the lines of, can you do this to buy you space? More importantly, is this the only solution that Greyjoys are now going to have to do this? Because I think that actually might be the case. Right?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm just positing, like, do we see this out of necessity? Not because it's good, but because it's necessity, it's the only solution. Or do you just grin and bear it and walk into Lightbringers? Because I'm not going to lie to you, mate, walking into Lightbringers looks like fucking awful news.
Yeah, I mean, I already know this doesn't work, right? Like,
I mean, let's see what else we got. Yeah. Eric Ironmaker starts with 2 pillage tokens. And 1 pillage token on a friendly. So this is pillage.
You have 3 pillage to start with, yeah.
So this basically could.
No, because you only gain pillage now on Eric if the enemy claims the bags, right? So
or Eric or an enemy.
Place them. I just don't care about this ability, because I'm never wasting my NCU slot to gain a couple pillage tokens. That's just not worth it.
I don't know.
It's better. He's better. He's able to distribute better.
We talked about it in CBA, didn't we? We actually talked about this in CBA and for a long time discussed Eric, of being like, you can't make Eric better by changing these numbers that much. Because, like, the problem isn't what he does of bringing tokens. The problem is what tokens give you and the speed at which he puts them in units.
He needs to have an ability
that does something.
That, like, somehow interacts with the tokens, and then the adding tokens to the units is the kicker. Like the added bonus on top. Like this is useless.
But I mean, if Balon is dead essentially. If he's not, if at minimum he's only in one list, you are looking to get everything souped up as fast as possible so that you don't die immediately. No, and he
No.
facilitates that.
I think you still just take Euron in the unit of Bowman, for example, and you're looking to gain utility like Venomir tokens, or like maybe you take Jacken, or maybe you take Walder NCU. I don't think this will ever see play. Like, people like putting Eric in their list because they like
having
getting
stuff.
pillage tokens, but I think this is a noob trap, basically.
It might be, yeah.
I agree. I mean,
yeah.
Mokoro, the law of magic has changed, right?
I'm gonna go grab a cup of tea, guys. I'll let you talk about Mokoro because this is quite a big change.
This is kind of crazy, in my opinion. It's like when you activate your combat unit, getting a previously destroyed attachment without like the tempo loss. That was always the issue on
also
on him.
Oh no, Visions is the Flames is exactly the same, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah,
that's,
I mean,
in my opinion, absolutely unneeded buff for an NCU that was already pretty good. But
I think Mokoro was kind of a necessity in
the big list. Yeah.
And I'm it's hard to say. I think the like the first ones per game is like so good if you know how to use it well. But like having a useless secondary ability still feels kind of bad.
Yeah. It's not useless anymore for sure. Or like I didn't think it was very useless or like completely useless, but it was definitely very slow.
Useless. I've played hundreds of games of Greyjoy, and I've used this ability twice, I think. This is replacing a zone to do something so slow just doesn't fit in Victarion. And half the time you want to duplicate your Sentinel, but your Sentinel hasn't died yet. Getting another copy of Victarion is kind of whatever, unless you're proccing Overrun. The attachment isn't even that good.
Okay, so Ironborn Reavers, they gained a speed?
Yes.
Yeah, there's 6.
Anything else?
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, they were underplayed. Maybe they will be played a little bit more often now.
I still think the main problem is like you want to have your big aggressive unit, and you don't want to have your like with list building. Either you spend your points on your damage dealers and take like cheap support units, or you spend you spend no points on your damage dealers, and then what else do you spend your points on? Like this unit doesn't, like, there's no requirement to use this unit, especially because Furious charge. Like, I want, if there was a commander to put in this is Victarion, right? This is a all aggressive unit, but
you don't do that because IVC are just better.
Yeah, and Silence Men as well. And
I mean, maybe now with the extra movement speed helps this unit to bridge a distance. Or
unit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely better. Like let's say you're having Theon attachment, and now at least you are threatening a range unit that shoots you.
Yeah, the problem is the range unit shoots you first, right?
I mean, yeah, that might very well happen. I'm not denying it.
And it's going to take your head off.
but before that, it was the range unit shooting you first, and you're still out of charge range, right?
Yes. I will never, like, at 6 speed, this is it's like 6 speed is such a big difference, right? The breakpoint from 6 to 5 is insane. Like reaching the palisade in the center of the board in the first round, or like threatening range units. But like I just don't see a place for this unit, because like I don't want to cheap out on my damage dealers.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you
at least from the way that I'm seeing it from the outside, there is, I mean, playing crossbows into Greyjoys, and obviously we've had this matchup many times, Dale. The big thing that I keep an eye out for is obviously that guaranteed threat range, because normally you're running Vic. Maybe you're not running Vic anymore, but I mean, let's be honest, Vic's probably still very, very good. And having that auto charge, I mean, exactly like you guys were saying, having the 6-inch move means that you will now always be a threat to ranged units, because of the fact that even if they just toe in the line, you will be able to auto charge them on a 6 unless they're in your corner. And sure that there is play around that, and obviously, but previously it was the case that you were able to just basically, cool, I'll stay away from your 6 move guys, I'll just shoot the ones that can't get me, and then I just win the tempo, and then we just take it step by step, which is taken away. So I don't think they're crazy or anything, but I think it's a really big buff in
this
that
is
way.
also a reason why I resisted to taking Iron Victory Crew for a long time. Like this 5 speed is such a big disadvantage into like ranged battles, and only after they like buffed them to basically never fail a panic test against half the cavalry units in the game, did I think Iron Victory Crew were worth it. Like maybe this unit is like not for Victarion, but for a different list. I just
Dagmar 9, maybe.
Yeah.
But like my issue is that 9 activations is kind of useless. Like your units.
It might be, yeah.
Your units.
Well, let's come to a unit that's definitely not useless, Hollow Reaper, which, in my opinion, were already good enough.
Already a good unit against trash. Right? This unit is there to kill trash.
Why does this just feel like the theme of this whole patch?
Like
so here's a unit that was already playable, and now it's fantastic.
But it's just like, what do we need to do to make a unit better? Add a keyword. Like, and has it got Sundering? No, give it Sundering. Has it got Crit Blow? No, give it Crit Blow. Like,
yeah.
I mean, the fantasy of this unit is just charge in and one-shot something now.
Yeah.
Like get crits, make them fail the panic test with extra wounds. I don't know. I feel like this unit might be on the menu to take against the ranged lists, because most of the ranged units don't have the great defensive stats, right?
Yeah.
And if you take Vandermeer and do the Vandermeer Jarken combo we talked about earlier, then I can like
propel this unit forward, break a palisade, and go
against the ranged units.
And also like this little bit of self-sustain, one-shot potential. What did the
funny thing is,
do
like,
wrong?
If I'm second against the Baratheon player, it might be my best move to just activate the Reapers first, march to the palisade, and then like threaten the swords to destroy them, right?
Yeah. I agree. Should we move on? Because I think...
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously a strong unit getting stronger. Black Tide Chosen, Sentinel Shield Wall, and, as I made of my recognized, no pillage connection or ability.
Yeah.
I hate this. Like, I've played a lot of Greyjoys, and I've played a lot of Black Tide Chosen. I played Black Tide Chosen way back in like season 4. season 3 when they were kind of going through their period of being interesting. I feel they liked them in a Balon list where they were kind of unkillable. This unit clearly, my view, this unit clearly doesn't know what it wants to be in. This has gone through now 3 completely different works in the last couple of seasons, like in the last 3 to 4 seasons. We have seen. We're not even just talking base reworks here. We're talking the whole thing is different, right? Like,
the last was just kind of interesting with the aura ability. This one again, like Sentinel is a really good ability, and it's really good in Greyjoy as well because we have infantry, right?
Yeah.
You could put this in a Theon list and have like 3 Sentinel units.
Yeah.
But like Shield Wall, like I feel like I don't need Shield Wall because if I'm engaged with an enemy in melee,
you're already good.
I'm already like good enough to.
It gives you a way of stopping someone else's alpha, right? But like, there's so many things right now that turn off abilities with alpha.
Yes.
But like,
maybe
what orders?
Maybe isn't just isn't a good ability.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, I find it sad that the pillage ability is generally gone. Or like this is now a generic unit. Like you have a shield wall, you have a sentinel. Like I rather have the unique unit that needs a little stats buff than 2 generic orders. And I honestly think this unit will not be very good. This patch still hitting on 4s, and I guess it just gets outshined by the Reapers. It gets outshined by the Silent Men.
This unit with Baylor Commander, though.
I mean, I guess, it will not die, and Sentinel is good in them, and you will hit harder.
JR Bissett. So hello, greetings, Paperboy J from Germany. He says, but greetings, Paperboy. Hope you're having a great evening and a good patch. JR Bissett, what is the Wendy Jaqen combo? So this was now 2 hours ago, I think we talked about this. So very quickly, the Wendon Jackie combo is you have Jaqen with 3 tokens at the start of the game, and you have Wendemir, who starts with 1 token. No, 0 right now.
0.
You use Jaqen. You spend a token on Jaqen to copy Wendy. Jaqen then activates, goes to the zone. He gains all of Wendemir's abilities for the full round. Go to a zone and use a zone replace, like a crown zone replace in round 1, to get a token on Jaqen, not Wendy. Then you have 3 tokens on Jaqen that round still, meaning that you can use potentially all 3 in the following friendly turns. Bearing in mind, you've got probably plenty of turns to use this. Use all 3 tokens in that first round, doing 3-inch shift forward, meaning you can propel a melee infantry unit 9 inches forward in round 1, without spending any Wendy tokens, because Wendy's not actually got any tokens so far. You've still got all your Wendy tokens that he'll collate throughout the game. You basically just get a 9-inch move, but it costs you your entire NCU to do it. Like, we debated whether or not this is that great, but like, if you just said in Greyjoy specifically, pick any unit, deploy 9 inches forward, that could be pretty good.
It's not even just about like using them immediately in round 1. I think having him in your list and not using the Jaqen tokens immediately, and then later in like round 3 or 4, you can, or not 3 or 4, 2 or 3, you can take the Wendemir, copy the Wendemir ability, and then you really have access to a lot of tokens when you need them.
I feel it's good to recap that, not just because you asked, but because obviously it was a long time ago since we talked about it, and we are now looking at Greyjoy's where this obviously makes. I think Black Tide Chosen difficult. They'll see some play, but they just don't have a place of like. I want him to lean into the pillage design of like longevity pillage thing that isn't Ironmakers with this unit. Ever since it's come down to 6 points from 7, I feel like it just hasn't had a space.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because, and I think I'll be honest with you, I think Michael Chanel doesn't really know where he wants this to, and I think that's obvious. So, Go back to when they were 7 points. Look at the design space there. Period. Back in Marshall training day.
I think they need to be a 6-point unit though.
Yes, yeah. But look, what I meant is look at the design space.
Yeah. Sure.
Drowned Men, we saw this change as well. The going to 4 wounds and the vulnerable and weakened before rolling attack die, which is obviously pretty nice buff. But overall, this has not really changed the like.
I think the 4 wounds does actually make a pretty big difference because now you're not pissing your pants when you get shot by a ranged unit.
Yeah, but you're not. What I mean is
that ranged unit has precision.
Yeah.
Surely they wouldn't put this on a range unit, right?
My 3 Thornwatch would like to.
Unlucky.
I know, right?
Yeah, my issue is kind of if you're thinking about the 8 activation Vicarian list, and we're saying, okay, we want to remove Balon to drop one of my 4 points units to take another 6-point unit, then we're either dropping the archers or the drowned men. And if we're dropping the archers, we're not getting pillage tokens. So I think we're dropping the drowned men.
Well, you don't get pillage tokens from range attacks anyway, do you?
No, but you
mean for proccing them?
I guess you could take Euron in another unit, but
yeah.
The other thing is maybe the healing is just too. It's too required against the ranged list, so maybe you do drop the archers.
Synergizes with raiding call. The archers are better for like the raiding call stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There might be a home for drowned men. I just don't know if it's.
The archers are the only unit that have now divide the spoils, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I guess technically you could take the not the NCU Eric, but the
Commander.
Eric command.
Yeah.
Which you're not doing because you're. The Silent Men change as well, which obviously it's a buff. The Super Sundering moving to the only 6s. Technically, this is one of those Simon wording things. So things like Shield Wall don't work against this. So yeah, that's a thing. This is a buff. We actually think that the majority of this though was the -1. The panic check on activation thing. Like fine, like whatever.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter.
I think none of these this unit didn't need to be touched, and it got some minor buffs. Okay, whatever.
This patch in a nutshell.
Greyjoys are probably coming out of this.
I think the silence infamy ability feels really bad because if I don't if you kill the enemy with that doesn't feel great. It's a panic test at -1 even. So most of the time they pass it probably. Most units pass it probably, and they might even have something like Dauntless. So you might not want them to make a panic test, but you kind of have to because it's not a May ability.
Yeah.
I honestly think there's not even anything wrong with the changes Greyjoy got. I just think the meta shift completely destroys them. Because the ranged lists from Baratheon and
Baratheon.
Baratheon and Baratheon feel terrible. I think the Lannister matchup is god awful now. Cersei completely ruins my faction.
But you no longer have Tywin to deal with, which is a huge deal. I mean, Tywin was
knights will charge me and one-shot me anyways. This is the problem.
Yeah. Okay, fair. Yeah, Gregor 3-pointer is stupid. Very stupid.
So I don't know. Infantry only, kind of bad.
I think there's going to be. I'd be interested to see. Obviously, we are not there yet, but in the next patch, we know attachments and changing. I would be interesting to see how they would look to change Greyjoy stuff in a way that would make them. I don't want the answer just to be everything has Sentinel. You know, I think that that's not the way to make this playable. Have you still got resilience on?
Yeah.
Yes,
On
on
the
the
1 point
Drowned
attachment.
Prophet. Yeah.
Like, could you? I mean, not great because like thinking could Black Tide Chosen be running shield or resilience maybe, but like no, you just switch off orders. Just maybe genuinely, maybe Resilient Reapers might be a play just to make them hard to fucking kill, knowing that when they get into combat they will probably win.
Yeah, I think I'm regress or like I'm taking the Baelor Reapers back.
Yeah.
Because then if you have 2 pillage tokens on them,
Yeah,
they
they
roll
just
9 dice, crit blow, vicious.
yeah, you're killing stuff.
Or maybe you actually take Theon, because you need the extra auto 6.
Yeah. I think this makes a non-Vic list a little bit more interesting to play with, though.
Yeah.
But I can't. There's nothing that stands out to me being like I like a list. Theon was all right as a commander, so maybe Theon sees some more play. Baelor obviously defend. Right, Martel. We've got no Martel players here. You can tell by the color banners that I put on the stream that there are no Martel players here. So we'll skip over Martels. Right, Martel's got deleted as a faction. That sound about right?
Yep.
Good.
Oh, right. We're all happy. Let's move on to Bolton's. Oh my god! Can I just point out the formatting on Roose Bolton's card is. Anyway,
yeah.
Martel. Ariane changing. So each time she influences a unit, choose one. If you control crowns or water gardens, gain both instead. While influencing enemy unit, attachments on that unit look fine. So that's exactly what. For. While influencing an enemy unit, that unit is treated as having -1 rank. If Ariane controls water gardens or crowns, that unit instead attack die.
I mean, you can take away 3 dice on the overpowered Lightbringers with that ability, right?
Yeah.
This is really odd because it's like you need to control crowns or water gardens, get both effects.
Yep.
But then it basically has a third effect, which is only if Ariane controls.
Ariane needs to control it, and the problem is even against like Lightbringer, you just get swapped out afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe no, you don't, because you probably have better NCUs to run.
So I think Ariane's gone down from 5 to 4, right? For turning off attachments.
That's a good thing. So
I think you just use it for that all the time.
Yeah,
yes,
I think
absolutely. And you get the.
You just usually would probably use the lose all abilities, or maybe I looked at Nymeria already, so maybe you could even run both. I'm not sure if it's worth over skipping Ilaria, but yeah, definitely decent and playable for 4 points.
Yes.
They'll see play.
I'm sad at losing the ability to choose turning off orders.
Especially against Overwatch meta.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that went a little bit, because the number of times Ariane would come down and like it was like I could turn off attachments or turn off orders, and it was like, well, hang on. Like if I choose to turn off attachments, it takes away all your orders anyway. Or if I take away all your orders, it turns off all your attachment and your unit. Do you know what I mean? Like it often felt that, especially as a free folk player, but it often felt where like Ariane was just basically doing both most of the time anyway. And I'm not saying obviously with Cersei and things like that coming through, it's obviously similar, but like this was one of the hardest control pieces in the attachment meta.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt odd that it was in hell. Like swapping that to Cersei kind of makes sense, at least in some regard.
But Cersei gets to do her thing better and easier for 4 points.
Yeah, sure. But like, I'm not comparing Arianne with Cersei. I'm more like saying that I think Arianne doing it as good as she was doing it, even if you're at 5. Maybe because everyone was taking attachments, like because of the patch, right? Anyway, yeah, fine, cool. Doran at 5, completely reworked again.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Each time Doran claims a zone, after resolving that zone's effect, choose one of the following. Additional options become available based on the game round. So, from the first round onwards, you can remove a condition token from a friendly House Martel unit after the zone effect. In game round 2, you could instead choose to restore two wounds. In game round 3 onwards, you can target a friendly unit to do a 2-inch shift. You no longer get the pivot shift, it's just a shift.
And it's only a Martel unit.
Yeah, and it's only friendly Martel unit. Yeah. No neutrals. Game round 4, you target an enemy combat unit to suffer 3 hits. In game round 5, target any number of enemy combat units. They become... most games will mostly be decided in round probably 4 anyway. Usually 3 is going to be a big deal. Like... I don't know if this is great.
I think that's not worth 5 points, to be honest. Like, what you're realistically doing is like the heal 2. Like, that sounds good, except for you get a really good shift.
Yeah,
But let's say you heal in round 2, round 3, round 4, and then you heal the same amount as a certain Bolt and NCU heals with any activation that only costs 4 points anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, what are the quotes on these characters?
Every single one is out of
all
whack.
flavor text is wrong on the characters, and on the units actually.
It's like Mance Raider Sworn Oath as well.
Yeah, they're literally all wrong.
Like, I didn't know Doran cared about the wall, man.
Yeah.
So, Arianne, this girl is a maid of 14, sweet and beautiful and tractable.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when you know the book story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Navirius and where does it end?
Can still work for her.
Yeah, it can, but she also this is another NCU that's just been kind of like almost nothingness for a vast majority of time in the game, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Not dispatch though.
Not that she is. I think she's the new auto include.
Yeah, I think
While it is a friendly combat unit, they gain the following based on the total number of controlled zones. Okay, right. Melee attack gains vicious, melee attack gains crit blow, melee attacks gain rerolls, and melee attack gains +2 to active dice with 1 zone, 2 zone, 4 zone, and 5 zone.
Okay, that's the dumbest thing I've seen in my entire life.
The other big thing that changed
combat unit
for the law. Yes, it's friendly combat unit, not infantry unit. For the longest time, she could not influence cavalry. Now she can influence cavalry.
Specifically when she got abilities, which obviously if you have 2 brain cells rubbed together, you see, that looks really dumb on Lance Cav.
Yep.
Oh,
this is one way to make Starfall knights.
I mean, if crit blow on Lance Cav was so good that it automatically wins you the game, then surely you would play
+2 dice.
Lance Cav with any of
dice.
the. I think this is just better on units that are already good.
Yeah.
Like play this with your Swift Strike guy.
You mean are you talking about dervishes? I mean you could hear me out though. I can do both. I can put it on my Starfall Knights and I can bring Jack in and I can put it on whatever other unit I want.
No. Or you could just go double Starfall Knights and just have 2 of them.
Sure. But then you're kind of screwing yourself with attachment points a little bit. But
yeah, but you have 2 Lance Cav rolling 11 dice with no setup.
I mean, we can agree this is really strong, and it maybe even forces your opponent to pass with a second NCU.
Yeah.
To give away the 2 extra dice, but I mean,
yeah. If they're not,
depends on it depends on how you value basically the 2 extra dice on a unit or the zone effect or whatever you get from it.
I think
you cannot play this with Doran together as
No, you
before
cannot
because
touch Doran with her.
yeah, because Water Garden destroys control, obviously.
Yeah.
So this is the old. You have to decide one or the other, but that is a significant buff, and I think in the last patch, I almost exclusively played Doran over Nym, and I think now it's the other way around.
Yep.
Well, one thing I do have to say is that even though I do think, again, the Lannisters got worse this patch, I think that Lannisters' ability to fuck with other factions, ironically, in some ways went up because intrigue. I feel like intrigue stonks has gone up big time, and that's fun.
I mean, Lannister benefits from Water Gardens not being in the game.
Yes, that too. Red Cloak buff because you're not bringing Doran as often.
I mean, yeah, but no one's from.
Everyone is running Red Cloak in season 6.
It's so funny watching Kate.
What the hell has gone on in my absence?
You're completely out of touch, man.
Yeah,
it sounds that way. I leave you guys alone for 5 minutes. Everyone's running pyromancers and red cloaks.
It's good.
I feel like I need to pull a full of like Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. Just grabbing the glove.
On that note, Alex Kirkendale over in the US said it's good to see us, but he's off to head off soon. Alex. Susta says he's just realised Keijo's there with us. Susta says hello. Specifically to Keijo, so fuck the rest of you. Tom and Stunks up, says Stevenson D. Sure, let's say yes.
I think I'll take some other NCUs before Tom.
And Lannisters are finally free of Tywin's tyranny. One day they will finally get a new identity. That's actually true.
That is good. I like that.
Right, should we do units then? Sand skirmishers.
Yeah.
Rip Bozo.
They're dead in a ditch. Dead in a ditch.
So I don't think they are dead. I don't think they are dead. I just think that they are not what they used to be, which is fucking stupid.
Well, exactly. Dead in a ditch compared to Thornwatch and Lightbringers.
I mean, come on, everything's dead in a ditch compared to those things.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like, pretty sure giants might be dead in a ditch to those things, and I think giants are OP.
So much worse.
No, giants don't lose to those things, but
they lose scout openings and they hit on 3s and they have armor 5. So you obviously have those 3 nerfs, and you gain for it the Pathfinder. Okay, now you can walk over stakes, I guess, and you kind of are playing with palisades or low walls anyway to protect them a little bit. So this doesn't help super much. And you gain the skirmisher ability, which also does not help very much because you usually like to put their High Hermitage Sentinel, which is a pivot into March. So the only thing you get is the no rerolls on charge bonus, I guess. And for that, you cannot really play as a range unit anymore. Like your average hits, if from a range attack, is now 3.5.
So I mean, skirmisher is still an amazingly good ability. Let's not get that wrong.
Let's be real. This is now what Ranger Hunters have been without the combo potential for charging and firing off. Like, what this tells me is that in the attachment patch, there's going to be something that has Swift Strike as an attachment. Like, I just foresee that happening, and you're going to have Sand Skirmishers effectively be something similar to Ranger Hunters. Because right now, these are just Ranger Hunters without the combo potential, and arguably like
worse Ranger Hunters.
Arguably worse, arguably worse.
Right now, without any attachments to help them, this is a 6-point unit, costed at 7.
I think it's still a 7-point unit. I think it's a bad 7. Or like
I think it's not worth 7 points anymore. Like,
I think you run one. think you run one because I think Skirmisher is useful.
What do you want to do even with this unit? If you want to do range damage, you play a Skyreach Bowman and they do more damage and cost less. If you want a hard-hitting infantry unit that does something, then whatever, pick Darkstar Retinue.
No,
you
use this
and take Spearlord in them, and then you basically have this unit that can pivot march behind the enemy lines.
Okay, yeah,
and
that's
you can
an argument. Yeah,
but they hit on 4s. They hit on 4s now.
Yeah, but you can
still have rerolls from Edric.
Yeah, you can still get rerolls. You can get other things as well. Like the point is,
I'm not saying this unit is like good, but I don't think it's. I mean, you're not.
I don't think it's criminal.
Let's be real. You're not playing this unit, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, we've gone from seeing 2 to 3 to probably seeing 0 for the next probably 4 to 5 months.
I think you see 1 to in a list pair. You see 1 to clean up like flanking cavalry type stuff.
Yeah. But how are you cleaning it up?
Because you skirmish a charge it to stop it charging you. Like you're tying it up.
And on top of that as well, obviously we have a lot of abilities now in the game which do cancel orders and those kinds of things. And Skirmisher allows you now to shoot people in your flank or charge people in your flank
without using quickfire.
Without relying on quickfire. And there is a lot of strength in that. A lot of strength in that. Again, doesn't mean they're crazy good, but
I mean, if they get that Swift Strike attachment, which I don't know, I feel like that's not going to happen, then you get benefit of Nymeria just getting chucked on these guys to charge in, do a shit ton of damage on their melee, and then clean up.
This is actually something that you perhaps have to think about, right? Is that Sand Skirmishers obviously work around Walder as a good example because of the Skirmisher rule, and because Nymeria exists.
But no, Skirmisher rule doesn't actually help against Walder because you can't pivot after the maneuver, right? So you can't use quickfire.
Yes, no, but what I mean is that because of the Skirmisher rule, it matters less that they weren't able to pivot at the end of the last activation, last maneuver, right? It's less of a problem that you've been out of position generally. The point I was actually going to say is I think you're seeing a knock-on effect of Nymeria existing, which is units can't now be too good because of what my Nymeria can do. Like,
nah, we're not thinking about that.
No, but maybe. I don't know. Dervishes, they get precision and then crit blow on charges, so they don't have the activation thing anymore, and elusive escape. Pardon me again. 4+6+ defensively, 7/6/4 on 3+. I think this is fine for 6 points now.
Yeah,
I think they're much better.
Yeah.
I think this is your damaging unit in an 8 activation list in a 6/6/5/5.
That's Skyreach Bowman. And it is not even in this, but if you open the files on the Simon page, the Outriders, because of the Darkstar Retinue, they have the same ability, and the Outriders now got Sundering.
I think that's a mistake, but
it is a mistake. But for now, it's official until they change it.
It is in the files for sure. I have no idea.
Scimitar on Outriders has been fixed.
Oh, it has. Okay.
Yeah. I have the fix log.
It's been fixed. They have it now.
No, so I have the fix log from Simon where they've gone through and they haven't published any files yet. What? Pretty fixed.
But yeah, dervishes I think can have a place now. I like dervishes. They actually do something.
June Vipers, let's move on. June Vipers, Disrupt.
Yep.
Disrupt.
Which they used to have anyway, and they got it taken off when they got removed to 5 points, right?
No, they had
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
Oh, Counter-Strike. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Disrupt might be better.
Now you can, I think it is better. And now you can stack it up with your beautiful, what's the name? Dervish Captain, who also has Disrupt.
Disrupt, yep.
Yeah, but you get the -1s from like Rising Temps, Oberyn,
Yeah.
and because disrupt is better than Counter Strike in like the gang up style, where it's going to affect the unit you're going to give gang up to. So the answer to the opponent isn't just to hit the other unit, kill the other. Because
I was thinking you can now put Oberyn in this unit.
Yeah, I think this is a nice Oberyn home potential.
Like this works well with unexpected exhaustion for sure. -2 and a weaken token.
Yeah.
And you can add, if you really want to do damage with this unit, you can add Nymeria to it, I guess.
I think you can absolutely bring these guys again because gang up, Starfall Knights, Nymeria.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's good. I think it's fine.
Then Darkstar Retinue, which we saw, got the Sundering keyword as well, and that was basically it.
They got one extra die on the
last one, but yeah.
Fine. Like, I just worry about this unit one-shotting people with Ario Hotar, Doran Commander, Ario Hotar attachment, and just walking around and, like one-shotting someone and overrunning and shotting somebody else. Because you have Crippler, you have Sundering, you have +3 hits.
It's what you need to bring against Baratheon now to at least disable the Lightbringers.
Maybe, but I think like the odds of that happening and like one-shotting people is not that high. But I feel like when it happens, like if it might be 10% chance. I've not like when it happens, it's just like.
I mean, add a Nymeria to it.
Yeah, let me do the math for. I have. More or less killy.
More or less killy.
Hold on. Let me see. On a 4-up, 6-up unit, you get
7 dice.
9 dice. 9 dice with Nim on 3s plus vicious. So -2.
This is where Martel start running Doran Martel for the counter.
So if you've got 9 dice on 3s with reroll, Sundering, Crit Blow, and the 3 auto hits and the vulnerable token, your average wounds to a 6-up morale, 4-up defense is 12.12.
Love it.
You are just deleting units.
If you are on the 7 dice without the Nymeria, Nymeria also gives vicious, right? Like we forget that.
Yep, because the minus. So so it's 12.72.
12.72. If you assume no +2 dice because the board's not full. Your chance to wipe a 4-up, 6-up is 35%. So literally, open the round, like take Nymeria.
Yep.
Do whatever. Position.
Yep.
Charge. Dead unit.
Yep. And that's again not even considering that you probably bring Starfall Knights, bring Jack in. And you can have both of those units just threatening to, I'm going to try to delete something immediately with both of these units.
Yeah.
I think that's honestly one of
I think this has to be kind of the Martel playstyle now because the Skirmisher thing does not work at all anymore. So you cannot really. It's hard to outmaneuver your opponent with melee infantry units or.
Yeah.
So it's either that or Skyrich spam.
Skirmishers can't do what they used to do with just running it down and being able to shoot you and not get hit.
This is where I counter you, and in rounds where I go first, I will just pass 2 of my NCUs. Bet you didn't expect that.
Incredible. Thank you. I'll take the tempo.
I guess it's gonna be okay.
I don't think you will ever recover from that.
Not recover from the shot.
And you have Skyreach Bowman to, rip a rank off of something just to soften up a target. And again, Starfall Knights or Retinue with Nim, regardless, are going to kill something. Yeah. I think Martels this season are the Tywin, like Reigns of Castamere, Knights of Casterly Rock, one-shot bombs from like seasons ago. I think that's Martel's identity this season.
I'm gonna try this shit tomorrow. I'm gonna play Doran Commander with
Retinue. I think it's not as good if your enemy has cavalry units. This is not as good
charged,
because you need to like get into position and then they can still charge you before you charge them, right?
I mean, it was always the problem with running Dora and Commander. Like, everything evolves around you need to get your charge, and then you're like the big boss. But if you're not, or lose abilities for some reason.
But even then, even if theoretically you charge, because you can only charge one of them, and the other one will be able to get in position. If you charge the retinue, you put Edric in them, because why wouldn't you? You have duty to the ground plus Edric. You're going to heal at least 2 if you pass your morale, which you should.
Yeah, but then you're only attacking me with 9 dice on 3 crit blows, Hungering Vicious. I can survive that.
For 1 round, maybe. Only 9 dice, crit blow, Sundering Vicious rerolls.
Yep, no biggie.
And this is what I've said many times before, and what I'll say many times again. That's the thing with Tywin. It was a once per game, and this is a many times per game. So
I mean, you're just gonna Cersei on bags or crowns and disable all of this and be fine for your 4 points.
Yeah,
so don't worry about that one.
But I mean, Cersei doesn't shut off influence.
Cersei doesn't shut off influence. Cersei can't do anything about.
You're not getting any.
Yeah, and then
I think Lannister are like actually completely chilling into this.
Yeah,
they have like no problems whatsoever dealing with it.
Oh no, I agree, but I mean, Lannisters have obviously, apart from the Bolton neutral memes, like Martel was always Lannister's easiest matchup, and it really wasn't close. So I think that's dynamic the same now.
The dynamic shifts slightly, just like funnily enough, because prior it was Martell's trying to survive the one shot. Now it's Lannisters needing to survive the one shot.
Yeah.
So you still need to survive the one shot as well. Keep in mind he shuts off your abilities and then he charges you with his knights and one shots your unit as well.
No.
Yes.
No, because I have Ariane that takes you down a rank and you turn off your abilities.
One dice on my knights with Gregor.
Exactly.
Martel's one shot, new Lannister, Martel OP, Lannister suck ass, Baratheon, why do Baratheon play Tyrion gunline? Why do free folk run Robb Stark lists where you just charge everyone with giants and they die? What do Starks do? Oh yeah, Starks are the new Baratheon. Baratheon are the new Bolton. No,
Martel.
Baratheon are the Martel. Yeah. And then we've got Boltons.
Are the new Boltons. Greyjoy are the new Boltons.
Greyjoy are the new Boltons. No, Greyjoys are the new neutrals.
Love it.
Bolton NCUs with the worst, I said this earlier, the worst formatted card I've seen. I mean, it's just so there.
That is horrendous.
Like, how the fuck do you not notice this? Like,
I mean,
I'm sorry.
There's a chance if they've sent it through to a card generator, there's a chance they've sent it through to the card generator. It's pumped out the file and they've not actually checked the file afterwards.
Yes.
So
also, what has changed about Roos other than the awful formatting? Is Roos not exactly the same?
Once per turn, round. Sorry, if Roos has not yet claimed a zone, when an enemy combat unit gains a condition token, you may target one other range that against one condition of the same type. Each time he claims a zone, you may target one enemy. It suffers 1 hit for each token on.
Is that
he goes to 5
exactly
points up from 4.
No, he was 5.
No, he was 5. I think he's exactly the same.
There's extra white space on the card.
Right. They just decided to change he needed the extra spacing.
He desperately needed more white space.
Are we saying that Roos is a wide boy now? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Actually, no. Oh, actually, incredible. Do you know how they've changed this? There has been a change, and I don't just mean with space. Is anyone going to have a guess at what's been changed?
I honestly never even saw the Bolton buff, so I
mean, he has a different image.
He has a different image. They've used the old original Roose Bolton image instead of the new Bolton faction image.
Incredible.
That is so funny.
What an incredibly weird change.
Sure, why not? Why the hell not?
Do you think that's accidental? I think that's probably accidental.
Probably accidental, more than likely. They just probably found the image in the files and they were like, there we go, that's perfect, pop it in.
Yep, that's Bruce. Click.
That's incredibly random change. Okay, let's check up on some people in the chat. Carly's been there. Excited for a different list for Martels. Yeah, I mean, aren't we all? West Coast Man says, long time no laughs, my friend. Good to see you. Yes, you too, Carl. Hopefully everything goes well over in the US. Up to Kansas now. And rolls a battle. So, Walder Frey getting changed. Claims the zone, draw 2 wounds, once per game. Target any number of friendly combat or 1 plus the number of current game. So the once per game being toned down to 1 wound, right?
Yeah.
I still think she's very...
I think you still take her, absolutely.
Wait, oh no, I heal 1 less.
Game.
Yeah.
What time?
No.
Who fucking cares, man?
She's still great. She's still auto included in every list. Moving on.
Yeah, cool. Dreadful Archers. Oh god, we saw this. Oh, we already saw this change. I just got like PTSD from Lightbringers there for a moment and was like, how did they make these fucking bonkers?
No, they just
I
have
think they
Mark
suck
target.
ass against the Lightbringers, right?
They do suck ass against the Lightbringers.
They are horrific.
No, vicious. They don't have horrific. It's a different keyword.
Yeah, they have Mark
Thank
target.
you. I appreciate it.
Spearman, we saw change. Did we see this change?
Yeah, no, we did not see them change, but the change is their attack just automatically puts out the weakened now after the attack's completed.
They Didn't they used to put out panic tokens as well?
Their like original version was it was if they fail the panic test, they become panicked. Or no, if you take the rank, from the attack, they become panicked. And
No,
if they're already
if they
panicked,
take the rank or you fail the panic test.
Yeah. But I think
at least here, I'm glad they removed hoops within hoops.
Yeah.
So there is actually a typo here as well. The weakened has got a small W.
Yeah.
Is that like half a token? They're only like a bit weak.
Yeah.
Bloody Mama Skirmishers also have the small W.
Yes. They got vicious and they are 7/6/5 on 3s. On top of what they were already doing. I think they're kind of insane now.
This unit need a aggressive buff like that?
I don't think so, but
what the fuck are these Source Riders? 7?
Yeah, the Ghost Riders are fucking insane too now. You were saying yesterday about how awful they are and how terrible they are.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Shut your mouth the next time.
Stop saying things are so god awful and terrible.
Yeah, Greyjoy are fucking worthless. So. really,
well, see now,
those Reapers really need a buff.
Man, what the hell? How come they don't have 2 armor?
Hey chat, can you tell who here plays Greyjoys? Oh, yeah, I didn't think the Bloody Mama Skirmishers needed a buff with Vargo or with Steelshanks. These guys were pretty good, right? Like with the Skirmisher rule.
Really good.
This feels very good.
Yeah, Skirmisher needs to be removed from the game, please. Thank you very much.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, take back the scout openings.
I'll give you scout openings if you take away quickfire. The Bloody Mama Source Riders 7 dice, 6 dice is like wow.
Yeah, these things are better. These are 10 times better than Screamers now. Easily.
They don't. No decay is actually.
Yeah.
Or no real decay.
Compare these to Screamers.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I mean, 7 morale is unplayable, right? Like
7 morale is pretty bad.
Way better.
You do get shot by Lightbringers and lose your entire unit. So
That's true. That's true.
But then again, that goes for most things in the game.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Brotherhood. I forgot about Brotherhood as a faction. Oh well. Yep. Caitlyn, NCU changing.
4 points, I think now.
Yeah, down from 5.
What?
Wasn't she 5?
Nice.
No, she just gained the vicious.
Oh, she gained vicious. Okay.
Oh, friendly combat use gain vicious and may reroll attack die. Yeah, it was just rerolls, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Did you
the
need
problem
this?
here is the fact that you can't play Beric, right? Still.
Yeah.
So
no Beric commander, which means you're locked into Thoros commander, and Thoros commander of the 3 commanders is probably the one. So like.
Yeah.
I guess you can give vicious to Sworn Brothers or Sworn Knights, whatever they are.
Yeah.
Sundering and vicious, but I mean,
Like,
Thoros commander attachment already gives Sundering and vicious using the faith tokens.
Yeah.
Sure. Fine. Why not?
Not.
I don't think this changes much.
Oh, Peasants.
Peasants are 5 points now.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Gained Sentinel and went up to 5 points.
Yeah, that's ass. Undo, please.
This guy, by the way, can we just... I know this art's like been there for a while. This guy just looks demented.
He actually needs a trip to Turkey. What the fuck is that hairline?
He's a peasant,
I don't want to hear anything about it.
Yeah.
He's a peasant, man. Give him a break.
Give him a hairline.
5 points. Ah, man, like...
You weren't seeing them before. You're not seeing them now. I think they were fine.
I think that's actually a downgrade because you could have played.
Yeah, they just don't have a place anymore, right? You could play them in 8 activations, and now you cannot play 8 activations anymore with that shit because you're lacking the good units at 6 points. So they're just dead in the water, I think.
They already weren't being taken, and I think you have more reason now to not take them.
They were in the 8 activation, like Caitlyn or like the Thoros list we sometimes saw. They were played in 8 activations, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was and the way that they would typically play in a 2-list format is the 7 activation, probably with bouncing Thoros, which hasn't gone away and is still probably a bit of a pain in the arse. And you run that with Beric commander, and then you run like probably a cat or Thoros list, but probably a cat list. 8 activations with a couple of range units, usually Lightbringers, and like these. Like, I don't know. I just think it's not very good.
Yeah, I think they lost their place now.
Yeah. Actually, we didn't talk about it. Units in Baratheon or in Stark for Brotherhood.
Oh fuck! Fucking Catelyn with fucking Lightbringers.
Yep, healing herself.
Oh.
Just wins every range duel now. You can have a couple of Brotherhood archers as well in there if you need them.
Yeah, but the problem is
nothing else is
real. Play this in Brotherhood where you can only play 1 unit of Lightbringers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brotherhood is just a burst Baratheon now, right?
How about champs? Do you take in Brotherhood? Do you bring champions of the stag in Brotherhood now?
No.
My gut feeling is, why are we running champs?
Yeah. Like the only reason why you need to take units from other factions is because your faction doesn't have it, right? So like a 7-point unit, or because the unit is like absolutely broken.
Oh wait, Catelyn Stag Knights is better now too. I mean, or not even Catelyn. You can put Gendry into Stag Knights and get old resilience back.
So that was the end of it. We didn't really need long on Brotherhood, right? I'm just going to very quickly recap here. TLDR, because Marwyn had walked the dog, had dinner, and did some DIY, and now he's back. He needs a TLDR. What's the stonkest? He says.
I think Lannister is the best faction.
I think Lightbringers are the best. Lightbringers are the strongest thing.
Lightbringers are definitely the strongest thing, but they're in Baratheons, man. Surely this can't be that strong.
Dude, have you seen this unit? I think this kills anything.
It's in Baratheon. Yeah, I still think that. Well, maybe.
You're gonna be forced to run those like solos that can only take a max of like 1 or 2 wounds from panic tests just to not get cooked.
No.
Tier list maker. Right. So we are going. This is not fully considered, right? You have got between us as a community of 5 people, right? We have 2 minutes to decide on where every unit is going to go, unit by unit. Ready? Lannister Guardsman
per unit.
Lannister Guardsman, 2 minutes. Where do we think? Situational. Yeah, got better, but probably not great. Pyros.
No.
Situational.
Yeah.
I would put them on solid, only because I funnily enough, as much as I was memeing it earlier, I actually think that they do have play into giants now.
Yeah, and with the Barristan thing with High Sparrow, maybe still good, right?
Yeah, I would say solid.
Wait, which unit? The Pyros?
Pyros.
Don't we want to start with a ranking for the factions in general before we go super deep into
Nah, let's just do units. We can do the. Do you want to do the units? We'll pause the clock. Moment of rest. Are we going to do the factions overall?
Factions overall?
As in, where do we think is the best faction? What do we think is the worst faction?
Spitball some lists and then see where those lists rank.
Okay.
I think double Lightbringer might be the best list in the game, or might be the list to beat. So everyone adjusts to that. And I'm I think multiple factions have complete unwinnable matchup into Lannister, for example. I think Greyjoy and Martel they cannot win against Lannister. But I'm not sure how Lannister deals with a double Lightbringer shit.
I think Lannister just loses to double Lightbringer.
Ooh. Stats is updated with the sessions now in testing. Playtest under custom unit season 7. Try it, break it, and tell us what you find. Just go on stats.
Don't know why he's done that. Fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, on the wait.
Time to build my first list in season 7.
Wait, are the changes up on stats?
No, not fully.
Not fully. Okay.
So I believe none of the assets for the cards are up there, but the points changes have been implemented. So, if there's been any code backend changes, so 1-1 is now 9, for example. But if you try and load 1-1's card, his card isn't updated because the cards is what me and Leon are going to work on, or mostly Leon, to be fair to him. But it's going to be what me and Leon work on basically after.
Yeah.
It won't take us that, I think. But yeah, so the lists themselves are available up on stats. You can go to custom units 7.
Okay, but nothing changes, right?
Session update.
I can't look at the images, so who cares?
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the images, but you can go to the list. Please get in. So, faction-wise, I think I'm going to throw it out there. I think Free Folk come out of this in a bit of an odd situation. I do not think Varamir got worse by changes. He might get worse by the nature of what else has happened in the game. But I don't think Varamir is worse overall.
See, I might think the Giants actually have a good matchup into the ranged shooting, because you can put down a forest, and if you put down a forest, your unit is untouchable.
But also you have 3 armor.
Just on top of the fact that, yeah, exactly, you have 3 armor and
like 3 morale, and you can't take extra panic wounds.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they are just. Yeah, no, literally. I think Giants are the biggest boogeyman. Personally, I think they're the biggest boogeyman.
I don't know if they're going to be the biggest boogeyman, because Giants are so limited how they work. But like,
so then the question is, what is if the Baratheon double Lightbringer list is shit into the Giants, they probably take their precision Overwatch units and try that way, right? So
you run the Renly side, because Renly side's got a lot of like auto wounds as well, right? Like Rose Knights, if you want to go down that route.
Yeah. I think you might actually take Rose Knights as your 4th unit in that list. So you take King's Guard, double shooting guys, Rose Knights, and try to beat the Giants that way. Although Rose Knights into Giants. Oh, this might go in the wrong direction as well.
You can run Mag 1/1 Spear Thrower, Giant 6 skins, Val, Mance 5, Spear.
I think you take out 1/1 for another Giant and the cat, because that's better into.
You go to 9.
Yeah, into the 7.
1/1's fucking unkillable, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe you might actually be right. You might be right to go to 9. That's better. But like a Giant that heals himself every time he attacks and rolls potentially 10 dice, weakens whatever he charges.
Sure. This guy is, by the way, insanely crazy with enrage, right? You do the wounds to yourself and then.
Yes. Yeah. Also, like, you could run this in like Tormund for crit blow, and I don't think you ever fit a 9-point unit. And if you are, then you've got Mag and 1/1. Like, yeah, whatever. But yeah.
Does the Mag list just get better now with 1/1? Like, is the Mag list just insane? Because you can get Mag for 1 point, or what is it? 2 points because
he's 1 point. Mag is 1 point as commander.
Yeah. So you got your 10 points is Mag and 1/1. So you got another 30 points to build around.
Yep. But 30 points is going to be like, it's 3 NCUs, which is 12. So then you've only got 28 points. And like 2 Giants is 14.
Yeah. I guess, who do you take the Giants against? You take the Giants against Baratheon, because they have to take their non-Lightbringer list then.
Yes.
But against Lannister, you just pick Varamir, and
I don't know. I think Lannister, you still take Giants.
Yeah, I think so. I think unless you've got a very skew list, I don't really see what Lannisters do against Giants.
Lannisters have always struggled into. I mean, how many times, Isaac, have you died to Mag?
I don't want to talk about it.
I think the real question
it's the return of Gregor. It's the return of the Gregor Mances.
Yeah, honestly, non-ironically, and it feels shitty to say it, I actually do think that Gregor Mances might be the answer into Mag. But then you get the eternal Lannister free fuck problem, where then just becomes list chicken.
I don't think it does, because I think
they take Varamir as their other list, right?
I think Greg eats Varamir list.
Yeah,
but
I think
does Greg Pyros eat Varamir lists? I don't think so.
I mean, the Pyros are kind of a joke. You don't take the Pyros; you take a useful unit.
I think you run Sandor Pyros potentially, but like
even then, like.
But I mean, again, if your opponent is running the Giants,
they're going to stick down forests, obviously, because you always ignore the defense dice anyway. And then, sure, even if I get Sundering, you're still going to be saving on 3s. Or if I'm super lucky, it'll be on 4s and I have no Tywin. You're basically twice as hard to kill now. And the 2 wounds from Gregor is, 30% less effective.
Got to remember that they do struggle to heal. That's the only thing, is they do struggle to heal.
Take Gregor and Mountain's pen. Try to crit him to death.
Do you take Harma's Vanguard in a mag list just so you can catapult things up, and then when they activate, just like that, just be able to say, you can't target me with anything?
I mean, it might be good against the Overwatch from.
Yeah.
But you need to cut 1/1 and Varamir for that, right? Basically, you turn 1/1 into another giant, and then take Harma's Vanguard.
Why are you not like auto taking 1/1 and mag regardless? Like, do you need to?
Yeah, okay, that's 10 points, and then you
that's
spend
10 points. You have 12 points
2 more
on
giants.
Do you need 2 more giants, or do you just need like 1 more giant? Like,
yeah, but then you're floating
1/1
2
and
points
mag.
again.
Let me build it. I'm not even building it.
Right, so I know this is going to be preaching to the choir, but obviously trying to stick with the stuff I usually run. Tyrion bows, Preston bows, Knights Gregor, Brigands,
already
Frey, Peter, Cersei. Frey, Peter, Cersei.
Didn't put Joffrey.
Yep, exactly.
Jesus Christ, Joffrey's not that good.
Joffrey, you put running Joffrey crossbows.
Say again?
Joffrey crossbows. Crossbows, Preston.
Wait, what? Tyrion crossbows. If you're going to Tyrion,
sorry, yeah, Tyrion crossbow. Yeah. Preston crossbow. What was the rest of the list, Isaac?
Knights Gregor, Brigands, and then Walder, Peter, Cersei, Turncoat.
Yeah, basically I don't see why this list, like, for what matchup.
Okay, here we go.
Is this your?
It's my coping list.
Let's hope the Lightbringers roll worse than me.
So mag list. You do mag 1/1, giant spear thrower, Harma's Vanguard, mammoth, and then Val, Egret, steer.
It's again. You have
mag 1/1, spear thrower.
Mag 1/1, spear thrower, mammoth, Harma's Vanguard, Val, Egret, steer.
So no Mance, I guess.
I mean, you can take Mance. I just,
No, because he's 5,
Val, right? Oh, I mean, I was thinking 4 points.
I have to read this out. Sorry, as a comment from Brady in the chat. Catching up. Who is the brain dead guy who's like Kingsguard and Mare? Couldn't take a thing he said seriously after that.
I can't actually remember who did say that.
Get fucked, Isaac.
Was that me?
I'm pretty sure that was you.
Fair enough. I mean, the thing is, I will stand by it. I will actually defend it to anyone who is curious. The reason I defend it is because, and I am going to go there, Kingsmen, if you know how to play against them, always have, and maybe less so now, to be fair. We'll see what the new patch brings, but Kingsmen were very, very easy to play around if you knew what you were doing. A lot of people don't, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
You mean Kingsguard, right?
Sorry, I thought the message said Kingsmen.
No, Kingsguard.
Oh, Kingsguard. Kingsguard.
Yeah. I think the Kingsguard might actually be really good against the shooting list, because you get shot in the front and you don't care. You laugh. You do your puny 2 wounds to me.
Right. Well, yeah, Kingsguard being there, that was definitely me. And well, actually, I'm not sure if I said meh, but I rate it. I think they're being massively overhyped. I don't think they're anything that special, and I think, yeah, I think that will be proven. I think that will be proven. Like, at the end of the day, it's not how Lannisters play. It's not how Lannisters play. It's never been Lannister's strong point. I think the data reflects that quite clearly, and yeah, Joffrey is not a good commander. So forcing yourself to take a worse commander than Tyrion is reasonable. People can disagree, but
okay, but we already said you need your Gregor list to beat the Giants, right? And now you need the other list to beat double fucking Lightbringers. So I think your Tyrion list is actually griefing yourself because your Tyrion list will never win against double Lightbringers. You will get shot once and lose the game instantly.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's yeah.
So you cannot pick Tyrion unless you think the Gregor is so good that he can chase down the ranged units. But like I think that having a 16 wound 3 armor unit that heals 2 wounds when you activate is so good against ranged units.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. No, you know what? I'm actually starting to see that now. Which, to be completely crystal clear, doesn't mean that I think that they are as crazy as people are making them out to be. But with the Lightbringers being the new scare that they are.
And like I think this matchup is actually fine for the Lannisters. Maybe it's not like a complete walkover, but I think this matchup might be fine for the Lannisters. Because I think like the Baratheons.
Do you seriously think that Joffrey beats double lights?
Yes, I think if you go second, basically you're guaranteed to get to the palisade.
I'm just streaming
with a march and either horse or crowns. You can reach the palisade.
Yeah.
Then you open
I fed the cat as well.
And
I did it all before I started.
Your Kingsguard unit is sitting right in
I'm still going though.
The archers, and you have like 2 knights units.
You bring any food?
Next to them as well.
You bring any food? That's fine. No. It's fine. I'll have crackers. I enjoyed eating some crackers earlier.
The Baratheon player will have difficulties building pressure towards you.
Possibly. I mean, again, it's one of those things worth giving a try. I think for the record, since we are going there, I think Lannisters they're in an interesting spot.
Also, like shooting knights of Castle Rock with Lightbringers is kind of scary because if you fail,
it's dangerous. Yeah.
The supremacy, woof.
Yeah.
You might just die.
Yeah, and supremacy can potentially turn off. Oh, it's not supremacy. Subjugation can be quite a hit.
Yeah, and if you have bribery, just bribe them. they then only attack with 4, right?
Yeah, but it's still the failed panic check. Plus they like.
What do you think? What do you mean the failed panic? The failed panic of premises?
The unit they shoot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, sure. This is kind of scary. Does Joffrey's card work on range attacks? I don't think so, right?
No, it's melee only. Hence why I don't like Joffrey. The one thing I will say for the record, into the chat to Mr. Brady, I would suggest playing a single game with Lannisters before making comments like that. might help what you say age a little bit better, but time will tell.
I love how Isaac and Brady are now fight with each other.
I did not pick the fight. He went there. I'll continue. I'm not above it.
Wait, what did he say even?
Kingsguard. He thinks Kingsguard are not meh. Isaac thinks Kingsguard are meh. And if there's ever a fight breaks
Isaac,
out,
you're like you're kind of partisan.
I've said several times over the whole stream that reasonable minds can disagree. It's yeah.
Reasonable minds can't disagree.
Is an interesting choice of words.
Everyone must always agree with the most or least logical thing.
Say again?
Everyone will. All the logical minds will always agree with everything everyone always says. That's how it works, right? Like everyone.
Absolutely.
So you agree? Giant's not busted. Yeah.
I'd say Giants seem quite busted.
No, not busted. No, I think Giants.
They're just about average, yeah.
Right. Let's just faction wise. Let's just rank factions. What do we think? I think Baratheons are up there. They've got two.
Lannister top.
Right.
You cannot be serious.
No, I am serious. I am serious. Play Baratheon. I will play Lannister. I will even run the Kingsguard.
I think Baratheon Stannis side, because I feel like we do need to specify. Stannis side Baratheon is probably like top of the list currently. Early reaction.
Stannis side Baratheon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just get the logos up. Do
you want? I can send you all the images.
It's all right. I've got them. I have to.
Do you have them in one folder?
Yeah. Dude, you've got to remember, who puts them in one folder for you?
I did it myself.
Yeah, but after I did a download of an APK right once. I've got the rule. So, are we still using the same tiers? So, Janelle sacked, overpowered, auto include, solid, situational, or just ABC?
Well, it doesn't make sense. Chanel sack doesn't make sense with factions, I think.
We're just
just do.
We're just saying S, A, B, C, D, and if we need to have a new tier for something shit like Greyjoys, we'll add it. But let's just go. Sure. S tier. Who is?
At the F tier already. We have neutrals.
Yeah, we have neutrals. Good point.
Well, no, neutrals are not F tier because Jaqen and Walder are better, and you can take them for free.
Everyone else can also.
Everyone can get them, right?
Sure. Let's see. Did they get any other changes?
S tier. I'm willing to say that Free Folk is one of the first factions to really rate here. I think Free Folk might be S or A tier, depending on how good the quality Giant list comes off the back of it. And how the Varamir list works off the back of that. I think Free Folk are probably S or A.
Is there any list? Is there any faction, any list right now that we can think of that you wouldn't run the Giants into?
I think there are lists like things that might outmaneuver you or score you on objectives, like Dance with Dragon game mode, for example. You don't really want to do this. But like right off the top of my dome, I'm not immediately worried about things. Like so that's why I'm tempted to say like SA tier is like, we already know Varamir has had like a 63% win rate this patch. And Free Folk have been held down by the fact that that's all they do in a competitive environment. Like,
I'd say S tier for Free Folk.
I think S tier.
I would say S tier. Yeah, it's definitely between S and A. It's definitely no lower.
Yeah, I agree. I think S.
Yeah. So we've got one. Right. I think another one to mention. I think straight off the back, obviously neutrals is F tier. Maybe a bit better now. Walder Jaqen thing would be funny, but like, yeah. I think Brotherhood are probably here. Like, nothing got made better for them really, and they arguably just got their second build.
Bullshit relentless unit that can't die.
They didn't get any
but
nerfs.
Like,
so
you just shoot it.
Are they just B tier? They didn't get any nerfs, and all of the units that they could take, like the stuff that like is available to them, nothing truly got nerfed.
Maybe the Caitlyn NCU stuff is is an answer to Giants.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
No, I'm not convinced.
I'd say B tier for them. I don't think they're woefully.
I'll leave it at B tier for now. We could always change it. I'm trying to think of obvious ones. I think Greyjoy, we kind of were looking at like A tier before A like they.
I think they're like dog shit. I think they're actually dog shit. I wouldn't put them deep F tier though.
I think they might be C tier. I think they might still have play. I just don't know if it's something that will come out of the blocks burning.
Yeah.
And I think they'll have. I think they'll have matchups where they're actually.
Where's the good matchups? Where's their good matchups?
No, so I think they'll have good matchups into types of lists. Like I think they'll have abysmal matchups into specifically like Lightbringer style range lists. They're just miserable with. But like I think the Targ matchups like actually fine for them now because like they don't. The Targ are going to still beat you by getting into melee, and the moment the Targ get into melee, you can start to try and beat them. Like
I think the Targ matchup is like really bad now.
I don't think it got worse.
Yes, it is definitely worse because Drogo, catching Drogo is actually very hard.
Are you saying it's worse
like,
because of Balon?
Risking your units, and if you take, I don't see how the Targaryen ever cares about Balon. Like, so Balon isn't even good.
They lost. So... You got to remember that they lost Miri, which was like actually really useful for them. That matchup.
Screamers aren't as efficient.
And Screamers, you're not actually that scared about Screamers charging you, like at all.
No, that's true. But I'm scared that this guy will ride by attack behind me, and now I can't do anything. So maybe actually the play is with Greyjoy taking Walder NCU.
Yeah.
Because you have to take Walder NCU, and then they can't do that anymore. And maybe then the matchup is kind of okay, but I still...
Maybe it got better. Maybe like you lose Balon for Walder, and maybe the matchup actually got a bit better for you because you counter more. No. You just have to play more carefully at the start.
Yeah, you can't just suicide run things in.
I don't think Greyjoy are D tier because I think things like Walder, like the Jack and Wendy thing, like I think there's something that could be done with some of the components and tools you've got to make them playable. But I do think that ranged combat is like if you can solve the range problem with Greyjoy, I think you'll have an okay time. Right?
Yeah. I mean, fundamentally, Greyjoy still have a very high quality level of units across the board. Now, again, like we've said, are the quality of those units good in what generally wins you games at the higher level? Well, no.
Pillage is unchanged, remember? Like,
yeah, that's true. Pillagers. Yeah. Maybe I do a 3 pillager list, so you can't pick your giant list.
You're fighting against dragons because IVC is still available, and like dragons didn't get changed. I think dragons look pretty bad right now.
They won't play dragons. Like, the Targaryens will not play dragons, in my opinion.
So this comes back onto Targ. I think Targ have slipped from S down to A tier. I think that the infantry's good. I think there's now more viable second list, but dragons look really bad right now. Like Lannisters are not that scared of dragons with the likes of Cersei. You can't fire flesh them.
You know, I think terrible for Targ
might be good.
Targ's matchup into Martel is terrible now.
What?
Yeah.
How?
Absolutely. With Nim, just the Doran Ario Starfall Knights Nim like combo. Absolutely abysmal for Targs.
I mean, Targs don't have anything particularly defensive apart from the infantry stuff, and like
I mean, you're not getting Doran charges into Quave Targaryens.
Yes, I agree. I think the Doran list is bad to Targaryen.
Okay, even if that matchup's worse, I still think Targ have come out of this, even with the infantry buffs, because the infantry was so far. Well, Swordmasters maybe not. But like, I think they come out of it. I think they come out of it marginally worse because of everything else getting better.
I might be biased, but I think Targaryens might be fine into the Giants with infantries like this Swordmasters with precision and 8 dice and rerolls.
It's dangerous. Dangerous for sure.
It's just as dangerous for them, though. I feel like that.
I'm gonna put Targamas. But
No.
I mean, A is fine for me.
Yeah. A. They're not S.
Yeah, I don't need. I think the Drogo list barely got weaker, if at all. And I think infantry got a huge buff.
Drogo lost an NC. What are you doing? Picking up Jaqen? Probably just running Danny now instead of Mir.
Pick up Illyrio, it's fine. Heal 6 wounds over 3 rounds. Not too bad for Drogo.
No, it doesn't feel exciting though. That third NCU, great.
I feel like this is
you
interesting.
can put
You should have some kind of bidding going on where like you bid for getting the lower. Basically, if I think Alex is overrating Targaryen, so Alex has to play Targaryen against me, and
I'm happy to do that.
And Alex is, I don't know what Alex is underrating. What do you think is bad?
Yeah, I will be there in 10 minutes.
My wife is also.
So, what do I think is bad?
Yes, you
were. Starks are probably bad now.
Yeah, I think
Starks are probably C tier, B tier.
I think I was going to say Starks.
If Starks are C tier, Greyjoy is D tier. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm not even thinking Greyjoy. Like, I think you can easily with Greyjoy beat this Lightbringer list by just getting outflank and resilience in.
I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I think Greyjoy beats Stark, surely.
I think Stark are terrible compared. What does Stark have going for them? Melee combat, like.
And Greyjoy's better at melee
Arya
combat.
plus Jaqen. Arya, Jaqen, and
do you care about Arya and Jaqen if you just beat them in the melee combat bit? Like,
yeah, I think you still have a good match with the Starks.
What do you mean? I beat them in the melee combat? What melee combat?
What do you mean? What melee combat? Starks don't have archers that are gonna see play.
Honestly, I think Greyjoy is still gonna crush Baratheon.
Also, you say like they're gonna run Arya, fucking Jack and Arya. You're running Jack and potentially in Greyjoy. You're just gonna fucking Jack and Arya. Like, who cares? Like,
but wait, actually, hold on. Jack and Martels for sand skirmishers against Stark for Arya. That's fun. That's a fun idea.
But then you have to run sand skirmishers.
You can't take Arya anymore because everyone steals her with Jaqen.
Arya nerf because everyone gets Arya. Is that the?
That's dark.
Jesus Christ.
Kinda, yeah.
Get fucked.
I think we do need to put Baratheon into S tier. I think Baratheon is S tier.
No, Baratheon is. No. I think Baratheon is actually the bait.
Absolutely.
Baratheon have this bait, insanely overpowered unit, but they're Baratheon, so they automatically get -1 tier.
Sorry.
I do think A is very fair. I do think A is fair because the Lightbringers will just die to the Giants.
So sorry, yes, I just got a pog moment. Hear me out. Right? Brotherhood are better than what we are suggesting, right? Because any matchup where the Brotherhood player would be down and not having a great time, you run the Beric list, potentially the Cat list, and you run Thoros NCU, yeah? Mm-hmm. And you run that with Jaqen copying Thoros, then whenever you lose ranks, you put order tokens on both of your 2 characters. So you have way more uses of Jaqen. And then you can copy something like an Arya, potentially having like 7 Arya tokens.
Yeah, you need to destroy how many ranks to do that?
Like... I don't care.
That is wild.
Wait, oh my god. That's
Yeah, you're right.
I want to do that mostly for the memes.
The problem is if you do that, you lose your broken range swift strike unit.
You do lose the Royal Marines, it's true.
But maybe that's not bad. Like I think the Brotherhood are actually kind of fine against shooting lists because they have
they just heal.
Kingsman and Sentinel and healing. So I feel like they can just brute force the problem.
But I think that's what I think Greyjoys can probably do the same thing. They just have to invest into the healing side, take the Sentinel stuff that you've got, and just walk through the fire and flame and hope that when you get there that you will beat them when you get there. You just have to not lose in the meantime, right?
Yeah, and I think that's like insanely difficult.
I agree, but like I don't think it's impossible. Whereas like I actually thought for a time in previous editions, especially before the Greyjoy glow up, like that was actually impossible. Like you couldn't walk fire and flame always just all dead always first.
And this is where I think like the Jack and Vandermeer thing is actually good.
Yeah.
Because you can just have so many resources earlier than you're supposed to have them, right? That's
yeah. You just jack your list up to 10 and go for it.
You could have 5 Vandermeer tokens in round 2. Basically.
Yeah. I'm gonna say I think we leave it as there, right? I'm gonna say Baratheon enter at A tier, not S tier, because I
think they're S tier. I think they're better than Targ. They're better than Targ.
No,
I agree they're better than Targ, but I think they're strictly worse than Free Folk.
So
because again, I don't see how they bring us
as well.
I think they might be better than Free. They might be able to beat Free Folk. The reason I say they're A tier is that like the lists we have proposed, we've obviously proposed lists, but they're sat at 7. They are sat permanently at 7, and they aren't offering like significant differences to what they used to offer as a faction, and that is just has weaknesses.
Yeah.
So that's why they can't be S tier, even though I think they might actually be able to compete with S tier stuff. I think that it all depends on how things shake out. Really, like heavily.
I do think this season you're going to see a Renly side list and a Stannis side list.
Yes.
I think the Stannis side list plays into most things, and then you play Rainbow Guard Renly, like double or triple Thornwatch into Free Folk.
Essentially, yeah.
Because Giants, I don't think Giants are going to be able to kill Rainbow Guard.
Doesn't the ship just lose to Varamir?
No,
Overwatch,
because
man.
you have Overwatch, precision, sundering, long-ranged units with skirmishers.
You can stand in an Overwatch ball, right? And then you just have your Kingsguard have the charge card if you ever end up making it through the Overwatch wall.
Yeah, Renly Rainbow Guard unironically has a really good matchup into both Free Folk lists, I think. Because there's no way for the Free Folk player to ever kill the Rainbow Guard, I don't think. Unless the Baratheon player is just completely stupid. I don't think there's any way for any unit other than Oberyn Commander with like a concerted effort to kill the Rainbow Guard. There's just no way I think any unit kills the Rainbow Guard.
I mean, Giants kills Rainbow Guard quite easy.
No, you roll 6 dice. They do 3 attacks into them. How?
Because you're going to be out activating them 9 to 7.
You're not though, right?
With pass tokens, and you only have 8 activation in the proposed giant list.
Yeah,
that's why I think like the 7.
It doesn't stretch to 9 anymore. Why does it not stretch to 9?
Can't easily stretch to 9 without running like less giants, right? So you run mag, and I'm just going to put 3 7-point this, and that leaves you with, so that's a 7 activation when you've got 3 NCU, right? Gives you 5 points left, which is Varamir Shadowcat. You could save a point on the NCU board to give Wolfpack instead of Shadowcat, but you're still looking at a 6/3, which is 9, and that is no 1/1, and it's potentially, if you want back, No Man's 5.
You could do Mag 1/1, Spear Thrower, Varamir, Wolfpack, Vanguard.
I do feel like I kind of agree though with the 7 activation Randy list might struggle into Varamir.
Maybe. I don't think I would struggle that much, because you absorb 1 Overwatch shot and then you're in. And you do it with Cave Dweller Savages plus plus.
Yeah, this
Grey
is what I'm
Walrus.
saying. The Randy list loses.
Yeah,
I think so, because once you're in, you can kill them.
lose quite handily.
Yeah.
Like you engage some with a wolf, he can't block the card. You just spawn behind him and engage it after the activations are done.
Here's the counterpoint. Marjorie.
What does this she do again?
Nothing.
He does hits every time you heal.
You have no ability, so you don't heal. So
You don't heal.
If there was something like that could clear the pets, I could maybe agree that there's some play. But I think this Refolk against Baratheon is basically coin flipping who gets the better matchup, because I think the double Lightbringer absolutely shits on like the normal Varamir list.
But it does lose to the Giants, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
I don't see how Lightbringer get any damage through.
No, but
Yeah, they won't.
Thornwatch Renly does.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, you are in list chicken in that specific matchup.
Yeah,
I think this Lightbringer and Stormwatch are incredibly over the curve, but I think Barra is still bait.
Yes, this is what I said. I think they're still A tier because their stats are so good that they dominate factions that don't have something that immediately answers.
I think everything on the Stannis side got better. You get Crescent for 4 points. You bring Walder now to give your Champions of the Stag, which are now better movement. And you have insane double Lightbringers who are already good. I don't know.
I'm gonna say that Baratheon is still A tier, because I think that other people will struggle. I think Targa A tier, Freefolk S tier. I think Brotherhood probably could be A tier, but I'm going to put them in B tier just because I think the Peasant changed me. Their list diversity's crap. Greyjoy Stark C tier for now. And we could argue that Greyjoy might be worse, and I know you think they might be, but I still think there's.
I think they're still decent.
I think Night's Watch.
What faction do you think Greyjoy has a good matchup in, Alex?
I think you can beat Barras. I think you are underrating how good Greyjoy still is.
Okay, let's play this.
There's the first, right. You guys deal with that. I'm not moving Greyjoys.
Not today,
obviously. Night's Watch. I think Night's Watch have I think they've got this Scorpion thing could be going on. I think they've got this awful Jackin thing, which I fucking hate the idea. That
I
think this Othel Jack and shit can maybe actually also challenge the Baratheon.
Yep.
Yeah, 100% agree. But I don't think Night's Watch have much else outside of that apart from the Cav list.
Yeah, but you can take the Othel Jack in the Cav list, right?
Yeah. But then what's your second list that's actually any good into anything else? Because Night's Watch are super mediocre. Night's Watch are the definition of B tier right now, basically, or C tier or whatever. They're just middle of run of the pack. They don't do anything particularly clever. They have one good list and then a bunch of mediocre stuff.
Yeah, but all the mediocre stuff got buffed, right? They were the only faction who only got buffed.
But you say that, but the mediocre lists weren't buffed because the mediocre lists weren't running the things that got better. So the mediocre lists,
veterans and Cotter lists or whatever.
Yeah, but they weren't even mediocre. They were not particularly great, right? Like I'm talking mediocre lists, like the Benjen, like Archer stuff. I'm talking about like the Shadow Tower Spearman style defensive things with like Donald Command. None of that got changed because they weren't running those things. They got more options to run in those lists, and I think that's a good thing. But I don't think the lists themselves were actually made much better, right?
I'm really interested if we do this video again, like in mid-season or something.
Gonna do it, aren't we?
How the change, yeah.
That's the point. Is we're gonna do this at the end of season 7 as we get to attachments commanders. And
Night's Watch in C tier right now, just because.
No, because we considered them C tier before. I think they're B tier.
I think they're B tier. I think they're B tier. I think
they're C tier. We considered them D tier before, and they're C tier. No, like
I don't think they were made worse.
I think they only got better.
Yeah, but the other stuff, like I think their matchups got worse because, like maybe the Greyjoy matchup got better, but like
I don't know, dude. Like Night's Watch have had some pretty bad matchups, right? Like
I don't know. Maybe the full calf list is even good against Targaryen because if you pick this Drogo list, you just shoot Drogo a bunch and then.
Night's Watch also had.
I think the Awful Jaqen thing is just good enough to raise them to B tier. Like I think that's just good enough alone, nothing else, to get them up to B tier because that is potentially dangerous, right?
Yeah, I think they had the most amount of point changes amongst units.
Yeah.
Like conscripts are 4 points.
Conscripts might be low key good, right?
Yeah, Watch Marshals at 3 points. You know,
Also with like the Tully Cav healing thing, like taking a massive step back.
Yes. With
the Night's Watch, the one thing they could do is the Night's Watch could say to Tully Cav, "You don't get to kill me on the charge." Like that's the one thing that Night's Watch could do against the Tully Cav list. But then you lost because they healed more than you and whatever. They don't heal more than you anymore.
You lost because you couldn't kill them, and
yeah, exactly. They don't heal more than you anymore. And you can blunt the charge. Like I think Starks have a miserable time into Night's Watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
they might.
So I think Night's Watch are better than Stark. I think Night's Watch will beat in the way that we know Greyjoys work. I think Night's Watch beat Greyjoy handily. Right.
Yeah, I would agree.
So they're better than those two things. And if those two things are currently C tier, those together might move down to D tier. But like, they're definitely better than those.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Martels.
Oh, Martels, yeah, from whatever.
Martel. See, I think. Oh God, I think Martel is harder to say because your entire list archetype, the only list archetype for Martel for like the longest time now is gone. So you have to experiment with like a bunch of different list types. I think it's going to change the most if we go back to this mid-season.
I feel like I'm just playing my old Oberyn list and add Num instead.
I think I would tend to agree that Martel have changed fundamentally.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Lannisters as well.
No, I don't think Lannisters have changed fundamentally the most because I think Lannisters, yes, Tywin is gone. Tywin is gone, but none of the other combos were really touched. Whereas Martels, they didn't have any combos outside of really Sand Skirmishers and like Doran NCU. And
Lannisters didn't have a combo outside of Tywin either.
They did in season 6. They did in season 6. Right. Like Gregor Knights didn't need Tywin, proved. You had the High Sparrow stuff. None of that's changed.
Yeah.
Like.
And like the High Sparrow stuff might even be tanky enough that you
don't care about something.
Check the ranged unit as well.
Yeah. Like
I don't think you take High Sparrow though because I just think
I think in the High Sparrow list now you consider bringing Kevin instead of Tywin.
Just be super not killable.
And just say you can't kill me, yeah. I think you see more Kevin this season from Lannisters, honestly.
Maybe. I'm not sure about all these 5-point NCUs because like I'm like thinking of lists right now and not taking World of Bray is kind of the greedy stuff, but it feels like once you play a couple of games against Wall of Prey, you realize, oh wait, fuck, I actually need to include this guy.
I think he could either be the biggest bait piece we've seen in the game for a while, or he could end up just being very, very, very.
I think the -1 speed is already like
pretty good.
Pretty good for like. Yeah, you're taking one point extra for this no pivot bullshit, I guess. But I think that just screws over. Like even in round 1, you don't really want to just march straight and not pivot at the end with some of your units, right?
Yeah.
Like putting this onto the enemy cavalry unit in round 1.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Or the enemy archer unit.
Already annoying.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. I think it's a really, really big deal.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
very good.
I would say Martel C tier for now, but I'm
not sure. No, I would say
I'd say they're B tier until we know what their list archetypes look like.
Maybe
Yeah, I think that they have a kind of the problem in.
I'm gonna.
The shooting Martel list, I'm not sure it wins against the other shooting lists.
Anymore,
I think you lose to the Night's Watch Oslo bullshit. You lose to the Baratheon.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Martel in C tier, but move both Greyjoy and Stark to D, because like I think Martel are better than Greyjoy and Stark, but I don't think they can compete that well with the stuff above that. Like.
The deck is still going to carry us. Like our deck didn't change, so it's still going to be good at stopping stuff. But
I don't know honestly, because like if you're facing ranged units, your deck doesn't really do anything.
Well, yeah, but that's why all the range factions are above them, and all the melee factions are above.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
I think because I don't see how they. Maybe we're wrong, but I don't see how they outvalue some of these range lists and lists we've seen.
The only option is you've got Quentin for outflank to try and.
I feel against Barras, I have to work with outflank against Stannis.
Well, okay. The only option I think now.
Why the fuck are we talking about outflank all of the sudden?
Sorry,
because I'm weakness of Barras in the Stannis.
Well, if we're talking about
you cannot win the outshooting against Lightbringers realistically. So you have to outmaneuver them, right?
Yeah. So the option is you run the it doesn't work as well because Walder's different now, but you do the Darkstar outflank skirm because you were never using.
Yeah, you don't even need the Hota commander for that shit. You can just play normal Oberyn or Harmon and just outflank a retinue unit with Quentin
Stocks.
Is that good?
No,
I mean,
but it's an option. It's one of the options. Gotta explore
it.
And
it is a unit that can absolutely threaten the Lightbringers if they are there.
Yeah. If you're able to get that flank shot.
Right. Boltons.
D tier.
No, I think they're probably B tier. I think they're still B tier. They didn't get any nerfs other than the wall to change, but that doesn't do anything. And
I think they lose all the shooting battles.
Yeah, that's the problem. Even if they haven't gotten worse, they've got it comparatively worse because every shooting combo in the game, but Lannisters has gotten worse.
Yeah.
I'm going to put Bolton in C tier. I don't really know about Boltons. I think the Boltons might even be worse than Martel. But like,
I think they are, yeah.
But they might be better because of tokens, like.
Yes, they might have this dumbass
grunt shit and
Blackguard unit dance one-shot combo with 10 dice. But like, I feel like they're basically the same as Martel in that regard, right? They have this infantry unit that rolls more dice than it should and has Sunring and crit blow. And if they one-shot something, yeah, they win. And if not, then
they just hope they don't die.
Yeah. It's hard to tell because I feel like they could also go into this playstyle of taking all the defensive shit and then just sit there and don't die to the range attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
one last one, Lannister, because it was the hot topic one. We'll leave it till last. I think Lannister's probably going to. We've seen Lannister be pretty fucking good. Nothing that they had was changed to make worse apart from Tywin. They've been given Kingsguard, which I don't know if that's necessarily going to be an amazing list or archetype, but like it's obviously an option. I think the Tyrion stuff is still probably fine. It maybe loses out to Baratheon maybe a bit, but everyone else it is fine against outside of the Baratheon stuff. Gregor Knights is just Gregor Knights. Like it's just fucking dumb.
Busted, yeah.
Like
Gregor Knights.
I completely agree. Gregor Knights is still dumb, but Gregor Knights is not going to one-shot anything ever anymore.
It will. Honestly, it will because it's been doing it all season.
Well, no, because Tywin is gone. Objectively, mathematically, that doesn't work.
It does.
It does. You charge them, you pop the turncoat, you charge them, and you play Hear Me Roar. They're dead.
Yeah.
And you just pray you don't roll a 1.
Yes, but that's
not strategy. That's not strategy.
No, but that's what you were doing before. You just said, "Oh, I get to pretend like it's a one shot because I used Tywin before." You just used to protect the don't roll a 1 strategy. Yes, it's not different to what you're doing at all. It's just that you used to use something that made it almost guaranteed without any skill. Whereas now it's just not guaranteed without any skill, but from a different metric.
Well, I very much disagree with the use of the word without any skill, but I get what you're getting at.
Well, no, because the thing is, it used to be, this is how Season 6 started, and why CBA and everything came along as well, is because people used to position their knights at the end of the round in front of a unit, and then they would pop Tywin, they'd pop the turncoat, and they'd charge you in the front, and they'd one-shot you. There was no damage done beforehand. There was no setup. They just did that. And that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. It wasn't interesting. You could see it coming a mile off.
Yeah.
And that was what people did. Right? Now, sometimes they didn't kill you, and to be fair, that wasn't always the best use of the combo. Good players weren't doing this. They were doing other things that were skillful. But the point is, when that is happening in mid-table, that is not good. That is not interesting for players to receive. It is not fun. It is not interesting, and it's not particularly skillful. It is it does this thing.
Again, I'm not here to debate against Tywin changing. I don't think I've complained a single time about Tywin changing.
No, but the point we saw, the bit you failed to see, is that Tywin wasn't being used towards the 6 as much in the other lists. That's the bit that you don't see.
And were those lists? I'm going to ask the question: were those lists winning tournaments?
Yeah. High Sparrow was the highest rated commander in the game for a period.
Yeah, so was Adam Marbrand.
Back in the days of 3 unkillable war.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, you can stick the faction wherever you want. I haven't played Season 6.
He's still the highest rated in the game.
Say again?
The High Sparrow is still the highest rated in the game. Has nearly a 60% win rate. Yeah, dude, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, it's fair enough. It's sad to see.
Baylor still has a nearly 60%. Crazy.
Yeah, maybe that's the solution to the range spammers.
The difference is High Sparrow's got 3 times as many games.
And just get shot a bunch and hope to not die.
There was something, someone was pointing out that Iron Makers have a change apparently in the season cards.
It's a mistake.
Okay.
If anything's changed in the mini files, it's just and it's been corrected.
And I'm not sure if I can talk, but didn't you say there was a incomplete file and that Oberyn NCU was missing, and apparently
Oberyn NCU is missing here as well, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the only change that I don't... I don't know all the changes beforehand. Like, I didn't know everything beforehand, but I was made aware that Oberyn NCU was mentioned as a change by Michael Chanel, right? And the file that Hits and Crits got, they said they had to send it back because there was something there they thought had been changed that wasn't. Oberyn Martel appears to be going unchanged, which is super fucking strange, as Michael said that it changed. Like,
incredible. I was gonna say, outside of the changes we got, I think just speaking as to the Martels, I think it's insane that when we're talking about NCUs and combat units, I think it's crazy that Oberyn NCU didn't get touched. I think it's crazy that Eris NCU didn't get touched. Combat unit wise, Spearmen I think are left in the dust. Royal Guard have like
they're dog shit. I was thinking they are fucking dog shit units now. They were mediocre before, and now they are like useless.
Yes,
that's what I've been saying this whole time. The Martel players wanted to skin me for saying that, but I've always said Royal Guard are shit.
Yep, they have been. Last season they were like one of the least played units in the faction, right? Like they just didn't have.
I mean, obviously the guy who only plays double ranged units says the unit that's shit against ranged units.
Can I turn it into a pincushion? Yes, it's shit. There you go, done.
I mean, if it works,
hang on.
If the shoe fits.
If I hold my hair back and just talk like this, hi, I'm Keijo. There you go. It's almost like you're here in the room with me.
I think for us, or like in general, it's important also to get this tier list out, because like Michael obviously looks at stats and starts changing some units, but some of it makes sense and some of it doesn't. Like, I mean, I said it before, but there are like so many units that are obviously too weak that did not get touched. Other units that were touched were like, I think in an okay spot, like Lightbringers and Swordmasters.
So we talked about before, and we should probably do the units quite quickly, and I would be interested to do the units quite quickly. Mormon Bruisers and Winterfell Guards were a liability when we did these yesterday. These both went unchanged, right? Like,
yeah,
we talked about it earlier on stream, but like, holy, that feels bad. Yeah, pass on those units ever since. Tully Sworn Shields, if the new sculpts or anything to go by, didn't see any changes, and they feel bad. Yeah.
Karstark Loyalists.
Yeah.
Kranagrim Bog Devils.
Should we go right? So faction-wise, faction Lannister. I'm going to put S tier underneath Free Folk for now. They could be A tier in the mix here.
I think they're above Free Folk. I think they're the best faction in the game.
There's no way. No way. Okay, I know we're not going to get bogged down too much. Genuinely, what do Lannisters do against giants? Just genuinely.
Play Gregor, run at them, and kill them. You're playing against 8 activations, right?
I think that might work.
I really don't see Gregor having the damage output anymore.
I mean, 2 auto wounds is 2 auto wounds.
Yeah, it's a quarter of the unit
gone. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it used to be a third, and you had Tywin backing you up, and you had Assault Orders.
Now you only need to do 6 hits, and they fail all their armor saves. So like, or like 7 hits, and they make 1 defense save.
But that's still only 5 wounds out of the 8.
Yep, and then next attack you recruit him.
Yeah, Lannister are the only one
You
right
do
now
something,
who can
right?
probably
Yeah.
two-shot a giant
Yeah.
with reliability. Which is...
How about you take the City Watch in that list? Take the precision unit.
Yeah.
I think no, probably not.
I mean, having Sentinel and potentially rerolls with precision is...
Actually, like, one thing I will say as well, apart from IVC now, nothing has, like, auto-passing from less ranks. Which, like, talking about giants specifically, like, that immediately makes just giants a lot better as well. I'm not saying that was, like, a proponent everywhere, but, like...
was there? I had this
you didn't want to have to see it, and you're not going to see it anymore. So solos just were made better, basically, into anything but Greyjoy. Domineering pride, right? Another mark in the free folk kappa. I'm going to say this: Free folk and Lannister, like S tier, or they're looking good. Targ. I said Drogo and Baratheon. I was going to say there. Targ and Baratheon, probably hot in their heels. They look like they could be challenging for stuff, but may have some problems. Brotherhood and Night's Watch look fine, but maybe not refined. Martel and Bolton just look a bit kind of like, what's going on? How do we do this? Greyjoy and Stark, initial feeling, we do one thing and that's it. And neutrals who don't look like they got made better at all, and are terrible. That's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm sticking with it. Any last minute second changes, otherwise we're locking that in.
Well, I've made my thoughts on Lannister very clear, and it's not going to change it. But I think the data will reflect in the next 2 months. You're not going to on stats. You're not going to see Lannisters in the top 2. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong.
The ranking on stats kind of random.
In the top 2.
So
yeah, the ranking on stats when
like
things
right
are
now,
relatively balanced is a bit random. So
yeah,
you got to go based off where commanders sit, basically. Builds.
I think this is where you go back and do it based on game feel. Maybe I'm totally wrong, and the free folk Giants list just clears Lannister easily, but
maybe free folk Giants is terrible. Like, I don't believe that, but maybe it is. Like,
yeah, ultimately we don't know. We have theories, and I mean, everyone on this call has plenty of, validity behind every single thought and theory that they have due to experience. But yeah, ultimately we don't know. I'll just see what happens. And I mean, and again, to be crystal clear, I think Cersei is good. I think that the King's Guard seem decent. I just don't think they're as auto-include, jaw-droppingly game-breaking as people seem to think.
I think people tend to underrate their own factions and overrate other people's stuff based on their experience of playing their faction, which is why I would gladly overrate Free Folk, because, like, I know that I've got that bias. I think that's why Leon slightly underrates Greyjoys and doesn't recognize the other strategies, not because they don't exist, but because he knows the faction well enough, sure, but he just doesn't think that's very viable. But he's going to have to resort to those things. Similarly with you, Joe, with Lannisters, you don't want to play the other things. You want to play a certain way. And, like, it's not saying that you're unwilling to play the other way, but you don't necessarily see the validity in it because you know what you're good at doing with the faction. And it's moving the faction in a direction that you play, which is where I felt with Free Folk last season, right? Particularly, I didn't like the direction the faction was being pulled in particular. And I think that that's generally speaking true across the board for the factions we play. Same reason that Bryce is saying like Targ's a shit, like because he's a Targ player and they were made.
I think he's right though.
He might be.
I think you're overrating them.
But you're also a Targ player, right? You also play like competitive Targs. The point is that it's not the things that you were doing before. You're not running a double Drogo into a competitive level tournament and expecting the good results. Like, and I think that's fine. I think that is a good thing that you're not doing that anymore. Does that mean Tug come out of it worse? Maybe they do come out worse than we think. But maybe you're actually now just going to have to force to play the 2-list format like everyone else should have to. Like, maybe that's a good thing.
I don't know. You're acting. I think you have a misconception about. I want to play 2 lists with Greyjoy. I just think.
Yeah, you. Well, previously you didn't think there was much point.
Bad. Like,
right?
Like I think all the other lists were so bad, that I basically picked a gimmicky second list for like one or two matchups.
You don't have to explain that to me. I play Free Folk. I played Varamir, and then I played some janky, either put some giant stuff together or run Tormund Commander because it's big lols, right? Like, you don't have to tell me these things. I get it. The point I'm trying to say is that,
I think
you won't realize the second list until your first list has more weaknesses.
Is a luxury.
I think you won't realize a second list until you realize your first list.
I think Victarion had plenty of weaknesses, to be honest.
Fair enough.
That's because the only time I lost against Victarion was when I was playing Victarion against Mikhail.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, should we do units? If people need to go, people need to go.
I think I'm out for today.
Yeah, well, pleasure you being on.
Yeah, we have been 6 hours, I think.
Oh, those are rookie numbers. Got to get those hours up.
Said 8 hours, right?
I will be waking up tomorrow, and Mickey will still be ranting halfway through the Lannister faction, debating if Halberdiers are B tier or C tier.
Hey, dude, I've barely spoken.
That was very enjoyable round, I have to say.
Right. Well, appreciate you being down, Alex. I'll let you head off. Enjoy your evening,
everyone.
Right. Down to. So.
I don't know. I think I'm heading out too. I got to eat something, and then I'll start to.
That's good.
Get those into TTS on.
Well, this means we'll have to do a unit ranking another day. Then I think.
I mean, you can do it without me.
Nah. Can't have the world #1 player not do a unit.
Okay, I'm out.
That just leaves me, you, Isaac, Tristan. We could do unit ranking. I think. I mean, I'm interested. We should probably do. We could do Lannister units for you, Isaac. We could do Martels for you, Tristan.
Sure. Let's do it.
Let's go. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes with each unit, like just so we get it done in a reasonably quick time.
Sorry, 2 minutes per unit or 2 minutes per faction?
2 minutes per unit within faction.
Unit.
So I'm going to say it's going to be about, what, 10 units, say 20 minutes total? 20 minutes per faction, right?
This seems reasonable.
I need less time because I have less units.
Okay. Let's go. Lannisters. So Guardsmen, so we've got liability, so going through quickly the rankings. Liability at the bottom, putting this makes your list worse. Weak, it's not very good. Probably don't play it too much. Overshadowed, there's probably just something better at it in its role. Situational, it's a role player. You probably put it in lists, but not often. Solid, you're probably putting this in like decent number of lists, but there might be better options, but it's still good. Auto include, you're putting this in the majority, if not all of the lists. Overpowered, you can get the drill. And my Chanel sacked is what are we doing? Is Leon used to say. So Lancer Guardsmen, we said situational, right? Like probably still see a bit of play. I actually think they might even be overshadowed a bit, but like situational, I think's fine.
I do think they need to move down to overshadowed because like there is no situation you would want them in. You can choose to play them, and you can get value out of them, but there is no situation where you will go, I wish I had Guardsmen right now.
You're probably putting them in a list because you've run out of points.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you forgot that halberdiers exist.
I think with the gaining the token and the +1 to hit if attacking less ranks, I think they actually might be better than halbs nowadays.
Interesting.
A token that you want in Lannister, like you know.
Yeah, this is fair.
Pyros, do we still think solid? I mean, I think they'll probably be solid.
Solid or situational. I'd arguably probably say situational, mainly now, particularly since. I mean, yeah, I think you have to say situational because I think they do have plays. I think, funnily enough, actually into giants, it's not a meme. I'm not saying it's the most effective thing, but I think that actually could be valid. But because how you will just auto lose to any shooting list, and you will now see more shooting lists, I think, in the meta. With Pirates, you will just auto lose to shooting lists. So I think there has to be situational.
I disagree here.
Levin's here.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
Good. I mean, Levin's a good example of a Lannister player who was running Pyros in Season 6 with the High Sparrow type stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Pyros Barristan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then because I also play Tommen and I aggressively use search for briberies, I put it on the range units, and then you can shoot at anything. I play very tanky. I also play RSO card, and then I will sit on the points. You have to get me rid of them. I have red cloaks, which are more behind, and I also played against Alex, against Butler, against the Skyreach Bowman list, and I won. But yeah, it's a bit tricky, but it's doable actually. But if you really win the control game, because I play Peter, Tommen, and Joffrey, so I always win on the NCU board.
So I'm curious, can we pause the timer? Because I genuinely would love to just have No, it's not about that. It's actually for you, Wampus, because we were talking about this list earlier, and I cannot get my head around how it works competitively. So kudos to you for being able to get it to work. So I just want to try and get an idea and just ask a few very quick questions of how you were able to do it. So you say that obviously kind of going hard on defense whilst going with Pyros. So how did you mentioned briberying the enemy shooting units, which makes perfect sense. Less hits coming in. How did you then deal with the enemy's Varys then, for example? Obviously doing the auto hits. And what was the NCU stack up?
Because because when I play against, I didn't need to play against Nightwatch, for example, versus Otto, because all the NCUs which do the hits on me, I really didn't care that much because I know on activation or when they attack me in melee, I just do protection, and because I always position that way that with Tree and Embolden, I had moral 2 or 3+. So
yeah.
Even if you charge me and they look juicy, only 6 up armor, right? I probably take 7-6 wounds. After that, I play protection, I heal 2, and then I block 3 hits, and then I'm full again. So everything what will come at me in melee is easy to deal with. Range actually the same, because I like I said, I do the briberies on the range units, and then most units have on the last rank 4 dice, which was a bit more tricky when played against Penrose's list with the Embolden guy. Or Embolden was always 5 dice, but still, here and there you roll 1-6, then you heal 2 up again. So this was doable as well. Yeah. And then on retaliation, I did my red cloaks with Adam, and then I was like poke them. There was always a bad decision for them to make when they're attacking me.
Yeah. Okay. And how did you deal with Lanscav?
You can, like I said, you can attack me in melee. The only because the other one unit is Blackguard with High Sparrow, so you have to take like a moral with -4, -5 probably, so quite risky in damage. And okay, if I get like a big hit, one time I can heal it up again. So and also against the against other Lannister players with Tywin, I used my own Tywin High Sparrow pyro list. So when he used Tywin, I also used Tywin. So
okay.
So I always used everything defensively, most likely. So also if the opponent, because I only struggled actually really against Martel and Greyjoys, where I always use Tywin. So if he attacks me in his turn with Mokoro, I always use Tywin to make him a wet noodle, and then yeah, you can come. That was actually just a point of playing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Oh, it's interesting.
No. I can.
That took you 3.5 minutes. Got 13 minutes left for the rest.
Okay. The rest is easy. I mean, yeah, but I think Pyros are better as they are if you have Lannister synergy play.
I think.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they. Yeah, they might be low on the solid tier list. Top of situational. We'll see where. I guess we can see where it shakes out. Halbs.
Halbs, I'd say solid. I mean, so I wouldn't call them situational, but it's just kind of thing you're normally not going to try to put them into your list. But if you have 5 points to spend, then it's going to be some of the best 5 points you can spend.
I don't think so anymore. I don't think Halbs are giving you anything you want.
I agree with that. But if you have 5 points left,
you put Guardsman in because Supremacy might actually just be more.
Even with the 4-inch move.
Yeah. The 5-inch, the set for charge just doesn't matter against anything that's going to charge you. So they're just 7 dice on 4s with thundering.
Yeah, but
that's
it. But it never did. It was always the 5-inch move and the slightly better defense.
The morale.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't think it much though because the movement you're not using the guard. You're not using guardsmen for the now anyway. The movement comes from like your Cassie Rock Honor Guard, which are like all these other things, which are just as hard, if not harder, to kill than this.
Mm-hmm.
In the 8 activation days, Halberdiers every day, right? But you're just not running 8 activations Lannister anymore. It's just not a viable play pattern, or at least it hasn't been in all of season 6.
Yeah, no, definitely not in season 6 or season 5. But do you think that we're heading back to 8 activations now that Tywin's gone?
I don't think so. I think the high quality, the high cost unit generally got better quality now across the board of the game. And with pass tokens, like why are you going to 8 if you're not buying better?
Yeah. No, that's fair. Okay, well in that case I'd say both Halbs and Guardsmen in situational then.
Because I think if you want a cheap unit, I think maybe Guardsmen are situational and Halberdiers overshadowed. I think if you want a cheap unit, you're.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah. The poor fellows are situated. I think poor fellows can see play in lit. Straight away. Mountains Men, way to glow up, vicious and crit blow, and a bunch of dice. 3+ to hit. They're just generic melee bash bruiser infantry. What?
I'd say weak. For 6 points, they're just not giving you much. They're just not giving you what you would want for 6 points because you either stretch to the 7 and get a big beat stick, or you go for crossbows, or you stretch down to a cheaper unit. I think they still don't serve a role, I think, in Lannister. There's no question that Lannister has to answer, where the answer is Mountainsmen, unfortunately.
And maybe if they were some kind of like sweeper or something, but like not sold. I kind of agree. Cassie Rock Honor Guard. I mean, Knights of Cassie Rock. I mean, these have got to be up there in the auto-include level, nearly.
I think if we're just looking at them by themselves as auto-include, if you account for Gregor, which I don't think we can do,
then it's overpowered. But I think auto include.
I think auto include for the unit. I think Gregor's just stupid. I don't like these all like unweakenable things. I think, but I think the knights are just. I don't think knights on their own are overpowered at all.
No, I completely agree.
They're just generic lance cav at that point. Crossbowmen, I think crossbowmen are still. I think they're still solid. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe nowadays. We saw.
I think they used to be auto include. I think now they're solid. I think because enemy lists are now going to outshoot you. You either have to really know what you're doing with them, which most people aren't, obviously, or you just leave them at home. They are a liability if you're not going to be really, really fucking careful with them.
So,
because
interestingly, we actually rated Lannister crossbowmen in that auto lot when we did yesterday. I do think they probably dropped solid. I think they're not. The debate was in season 6, like if you had the point, GCX were probably better than Lannister crossbowmen, but it wasn't always just an improvement in your list running them, because you could run Adam Marbrand in the crossbowmen to get Sentinel anyway.
And also, I think very, very critically is in that double crossbow build, which I was running so much. An absolutely integral part, which people underestimated the absolute hell out of, was the Peter Varys. It just was. Peter Varys has made that list in so many ways. Which is again another reason why losing Tywin and losing Varys and then having enemy shooting goes up. I think all that together just makes crossbows quite sad, unfortunately.
I still think they're fine. They're just not.
I agree.
They just don't compete with the other options.
Yeah, exactly. They're great value. They're still one of the best 6. They're still probably the best 6 points in lances you can spend, apart from, I guess, one of them is debatable, which one, so we'll touch on.
Mountain that rides 4-pointer, I think he's still weak, because that 3-point attachment, you shut away Robert Strong, you shut away Gregor Commander, you shut away like a lot of options right now, which are very good and very kind of meta almost.
I would more say overshadowed, namely because I think the unit itself isn't weak. I mean, as we know, it is objectively very possibly one of the best 4-point units in the game.
Yeah, but it's a liability in the list. Like it's a weak point in the list. You're only running this in an 8-act. You're never doing this in a 7 anymore.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
and the 8-act Lannister list doesn't have enough firepower across the range of units to keep this unit alive. And
this is true.
It probably just gets killed. Like, how many times did I used to Varamir trap like Gregor and like pick on Gregor as a folk player, and like range units would try and snipe this guy. Like if you could just kill this and make your life miserable by not having that extra unit, I don't think life got better for Gregor.
No, I agree. Again, I'd still say overshadow, but I'm happy to admit to weak because
I think it's hard. It's hard because past tokens fuck something like Gregor.
Yeah.
Unless you can really reliably activate. Hard. Warrior's Sons. We previously said Warrior's Sons were pretty overshadowed, I believe, because the Castle Rock Honor Guard were just better. I don't think that.
For me, I'd say weak. I've run a lot of Warrior Sons back in the day, and they just never do what you want them to do. They're a 7-point melee infantry unit, and they're not even a particularly good one. And like we've joked about a million times, 7-point melee infantry is the worst archetype of a unit in the game, except for 8-point melee infantry. And I genuinely think that this is one of the worst ones in the game. I'd say weak, if not liability. I've tried to run them, and it's never felt worth the points.
So I will say that in the increase of like switching off orders and tactics cards, this unit does actually get a bit better, because it doesn't really need an attachment to work proactively, and it doesn't need, because it's not an order, because of the faith tokens, it has some natural protection against the things that would shut this down.
True.
But I would tend to agree, like, I don't know why you're ever picking. Like,
no.
Not really. Like, it's not even good in a High Sparrow list, right? Like, the one time where this would be good, which is High Sparrow, Castle Rock are probably just better anyway. Like,
yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I'll go for weak. I don't think this was made better, and it didn't get any better matchups. Kingsguard, I think Kingsguard have got to be moved up. Like,
I struggle on where to put them because I think the top 4 slots, it makes it look, because it's not the top one. It's not the top one.
I think it might be.
I don't think you can see overpowered.
I think it might be. Because this is so risky existing in the game, right? This unit, if you just move Joffrey away for the moment, yeah, we have to bring it back because it's not in isolation. But this unit is so, like, for 6 points, is very good. The unit, in the same way that Rainbow Guard, is so integrally linked to the commander that comes with it. Yeah. We haven't seen Joffrey change this patch because commanders and attachments were not changed. You are going into the next patch knowing that if they make Joffrey, like, accidentally make Joffrey good, then this is cracked. Yeah. Like, absolutely fucking cracked. Like, and I don't, while I understand that they are tied, I think this is such a, like, risky thing to have in the game. To have a unit that is so good for its points cost, but held back by the design of something else.
I get what you're saying. I think for me, how I'm trying to visualize this tier list is, again, figuring out where it goes in. If it gets defined as auto-include, that means, it's obvious, if you take Joffrey, it's obviously an auto-include. That is undeniable. That's absolutely undeniable. But if we put in the auto-include category, or even the overpowered category, then as far as I'm concerned, that suggests that every single Lannister pair should have the Kingsguard, and if not, you are misplaying, competitively speaking. I'm not convinced that's the case.
In a competitive list pair, you probably do.
I also tried to figure out where should I play it against, and I think since Tywin is dead now, I think we need him against Greyjoys, because it is because of the new Silence Man and the high damage output, and I think Balon is still playable in Vic. Maybe not in other lists, but I think in Vic he still is. I don't know, how do you agree or not, but
Leon would not agree.
I know. Maybe not. Maybe he said he's dead. I don't know. I don't think so. And because
I think it's still playable, but definitely much worse.
Intrigue and subterfuge. Shutting him off in the Lannister matchup.
Yes.
Hard. Like,
yes, correct.
You can run Joffrey. Like, the point is, you run Joffrey Kingsguard. You put Tyrion and crossbow for the battle plan, and like, and what you're not. The reason you're doing this is because you want the battle plan from Tyrion rather than Tyrion Commander. Yeah. And it's just like, what the fuck does anyone do against this? Because, like, you can just shut down the important NCU, draw the big attack card, and have that with your Knights of Castle Rock charge to just go, I've got Gregor with Knights of Castle Rock with the Joffrey card. I can even run Kevin NCU now because I have the points. So I guarantee, like, the charge rerolls or whatever, I will just fucking delete some. And I think that that's probably more reliable than Tywin was.
Yeah. I thought more about if we can take the damage from the Greyjoys, and I was like, will be tough. But I think with the disrupt and the Counter-Strike, I think, and weekend tokens, maybe with Pycelle and Shay, whatever, I think then it's manageable. Of course, at 16 wounds, it's not easy to one-shot. That's why.
I'm just very worried that with, like, Tyrion NCU, you take 5 points of attachment. You take Gregor, you take Tyrion, and you take the turncoat still.
So Robert,
right?
Or turncoat, yeah.
And you battle plan specifically for Joffrey's 2 extra attack dice, and you run, like, potentially run Kevin, so you get charge rerolls or, like, attack rerolls as well. I can't remember. Is charge rerolls?
I think you will play Walder more before.
Probably Walder, maybe Walder instead, right? But, like, there's something here. But all you're doing is you're literally just going to say, I am going to charge you. I am going to play this card. Charge rerolls. So you're doing but you just say, I'm gonna charge you and I'm gonna play this card, and, like, just gonna fucking delete your unit. And I think that has probably more reliability with it. I'm worried that is more reliable than Tywin doing it. The only difference is it might take a bit more resource to go. But if that's reliably killing units, then we've not moved away from Tywin being a problem. It's just a different type of problem.
So a very quick question. So I've just been playing around a little bit here whilst we've been talking. I know this is maybe a meme, but is Tywin Commander potentially playable now?
Yeah. So Tywin Commander with issue commands for Gregor Knights is a good example.
Also Robert Strong.
Or Robert Strong, or something here. I think where Tywin is going to suffer because like he doesn't do a lot else. Like none of his other cards are particularly interesting. And he doesn't stop you just getting killed.
Especially with crossbows is good.
Yeah. But crossbows are like, as we talked about, crossbows are just weakened. Like.
Yeah, I think the damage is too weak because you need like 7 dice or 8 dice now to. Like, because everything got tankier as well, not even more damage, but things got tankier too. So I think you need, like Thornwatch 7 dice or whatever. So
you're not competing with the range units, and that card doesn't even let you compete with range units. And
so I think red cloaks are better. I think red cloaks are better than crossbows right now. I really do.
I would disagree with that, but
yeah, okay, yeah, maybe I made good experience with them over the last half a year.
I'm gonna put Kingsguard in auto include. I think if you're running Joffrey or running Kingsguard, I might be tempted to say Kingsguard are good enough that it makes Joffrey playable now, so they might even be overpowered. I think red cloaks are solid because red cloaks we rate them as solid before. They've seen play. And actually, they've been like as a one-of in lists. The proc fealty has been like absolutely fucking crippling. Current game. You mentioned it with High Sparrow. You just go cool. You failed a panic check, so now I get to fealty, and now I get to heal more. My God, I fucking hate fealty as a card. Jesus motherfucking Christ.
To be fair, because normally I would put red cloaks a lot lower. However, with the absence of Tywin, I can actually see that because that was a big thing that Tywin could do as well, where you could just go start around Tywin, boom, panic, basically panic token, panic test, hear me roar. There we go, and now I fealty, and that's now obviously gone. And red cloak is one of the few ways of just going, oh, you will now take a panic test because I say so. So I will actually give it that, which I wasn't expecting to say, but I'll actually.
Because I mean, like we saw people move away from the Tywin style bomb style. Like not saying that wasn't still playable, but like it was away from a little bit. Season 6 as like a second list actually appeared, and there wasn't Gregor Usher. But yeah, the red cloaks became possible. I mean, we saw red cloak spam lists as well. Like actually are serviceable. I don't think they were ever top tier, but like they weren't ever dog eat. Like
I think with Adam now and with the combinations and synergy, you attack like High Sparrow and Blackguard or Intim here, hear me roar out. There's a lot of synergy in the play, and that's why I think red cloaks are quite good right now because you can move them a lot.
Oh, we ran out of time. We took too long. Let's go quickly do the rest. Brigands, I think Brigands were like they're fine. I think they maybe actually moved down to situational now. I think they might be a bit killable. We put them in solid before. They were a decent 6 cavalry unit. I struggle to see, especially with the likes of Wall stuff and other cavalry being where they're at, and units that this guy might want to pick on being harder to kill. I think this might be situational now. I don't really see you running Brigands.
I agree, and I'm saying this whilst agreeing with you, and I don't think I would necessarily run them. However, having a 6-point cheap cav unit
is just good,
which has 6 move. Specifically, I do think against the Lightbringers, just to go cool. I'm sitting here outside of your shooting. You can't get me, but I can tie you up whenever I need to start contesting the areas that you can see. I can see value in that. Again, is it worth playing? I'm not sure. So I think situational is probably fair.
I think the unit's not bad. The unit is not bad. No. I just think with the way that the game has maybe changed, it's maybe moved away from them a bit.
Too tanky, everything.
Yeah, everything's just a bit. Or at least the things you want to kill are too tanky to. And they also, this is another prime unit that was like, you put Gregor in this, rock a unit with Tywin, and then you're able to snipe them with charge. And the risk is a lot lower because you didn't kill your knights doing the snipe. You only expended your 6-point cav unit. But yes, it may get killed in return, but it doesn't matter because you still got the lance cav knights in. That was quite a popular way. Tywin in this unit to snipe rather than Tywin and Knight. Yeah. These guys, the Watchful guys, I think they're situational. Again, they obviously had Sentinel now. I just don't really... I'm not sold on City Watch, really.
I would have said Overshadowed, if not for the fact that we can get Sentinel wherever we want now. So for that reason, I would honestly say weak, because I just don't see when you would ever run them. Just ever run them.
Yeah, I only said maybe with Sir Robert, that's it.
I think the precision keyword could be useful. Maybe Overshadowed.
Yeah, I wouldn't go any higher than Overshadowed. I'd say a week, but I'm happy with Overshadowed.
Are you ever running this unit over Red Cloaks? I don't think so. Are you ever running this unit over King Mountain's Men? I think you might run this unit over Mountain's Men.
Yeah, maybe. But then I would never run Mountain's Men with a 10-yard.
Yeah, I know.
And I feel like I would genuinely rather have Halberdiers than City Watch.
I'm moving down to. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sold on that. Custer Conagard have got to be up there in auto include still. I think these guys they got changed, and I think they got changed in a way that needed to change, but they didn't really massively weaker. They still shut down the things they want to shut down. They still do a good job at being this block that's hard to kill. Absolutely fine still.
It was a good nerf, not they didn't kill them. I think they were very good, and it was a nerf, but they're still playable.
Yeah.
Just not stupid. Just take away all abilities is just very stupid. The wolf pack not getting changed, by the way. I think it's just strip every single ability you have is a very silly thing to have in the game.
Yeah,
I hate it. The Lannister oppression. I think this is situational now. Still, I think you would run this 5-point unit with the AOE -1 morale and the minus rank and the synergy that it's got and the token. It gives a token now, right?
It did before, but now it's even gets the second is the weekend now.
Yeah, it gives a weekend token out now. I think this is situational. I think you would put this in list. I don't think it's amazing. I think this goes actually back to it. I think this might be more playable as a 5-point unit than the other 5-point unit.
Because I didn't really say. I think guardsmen are quite good, but yeah, I think they're fine.
I think anything that's attacking guardsmen is killing them.
With Jamie, for example, I think they're good. Then you dish out a vulnerable and a panic, and I think.
Yeah, but I just think maybe, but I just think Jamie plays into this style of I'm just going to have this unit stand here, and I think there are there are too many units and too many things right now that aren't afraid of that kind of unit existing. It's just going to charge you, and it doesn't care that you've got +2 morale. It's going to fucking murder you.
Yeah, maybe.
Giants, for example. Yes, the +2 morale helps a bit, but
Giants, yes.
Against Giants, this is...
Yeah, of course, against Giants. But I think for a side object holding, I think they're quite nice. Just to put them there, be annoying.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm underrated. And then we've got the Mountain Clans, which straight up are still a liability. We rated them as a liability before. They did not get better.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason you should ever run this yourself.
No. No, absolutely not. You are far better off taking Poor Fellows. Poor Fellows are better and they're a point cheaper.
The free Tyrion just doesn't.
No. Back in the day, you could have the argument of whether it's Stone Crows or Poor Fellows. I think the answer was always Poor Fellows anyway, but it's a conversation you can have. Now it's not a conversation. if you want a hyper cheap Tyrion filler activation, you do Poor Fellows.
Because... And I don't think you want that anyway.
No. I could see it because you could have 3 ultra beat sticks and then 1 small unit, but like you said, probably not.
So interestingly, like Guardsmen did get better, but yeah, I think Halbs have just naturally. We rated them solid. They're a solid unit before. We did rate them solidly, but I just don't see a place for Halbs anymore. I can't envisage where Halbs are good. I think Halbs are probably one of the biggest loot, maybe. Obviously Kingsguard are just obvious.
Yeah. I think probably it depends what you mean by biggest loser. I'd say that crossbows would also be one of the biggest losers, in the sense of it's gone from, in my opinion, being the strongest Lannister strategy to now being very niche. I do still think that even in the last patch, that if you took the crossbow list and you played it right,
it wasn't crossbows that did that. What you saw in season 6 is it wasn't the crossbows that did the work really. The crossbows were cool because you hold people off, but people had cracked how to kill the crossbows and beat the crossbow list hard. For a lot of factions, it was that what was carrying that list on specific combo, and what you very quickly saw it. Well, throughout season 6, you saw people move away from that combo of double crossbows because they could just run the combo that was winning games with other vessels. Why Tyrion dropped off in play rate? Like, he's still good. I don't think Tyrion's bad at all. You only have to look and see that Tyrion just dropped off popular anymore. And I think it's purely because it didn't matter, that style. Tyrion had 600 games and High Sparrow had, we looked at it, like 1,600. They had 1,000 more.
That really makes me sad. It really does. It really makes me sad.
Joffrey, Adam Marbury. Gregor had, obviously, Gregor had 955, so even Gregor was less than High Sparrow.
Jesus.
High Sparrow became real popular. Evan. Jamie was on 400. Tywin was on 500. Yeah, so like Tyrion's still on like the top half of played commanders, but only like he's literally in the middle, pretty.
Yeah, I mean, half of those commanders are absolute dog tier. So,
there you go. That's Lannisters. We have to go now over Martels. Our repository. Martel then. Martel, how do we feel about Martel? Christian, you've been very quiet on these Lannisters, man.
Well, you know, I don't play. I think I've played in my entirety of playing this game. I think I've maybe played 1 game, maybe 2 games of Lannisters. At like playing as them, played against them plenty, but
I was going to say, I'm sure I've played against you myself more times than that.
Yes, played against them plenty. Played as them maybe once or twice. So but I stayed quiet because I was not the defining person on, you know, what units needed to be, you know, ranked where.
Mikkel says, "Holy!" Yeah, still here, plugging away. Right, Martels then. I will not start with the obvious. Let's start with Martel Spearmen.
Spearmen are, I would say, weak or a liability. Probably a weak. I mean, they just, with the lethality of everything else in the game, they just don't do anything. you have movement. Like even like the tech repo, while it's still good, it's just not going to get you what you need. That they were left behind before. They weren't getting taken before. They needed something, and I just don't think they're going to get taken still.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah.
Don't do anything.
Town skirmishers were overpowered, right? So let's put them in the overpowered category.
No, I think they are now. If I'm being generous, I would say situational. I think situational, depending on what list archetype you're building, how they're moving. They're not overpowered anymore. They're not solid. They're not even auto include. I would say they dropped all the way to situational.
I'm more tempted to say they're solid. Just skirmisher keyword and quick fire still, and a range attack.
And Pathfinder.
And Pathfinder, which is like, we know Pathfinder can be a bit of a dick ability.
Yeah.
But they're also definitely not an auto.
They're not an auto include. I think you're building around them now. I don't.
Well, I actually don't think you are. I think you're putting this in the list for a reason, and that probably means.
Yeah.
I would say so.
It's situational. Yeah.
I think in melee they are tankier now than before, but in range they are weaker in range fights.
They had the -1 armor right there. They're just better in the dealing damage in the melee battle, and I just think that they don't have enough synergy with that faction.
There are things that do melee combat better than them.
I will say that Oberyn in this unit might be decent purely for the skirmisher, so you can't ever be denied applying the poison.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Sure.
And also sitting on sticks or whatever. And if you attack this unit, you don't have rerolls if you don't have access to something doing this.
Yeah, Oberyn in this unit might just be a bit of a dick to kill, but he does just get shot off the board.
I think there are better things to put Oberyn into still.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. But yeah, okay.
I think if the commander in attachment pass comes by and say Darkstar gets decent buffs and his Lone Knight combo is something, like I think the Lone Knight combo is still something you can do with Stand Skirmishers. You throw Edric in there and you still get to do the Lone Knight combo. That has not changed other than the fact that you're hitting on 4s.
Dervishes, I think Dervishes were made better. Do you think they're...
I think they're solid, honestly. I think if you're building an 8 activation list where you're trying to go, 666, 2 5s, this is your, commander bunker melee unit. I think they're solid. They're not auto include, but I think if you've got room for it, why not? They do good damage, and Nymeria pushes that even further.
Yeah. I can see that. Royal I think Royal Guard now look pretty overshadowed, right?
Yeah, they're absolutely overshadowed, almost weak.
I think they're still fine. I think they're still absolutely fine. I just don't really know why you'd run the options you've got.
Yeah.
The saving grace a little bit is the thing that into got worse, but actually now more things that.
Yes, absolutely. Without a shield wall change, that should have happened. I think they just don't.
We put them in overshadowed before. Yeah, I think I'd probably keep.
Yeah.
June Vipers. I think June Vipers. I don't know if I think they're solid.
I think they're situational. They're better. I think Disrupt makes them harder to kill. You throw Spearman Captains into them as your free attachment point for Threaten, and they're a nice little 5-point unit that if you're running an 8-act list, Gang Up starts to come in, and they're harder to kill because of Disrupt. I would pick Dune Vipers now over Sand Skirmishers, I think, depending on what list I'm building. I'm more inclined to take Dune Vipers.
I can see it. Yeah. Outriders then. Outriders, where do we think? I mean, fucking hate this because Outriders I think are actually a pretty good unit. It's just the attachment patch here does not favor Martel cavalry at all. Like,
no, the saving grace here, I would say, is Nymeria lets you do more things.
But it's not.
But that
not much more.
Said, no, it's not that much more. And that being said, it's better to put Nymeria on Starfall Knights. I would say they're overshadowed now because you are going to see more Starfall Knights because Nymeria exists.
But I don't think the Starfall Knights crit blow thing's that good. Like, it will blow people up every now and then, but it's literally less reliable and less guaranteed than like the just putting Doran and Ario into Darkstar Retinue, zone replace, march, charge someone in the flank, delete them. Like,
I mean, and my thought right now is you run both. You run the retinue.
I don't think you do because you're running 7 activate.
Yes, but I think that's still I think that's still the play.
I think you can afford to go to 8 to have a unit that just deletes. Because it's so risky with pass tokens. You've got to protect yourself like consistently. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can set up for like a double whack, but you're just going to run Martel control in the rest of your list to control the double whack. To make it, all you have to do is blunt that double whack, and then if you're able to ever take last activation into potential, like even just opening charge rather than opening swords or anything, just open charge and delete someone. You don't need the +2 attack dice with this unit to have a good odds of deleting someone. Like,
not at all.
I think that just might be like GG, you know.
That being said, back to the Outriders, I think they're either situational or overshadowed.
I would go for overshadowed. Just I think, detachment patch. Not having an attachment.
It's
cavalry just hurt.
If we had an in-faction attachment, I think you'd put them in solid or even auto include.
Knights.
Knights, I think, are again Nymeria puts them. I think
weak.
I think they're solid or situational now.
I think they're still weak. I still think that they don't have enough support faction overall.
Yeah,
that you've arguably got rid of like scout openings, which used to help them.
Sure.
There's no real synergies in the lists. There's no real ways to power them up and make them better outside of this one NCU, which is like, yes, she's pretty cracked, but like, but I don't think Knights is the vessel. Like, I just don't.
But I mean, you do still have the incredibly strong combo of having a very good shooting unit. Yes, that shooting unit loses to the Baratheon guys, but all shooting units do that now. So who cares? But you still have a very, very high quality shooting unit, which softens up a unit before a lance cap charge, and like you have the longest range lance cap charge in the game, which with your fray is going to have a guaranteed threat range of 15 inches.
It's not the longest range though, because High Garden exists. Like,
true, I forgot how stupid they got. But still, like, it's just because something else gets to that level doesn't take away the point. Like, I still think that's a very, very valid play. Like, obviously this is old patches, and the more we're having this conversation, the more I do think that I'm probably just stuck in not in season 6. I'm stuck in season 5 in my.
I think the difference is that in season 6, the things that you did would work, like provably. What you do is still work, but there are other things in the game which you hadn't played, or like other lists that had developed over time that you hadn't played into that much. So I'm not saying like the Tyrion double crossbow Tywin Knights thing worked. Still very playable. It just it's the game moved away from that being because other things became more reliable. Basically, you had to be a very good player to make Tyrion double crossbows work. And as competitive players, we would agree that list is good. Like, no shadow of a doubt. But overall competitive play moved away.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, Starfall Knights, the big thing for me is Starfall Knights are the best Lance Cavalry in the game. They actually are. By pure rate. But 8-point cavalry units cannot be glass cannons. They have to also be tanks because they draw so much iron. The problem with this unit, seen time and time again, which is why there's never been particular. This is all damage, no help.
Yeah.
So,
but
and that's not changed.
I think that's not changed, but the damage they can do, I think Skyreach Bowmen take one shot, take a rank off easily off of something, and then the think charges in and kills.
No vulnerable token. You have to charge this unit into the flank of the target you want to hit for the double sun rather than the front, right?
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
If you're running, I think you're running this as a in the Doran Ario commander thing as a this is my other thing that can one shot you. You've got two things. You have ripe to act to just make everything vulnerable.
Not using.
Yeah, of course you are.
NCU zone replace?
Sure, why not?
Can be good. Situational, but can be good, yeah.
I think people just I just don't think I care about that. I'm brewing tokens with half a faction.
But I think they will see more play.
Also that's so slow when you need a third zone open in the late round. Can't play that.
Well, if you're doing it round 1.
Sure, but you're not killing a unit.
Not necessarily, but I think the ideal is you let your opponent go first round 1, and you end of round charge with one of them, because you're going to be able to, especially with the Darkstar Retinue. End of round charge, and whatever you don't kill, round 2 you open and kill. If it's still alive at the end of round 1.
Luckily, I have bribery.
I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it because I've had Martel. I played Martel Knights right back when I was playing Martel in Triple Cav list, as bands, and like the Knights just get pinned down, or they just never do nearly as much damage as you think they're gonna do. Like, I personally think they were always the best Lance cavalry in the game, but Martels did nothing to help them work. And I still don't think you have enough tools to make them work.
Then I would say I would be fine putting them at the top of situational. Then they are going to see play.
But I think by the end, like halfway through the season. Like,
I think the best. This is the double Scarlet Bowman.
We'll see. I would put them at the top of situational.
I think Alex list is still the best Martel list. Sadly, it didn't change, but I think it's hard to play. But if you can play it, then it's very good.
Darkstar Retinue, I don't think are actually that good. I don't actually think they're very good. I think they have this one combo, which I think just pain in the arse.
I think they're solid. I wouldn't put them in auto include, but I think they're solid.
I think they're situational.
I think you can still put them in a Daemon list. I think you can put them obviously in the Doran list. I think you can stick them in Oberyn and still have a good time there. You don't put them in Obara, obviously. You could run them in Gerald. I think that's an option. Who am I missing? Is that all the commanders? That's all the commanders, right? Yeah.
Just don't.
I think they're solid. I think the damage that they can put out and the healing they'll get from it.
I think you're crack.
I don't think so. I don't think I am. I do think that the extra die and the extra sundering. I mean, again, so much of this is carrying off of Nymeria and Nymeria just being able to let something blow something up.
Let's be real. Are you really running a 7-point melee unit that is just sundering crit blow with overrun, which you don't really care about, lower armor? Like, this is just worse, like, or different Stark Sworn swords, and you pay for it. Not Stark Sworn, sorry, Sworn Brothers pay for it by having fuel by slaughter, right? You have no way to double round on attacks. So, like, this will heal once per round, and it has 5 armor, 5 morale, which, let's face it, 5 armor, 5 morale is what we're all used to fucking killing. Because we're used to killing things in 3 armor, 5 morale. Like, you are killing this unit if you want to kill it. The saving grace is if this runs in and kills you first, can't kill it because your unit is dead. But I don't see this seeing play everywhere. I think it's too easy to kill. Like, in the mirror matchup, my Lance Cavalry are going to charge us in the face and it dies. GG. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'd just shoot the shit out of it if I charge block. This has play where you've got, like, Cunning Ploy, perhaps, obviously in the base deck. This has play where you've got Door and Command, where I believe you can reposition it. That's where I can't see this seeing play outside of Doran. Because this unit hasn't changed from where it was last season. And you weren't playing it last season. Ever. Right?
I'm willing to give it more of a chance, but also Martel's just so tough. I think when we're comparing it to last season, because there was just no room for anything other than Skirms and Skyreach.
Yeah, but you don't replace some Skirms by going heavily into a unit that you didn't play last season at all.
You weren't playing half the faction last season at all. I think Martel's entire their entire archetype is now completely different in terms of what they're building for.
Maybe, but most of the units are just not very good then.
I mean, that could be the case. I mean, I would happily accept more buffs. Michael Chanel, if you're listening, please buff. I would love Lightbringer style buffs to all of my units, please and thank you.
There's no way that Michael Chanel's half hours of this. I don't know. I'll put them in solid. I think that overrated. I think they're good in one situation. It's the same thing with the Knights. I think these things will work, but they're not going to be consistent in competitive play at all. Or if they do become consistent, we've just created this Tywin problem, which is like not what I want.
Well, no, I mean, I would agree with that. I think that's probably what's going to happen. I think it's going to be the new Tywin thing. Is this, can the Martel player delete a unit in round 1 or 2? Which isn't good. I don't like it either. But
I think they can't.
Here we are. Here's the design that's been forced upon us.
I think the bowmen is still auto include.
Yes, the bowmen are easily auto include. They're not overpowered, I'll tell you that much.
Not anymore, no.
Not anymore.
No, they went from being the best shooting unit in the game, which
just fine,
to the second best. But now they're just the second best.
They're not even the second best.
They're like the 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
I think 3rd, yeah. Thornwatch.
Thornwatch, Lightbringers. Obviously, both of those are higher.
Lightbringers.
Maybe, like, with the way that Bolton Archers work now, like, even Bolton Archers might be equivalent. Because they get most of what these guys get, apart from the ring. But you get Grunt in the Bolton Archers, so you put a vulnerable token on these and they block 2 hits automatically in the trade. Like, yeah, sure, you can turn it off with our reaction.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
there's one range unit which I think is just sad, and I think suppressive volley is like actually good. I think Stormcrow Archers just look right now, but they already kind of were, so it's fine. Stark Bowmen look terrible.
Yes,
in comparison to these.
Awful.
Yeah.
I think there are, because that was my main faction. I think Starks in general got the best buffs in the game perspective because they're not all crazy. But I mean, maybe some of them are like Rob is crazy with the combinations he can do now and the Outriders hitting on 3s. But
I don't think any of it mattered. I think Starks just do melee combat, and I think that there are other factions in the game that do that better, or at least equivalently.
I think Greyjoy is back.
I don't think he was made much better. Like, not really.
I do, because great access is a thing now. Because great access can have access to crit blow in Greyjoy now.
They had before. Like,
Yeah,
they
but
had in
only
season
6
5.
dice.
Like Starks didn't get. This is where I sit with Starks, right? Starks didn't get anything that they didn't already have in season 6. They've not had any new abilities really. They've not had any new abilities. They've not had any real new utility. All they've got is more maximum attack dice, maybe the odd increase in maximum attack dice. Had their healing taken away, Bane like lowered, and the trade-off there was like the she-bears getting this weird sustained thing. Like, there's nothing that they didn't already have in faction that they've now suddenly got, while at the same time
they got my damage, way more damage.
A couple of extra attack dice here or there, but it doesn't matter because it's all in melee combat.
Yeah, I know.
And you don't care if berserkers are rolling 10 dice or 9 dice. Like, you don't really care that much that they have crit blow standing because you give them crit. Like, none of these things actually matter that much. They're better at something that they were already decent at, but they're not good at that. That doesn't convert to winning the game, as we know with Rob Tully Cavalier winning the game by not playing the way that Starks play. Plays movement based and plays cavalry charge based and plays retreating. It does not play I will sit in melee with you and bash you with these big.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, but I've played Starks that way, not playing them the Starks way hitting, but I think now with the synergy turning off, that you have extra winters coming, maybe can charge over terrain pieces. I mean, without penalties. I think that can make a big difference. I think the Outriders are very strong. I think Rob is very strong. I think Roderick is very strong now.
Rob Commander, you mean?
No, Rob NCU. Except against Joffrey.
Oh dear.
I'm hopping off because I need to eat dinner, but I will see y'all later.
See you later, Tristan. Thanks for coming down.
I think Rob is very powerful. You said he's shit?
Yeah. The overall opinion is that
oh really?
Rob NCU is dog tier.
Oh, I don't disagree, but maybe if he.
What are you interested in running him in? Or with?
I would definitely run him in the Greyjoy list.
With what?
So I haven't really built a lot, but I think I would play 1 Great Axis, one Berserkers.
Sorry, I should rephrase my question. Why is Rob in the list?
Because hitting on 2+ is quite a good thing, and
doesn't Stark have 5 million ways of already getting extra to hits?
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Westcard
does. They have, yeah. So yeah, you can lose a unit, yes, but you don't have access to 2+1 to hit. You have
access to combat rerolls though, and 3+ and 2+ when you rolls doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's more about getting the weekend token off the way. So I think then
Rob doesn't do that.
Yeah, I know, but hitting on to get +1 to hit and sundering can make a lot of difference on different units, right? So you can make she-bears very aggressive now. You can make the Outriders very aggressive now. So every unit.
But it's all just melee combat units.
Yeah, I agree, but I know, but still, I think 9 dice on 2+ with crit blow sundering is very good on the Berserkers.
How are you getting 9 dice?
Because Berserkers have 9 dice.
7 on. Yeah, they have 7.
You mean when you mean highest attack?
Yeah.
You can get highest attack through Winter Smite. You can get it to the Greyjoy card. You can get it to Winter is Coming. there are 3 cards you can get highest attack from. So I think this is quite easily to get. When you make the strike attack.
So you're doing this just to take swords, do this, right?
Not always, but I think you can make a lot of pressure when positioning your calf, like the Outriders. Also,
don't I just take crowns?
What crowns? Of course you can take crowns, but you can also maybe you have to use Peter as well. I mean it's easy counterplay against
a 5-point NCU.
Against a 5-point NCU, but I mean I saw it with Barrick as well. I mean Barrick is not a tier level, of course, when it comes to playing against him, but a lot of people struggled against him because you have to make the decision. Okay, there is swords open, maybe there's ladders, there's horses. So do I really take crown right now to shut only Rob off? Of course you can do it, but then also Rob takes away a good tactics support zone from the opponent. So I think there's also value in that. I mean, there's Vic maybe, and maybe if you have a very good replace zone effect, then it's good. But nonetheless, I think it's crap. I mean, it's very good. Then.
I'm not sold. Like, I don't think you don't give a care in the world about the +1 to. But like, Caitlyn protects you against weakened token by giving you both of those things basically anyway. You can't switch Caitlyn off. Caitlyn versatilely tokens defensively. Like, I don't know why. I don't know what Rob is giving you that Caitlyn can't. If you're worried about weakened tokens, about anything. And
no, I think it's just there also for the one-shot potential, of course, but yeah.
Maybe.
So yeah, maybe you have to run. And I think also Roderick NCU is very powerful now. He's
Roderick's alright.
I think he's very good now.
Vulnerables for free, where rather than just vulnerables only on one.
Yes.
But I think you're still running Arya. I think Caitlyn's still fine because you want to remove tokens.
Arya is auto include, but then I don't know. I think
you run Jaqen. Genuinely think you run Jaqen.
I think Walder Frey is more, but for Stark's same as for Greyjoys.
Well, I think Walder's potentially, like we said it earlier, right? Walder could well be the best NCU in the game.
Yeah, I think Walder in Starks and Greyjoy is especially strong. I mean, it's strong in every army, but I think because we have high mobility units, I think it's even stronger. Martel as well, but I think Martel are too weak in this patch. And then, yeah, that's why if you have like, I mean, you can get an 8-point, no 8-point. I mean 8 move unit, which is crazy. So, yeah.
Yeah, 8 move Robin dervishes, which haven't changed.
For example, I think this. I think Rob. I would rather play in Berserkers now.
I think Swift strikes too. To strike with the Cranaman Survivalist to get the no pivot and weak token is like huge, especially given that you can run Walder, so you can pivot off someone to outside of charge arc, and then potentially, like, depending on if you use assault orders to go in, for example, you could then put Walder on the enemy unit, meaning it can't then pivot when it maneuvers. So even on cavalry, you can literally go round the side of cavalry.
Yeah,
and sure, they get to pivot before the maneuver, so they still get to charge you, but like you now force them to have to, like, not necessarily go into Rob.
Yeah, and I think 5-point edit needs to be auto include in every list now for Starks.
I think 5-point edit is still very good. I don't know if he's auto include. He's definitely a 1/100% agree. I don't know if he's
you
auto
need him against a lot of stuff, but yeah.
I think Jack and being able to copy Arya to potentially have 4 Arya tokens is just very good.
Yeah, that's true.
Very good.
True. This is a very crazy combo, yeah. But does it work because it says you have to pay it from your own tokens?
Yes. So Jaqen has 3. Jaqen spends a token to copy, then has 2 tokens left. So he uses Arya twice. You have to do it in the same round, but the net result is you copy Arya. You have 2 tokens on Jaqen to use Arya twice in like a setup turn, and then you still have 2 Arya tokens left for later on in the game.
Yeah, okay.
So you could use Jaqen in round 2 to get loads of positioning with your infantry in round 2 for free, to then strike. And that might be the way that Starks actually have to play, because everything is melee based, right? Like,
yeah.
I'd be tempted to do it with ranged and plan like a ranged Stark list, because I always like the ranged Stark list, and I think Stark Bowmen are so bad right now that ranged Stark might just be fun to try and meme with. But whether or not that's competitive is not probably true.
Yeah, but why I said we need great access, and that's why, because of there are so many high armor stuff, and yeah, it's very hard to get through it, right?
Anyway, right. It's gone midnight here. I've now been streaming for 7 hours, coming up to, with a short break twice to get and crackers while these guys talked. We'll send the pyramid of Martel into the archive, and we'll probably start slowing things down and moving on to the next stream. Thank you very much for all the guests today. Especially thank you very much to Isaac and Levin for still being here as well. Any final thoughts or final words from either of you?
I'm looking forward.
No, thank you for having me on. It's been really nice to reminisce again. It does seem like my brain is stuck in a slightly older version of the game, but it's interesting. I for a few moments I was contemplating maybe coming back. Well, we'll see. I'll think about it for a few days, but
you'll be back.
We'll see.
You'll be back. I'll get you.
I sent you the list which I played.
Oh, you did? Cool. I'll give that a look.
Yeah.
Well, Levin, any final words from you, mate?
Yeah, I think it's nice to see a lot of changes. Also, maybe if something is too good, but sees finally some new stuff is awesome, and going back into creating new lists, I think, is fun.
I will say this. I am more excited about the changes here as an overall change than I was Season 5 into Season 6, where I basically saw Season 5 into 6 as take Season 5, now make those lists marginally better without really changing them too much. They just got a load of free stuff. Whereas now I kind of see we're not making Season 6 lists better. We're actually seeing let's make new lists. I think there will be a new meta. I think there will be things to do and try.
Yeah.
And I think that is more that is better, because Season 6 feeling like Season 5.2 made Season 6 stale very quick. Even though I think there was still development in Season 6 that we had like halfway through the season, High Sparrow, etc. But for a lot of factions it felt very stale very quick. This least feels like it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I agree.
Fuck Giants. Anyway, thank you very much for everyone who's attended. If you've watched all 7 hours, you're an absolute hero. I do appreciate everyone who's come and watched. Share it, like it, subscribe, all of those things. Marketing. And let's see how it all shakes out. I will be back with some more regular episodes with Tourney Ground, doing a few things. I am hopefully going to be doing some different stuff as well. Working on some different formats, other bits and bobs, as well as running an online. We're going to bring back the circuit maybes, but different. The online scene. So yeah, I'm gonna go and get over this horrible cold, and I will